Ranger at your service.
Shaker here. Slap!
Welcome to Blast Slam 4. This is our final day of group stages, day number 5 here. It's been a very long journey, and it's been a lot of fun with you guys. I do have Quinn, Seb, and T joining me yet again. T, I feel like I normally start with the boys. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. Honestly, I am scared for whatever you have prepared for pre-show stuff. You showed a precedent yesterday with what you were doing, so yeah. I'm here to talk about Dota, but also I'm scared for the next 15 minutes.
I think everyone should be excited at home for what is to come in this pre-show. It's going to be a good time. What about you, Seb? Are you as scared as T? Are you more excited?
I think I trust you. I think
Yeah?
I trust you.
I think I trust you.
I'll know
You
soon if
can
I'm
have a
right or
chip
wrong,
just
but-
for saying
Oh,
that.
wow.
You might need it for later,
not-
brother. You might need that for
I
later.
think I trust
you too.
No, you only did it because I gave him one. I don't actually believe that. You're a liar.
No, you know I do. That's the thing.
That's true. That's true. That's why you didn't get a chip.
I'm
But-
excited. I'm a competitor at heart. I have the heart of a champion, and I
scared
am
you're gonna
ready
take
to attack and tackle whatever challenge comes our way.
Well, before we move on to what fun is to ensure both here at the desk and as well with our games, we're gonna have a look back at yesterday and some of the best moments there.
Yeah, he's so fast, man. Oh no, we got the Doom! Oh, and then out 2 minutes of strike at the center. It's bad.
But out here by the rocket flare, Heroic have got pretty good info there. We'll get the hook in on towards the but straight away the shield comes in, and look at the backline. Yuma blinks right across. This time a rare miss from Schofield. Doesn't matter though. Yuma surrounds him, gets the ultra. He's looking for the rampage, and he's going to get it.
They're going to be able to reset a little bit. Heritage is almost low. They have to commit to the Tombstone counter arena out, though. That is very nice. Tim's making all kinds of plays, and Yopot jumping back in, hits the crush. GPK, big entrance into the fight, but it's not good enough. He couldn't burst him down.
Vittoria pushing on here, Banner down as well. They're protecting the creeps. Boxy trying to look for Rue, but Rue just turns. Life drains back up. Yatura gets the triple. Fight was there, keeping Collapse safe. Can push on Yatura. He's looking for that rampage, and he's going to get it.
I feel like there were so many rampages yesterday. Yuma definitely at the hand of most of them. That he's now what 50% rampage, one every second day.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I'm scared he's going to be another SFM though, because we had the Gyrocopter one. We've had another Heroic one after with like the Centaur Stomp. I'm really worried that it's going to be 3 for 3 on Heroic.
Well,
You're worried about that, huh?
I was gonna say I think you'd be excited for it. Either way, we're not up to that one just yet. We want to look at our results of Stream A, where we saw some of these rampages come to life in these series. Started off with Spirit taking the game against Liquid. A lot of action did happen all between that. Falcons and Tundra, that was a great game that we got to watch, and ending the day was MOUZ getting a win over Yakult there. And over on Stream B, a similar sort of story. Falcons started their day with a win, and then Aureus getting a great win for themselves over BetBoom team. And then Na'Vi ending the day strong with a win over Aureus. So it's this weird round robin, it feels like, for those teams.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed with Aureus. They've managed to stay somewhat near the middle of the pack. You see Execration and Yakult down there in the depths, but they've actually been hanging on and have taken games off of some people you maybe wouldn't expect them to. And so while some of the games we've had them on Stream A have been like, you know, like a little sus sometimes, they've actually had decent results. And maybe they're more of a Stream B team.
Well, let's have a look at where they are standing in the groups right now, because you're saying they've been keeping up in the middle. Well, yeah, it might be in the slider end of that middle, but they're above the bottom 4 right now, which means they're not looking at playing those last chance best of 3s at all. It does put them right in that middle of the pack. They got to stay strong though, because it's only 1 game difference between them and that bottom 4 of Liquid, BetBoom team, Execration, Yakult brothers. On the other side of this one though, Tundra Falcons looking really good up there with Spirit and Heroic just right behind them on their heels.
I mean, that's the 2 teams Auroras have to play, the Falcons and Tundra. So even though they are looking quite healthy in the middle, they're going to have to do like the best Dota that they've ever played today to try and claw out another win and, you know, dodge that bottom part of the bracket.
Very tough day in the office. You
Yeah.
have Falcons and Tundra for your survival, or do not, you know, get down there. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one there. But again, before we get to have a look at all of those games that go on, there was one moment that stuck out among the rest of yesterday.
Oh my goodness, this hook from Yuma.
That's a lot of damage that Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take because of that hook.
That like owns him in the lane. There's another hook in 4 seconds. He might just do it again. Okay, he'll be able to get hooked again.
He's not going to kill him, but he's not around. He went for the second hook and he got it.
This is a brutal start, I would say, for Toronto Tokyo. He
Try and hook him again.
Another.
Dude, if he gets him again.
Do it.
Nah, he's not going to try. Oh, he is!
He got him!
He got him again!
He got him!
He got him again! It won't kill him, but my goodness, he just hit pretty much 3 hooks off cooldown. So I tell you what, if a punch is doing that in your pub, the game's over. This guy's a god.
Yeah, well, look, that game over might have happened at that moment, but what a fantastic play. I can't believe it. Everyone overlooks like how good a carry punch can still be in the right hands. And I mean, 3 for 3 hooks before the creep wave even meets that Seb.
Oh, these were some style points for sure. You know, I think some heroes are more stylish than others to play. You know, you farm the skill shots and the aura. That was definitely one of these, 3 of these actually. And the fact that you're able to hook in the fog a few seconds after they're in the fog of war, so you're like reading their mind and predicting their movement, I think is even nicer. So like, no, it's impressive. I think this like the core. It's kind of the things that kind of hook you to Dota in the beginning. I think, you know, these like Dota mechanics where it's like pure skill and pure unpredictability, and that was one of them. So you'd like to see it.
T feels like he's just on edge right now. He doesn't want to say anything. He doesn't want to put his foot in his mouth.
The tension is building up. I can feel it.
The tension is building, and I feel like I don't want to leave anyone hanging any longer. Whilst we've had fun of recapping yesterday, I like to start the day with a little bit of a game with my panelists. You gotta loosen up, build, whether it's tension, synergy, whatever it is. And so I see you guys have some beautiful stacks of chips in front of you. This is your chance to potentially grow those stacks, or maybe not have a stack by the end of this, because we're going to play our very own version of Dota Jeopardy. That's right. It's going to be a full-on game show here. I prepared some categories. I prepared questions. I've also even prepared some helplines for you guys, all right? So I want you to know that you are able to, I haven't written them down. You're either able to ask me for a clue. That'll cost you 2 chips. You can go for a 50-50. Which will cost you 4 chips, or you can ask production for help, which will cost you 6 chips.
Goodness.
Who from production though?
It's all of production. It's
Okay,
like ask an
that's fine.
audience, but we don't have direct audience. So that's what you're able to do there. 3 different levels. I want to bring out the suitcase as well, so you know that there's a lot of chips still up for grabs, because this suitcase is still really full, by the way. You guys are really bad at guessing. So there's still plenty of chips. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot, all right? Are you guys ready for Jeopardy? How would you rank your chances?
I think...
Without knowing the categories.
I think they're decent. Okay, so do we have to say it as what as, or what is, and who is, and
No,
such?
I don't really care about that.
You don't care? Okay.
I have no idea. I'm terrible at all mini games, quiz games, so I'm expecting to lose.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you guys a piece of paper each, because I thought it was only fair that we play a question, like a warm-up question, to decide who goes first. And so this is going to be the nearest to. I'll give you a question. I don't expect you to actually know the answer to it. Whoever is closest to the number will get to pick the category first, okay? So our opening question is, in this Blast Slam, I don't even know how to ask this question. What is the most hero damage that has been dealt by one person in a game? And you'll get bonus points if you can tell me the team, player, and hero. That's 1 chip for each. I'm very generous with my chips this morning. Very generous. You guys are thinking hard. Remember, it's the highest. It's some amount of a record here at Blast Slam 4. You could write 3 things. It's hero and team. Team's another one.
Oh, team. Oh.
Yeah, which feels like a freebie, because you're going to guess a player. You should at least know what team they're on.
Yeah,
All right. T's got his. T's got his. Quinn's got yours. Seb, how you going? Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, you got yours. All right, you guys are going to reveal it all at the same time.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Seb's not ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, reveal it to the audience.
I did Yuma Heroic in the Gyrocopter comeback game where he bought the rapier, and I'm guessing around 71,000 damage.
Okay, I will give you a chip because it was Gyro. The hero was Gyro. It was not Yuma and it was not 71k.
Well, I have the same, but even more damage.
You get 1 because of Gyro.
Okay.
And I don't have anything.
But you have more. You got
Is it Tundra?
absolutely nothing. It is not Tundra. It's not Pure. It's not Muerta. And Seb, you are not the closest, actually. It is Quinn with the closest. So you get to pick the category. It was 101,000. So you were 9,000 off and you were only 3,000 off. So Quinn gets to start. So we could please bring up our lovely Jeopardy board. So our categories, our 4 categories: heroes in other languages. Portmanteaus, if you don't know what that is, that's 2 words mashed together, like the word brunch is breakfast and lunch. The portmanteau is brunch.
Okay.
Poorly described items, and Blast Slam 4. There are 4 categories here. So Quinn, obviously 1 chip is going to be the easiest, 8 chips is going to be the most difficult question. So if you would like to go ahead and pick a category.
If we get it wrong, do we lose the chips?
I wasn't going to do that, but maybe I will. Depends on how badly you get it wrong.
Okay, I'll do Blast Slam 4 for 1.
You're going to do which one, sorry?
Blast Slam 4 for 1.
Okay, Blast Slam 4 for 1. If we could please bring up that question. It is, which team is in 6th place at the moment?
What? That's for 1?
Yep. We just had the group standings. We literally just had them on screen.
Think about it, boss. You got this. Lock in. Only millions of
You
variations.
gotta be fast, all right? We've got a lot of questions and
What
not
the
a lot of time.
Navi?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wow.
That is very impressive. All right,
Quinn is good at games. Okay.
pull the board back up. You get to pick the category yet again.
Give me Blast Slam for 2.
Okay, Blast Slam for 2.
Did you
What
just keep
hero?
going until you get it wrong? Is
Yeah,
that how it
that's
works?
how you
Ah, okay.
Which hero has the highest win rate with more than 10 games played at this Blast Lab?
Um,
I'm gonna hide this. I don't want to
I
answer.
can... Snapfire?
No.
So do we? How does
Yep.
that work? We
Now
get to go.
T, Seb, yeah. This is a free for all though. You get
All
first
right.
in.
Jakiro.
It's not Jakira.
Good then.
Gyrocopter?
It's not Gyrocopter. It's Bane. I feel like you're all.
yeah.
It was a tough one, so
White Monster's cooking.
Does it mean I keep control?
it does mean that you keep control.
Oh.
Give me portmanteaus for 2.
Portmanteau for 2. Okay, this is the second hardest portmanteau here. It's Yuri. Y-U-R-I.
Wait, what? Oh, we need to figure out the words.
Yeah, these are all Dota related, by the way. So you gotta figure out the 2 words.
This is so hard.
Yuri.
Yep.
What?
Y-U-R-I.
I have it.
Oh, what? Can they be players?
I'm not telling you anything.
Please. Is it Yuragi or something? Or Yuragi and heckin' Ari?
No, it's not.
Yuma and Ari?
It is. That's 2 for you. Is it 2? It was 2, right?
it was two, it was two.
All right, now Sam, you get to control the board.
Okay.
It was Yuma and Ari. They're all gonna be related to players, things, obviously in this tournament, in this game at the moment.
I can switch category, right?
You can go to any category, any points you want.
Heroes in other languages for 2.
Okay, heroes in other languages for 2. The thing is, this is really difficult because I thought we were gonna show this on screen. And we're not, and I can't say this, so this is gonna be this.
Okay.
I don't know why
No,
we thought
no,
this was.
give it your
I thought
best
there was
shot.
gonna be visual aid to this.
Just do it. It's fine.
I can't. I genuinely am almost.
Can
too
you
embarrassed.
zoom in on
I
the-
will. Here, I'll just copy it.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And sorry, I just gotta. I'm really struggling. I'm choking.
I can say it.
No, you really can't
I
actually.
can give my best shot.
Apparently, I don't know how to use this. Guys, can you just pick another category, Seb? We'll come back to this one.
It has to be another category, not
Yep,
another
I'm
chip.
gonna work on this one.
Okay, then I'm going for... I am going for... Alright, let's go for Blast Slam 4 and for 4 chips.
Blast Slam 4 for 4 chips.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, he's going for the hardest one. How many times has Helm of the Dominator been bought this tournament?
Oh, come on.
You did go for the hardest.
What is 8? Okay, how many times? I have no idea. We've played more than 50 games. It was maybe bought once per game in average. Was it ever bought twice? It could have been. I'll go with 43.
43. No, unfortunately.
Oh, what a surprise! It's not
crazy. 34.
30, no,
56.
no. You were the closest step, so I'll at least give you 2.
Thank you, thank you.
That was a really tough question.
What
was the answer?
It was 47.
It was. Come on, that was a pretty decent guess.
That was a good guess.
Yeah, it was a
Okay.
really good guess.
Okay.
It does mean no one got it though, so you still control the board. if you'd
Okay,
like
can I
to.
go back to the first category?
I
or
think
do
you
I
can.
hold?
Do we have that ready, production? Because it's okay. No, you got to pick one more, and then we'll come back.
Okay,
to it.
one more.
Sorry.
You know, the third category is just sadder now. Like a poorly described item for 1.
Okay, poorly described item for 1. Most broken item in the game.
Rapier?
No,
BKB.
no,
Dom?
no.
Most
It's
broken.
poorly
Oh, it's
described.
poorly.
It is almost as if a very low MMR person chose the description of this.
It's like an item that is probably physically broken. I'm
Shadow
helping
Blade?
everybody.
Yeah.
No, no. No, I like that you're still guessing. No, it's 4-staff.
Oh my God! Pick on her.
That's you. That's your quote.
I didn't think about that. I mean, you keep control, doggone.
Yeah,
Okay,
off you go,
okay.
Wait,
boss.
I think we have it ready. Do we have the heroes in other languages ready? We need 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Okay, I'll go for the
Maybe
poorly
you could-
described item for 2.
You're gonna what, sorry?
Poorly described item for
Okay,
2.
poorly described item for 2. This is why cores should carry dust.
Sorry, can you say again?
This is why cores should carry dust.
Why core should carry dust? Glimmer cape?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That felt easier than the first one.
The chips. I'm starting to like where this is going.
That was
Okay.
he's
I'm
on- yeah.
getting no chips today, brother.
Was that 20 seconds though? Or
Was it 20 seconds? Production, are we ready? Because apparently we cannot count, but we can answer questions.
So sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
It was 19 seconds, but I think they're ready for it.
nice.
Would we be able to please bring
Oh,
up...
hold. Oh, wait. We have our beautiful.
Oh,
There
you
we
just
go.
wrote it down. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, well, this is not going to work for all the other languages if we're going to have to wait for this. Okay, this is... I'll show it to the... to
yeah, show it to the.
why do you...
Which
okay,
one is
you
it?
Wrote it? It's this one. It's this side. That's it.
Clockwork.
Okay, well, I guess. Thank you for the pronunciation, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and guess clockwork.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wait,
Language,
you'll get
right?
a bonus one if you guess the language.
Okay, I can maybe do that. Can you show me again how it's spelled?
I'll show you.
It looks Nordic. I want to say. I would maybe go ahead and say. I'll go ahead and say Danish.
Yeah, that was a really tough
Okay,
one.
give me the
That was
chip.
so easy.
You might just give me the
That was-
case if you want to buy some
just
time. Give me the
clockwork.
case already.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, this is
All
rough.
right,
This is rough.
you're still controlling it.
Yep.
Taking 8s, you can give us control.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go for 8 and first category for 8. I don't know if you're ready for that. I'm pretty hype about the languages.
Wait, which one are you going for, sorry?
The 8, the porty, you know
The portmanteau?
No.
Wait, what?
It's heroes in other languages for 8.
Oh, heroes in other languages for 8. Okay, wait, I think I can actually do this one now. I gotta just... Can you guys tell a story for like 4 seconds?
The story?
Yeah.
It's the story of a guy that enters a bar.
This might be better than the actual content I've
So a
played.
horse comes up to
Okay.
the bar. Just why the long face?
No, it's a guy. No, actually.
Here we go.
I
I can
can't
show
do
it
that.
to...
It was a good story? No, not so good.
All right, this is it.
Missing the end.
This is your language for 8.
Okay.
You can read that.
Got real heckin' close.
You're eventually
What?
gonna have to show it to me.
You can't read that? That's
come
so
on.
well zoomed in.
Wait. Tian Kyung. Oh,
I've got a good guess.
I also have a guess.
wait. You guys have.
I gotta
guessed.
guess. I gotta guess. I'm locking
okay,
one
let
in
me- Can I see it?
Okay. Okay, we're gonna be faster apparently.
Okay. I'll just say Shadow Fiend.
No, unfortunately.
Anti-mage.
No.
I was gonna guess anti-mage. Puck.
No, it's not. It's Arc Warden.
Okay.
Oh my
Impossible.
god. Closest in the alphabet.
All right, how many more guesses we got?
Let's bring up the board. Let's go through it. Come and step next category.
Okay, I'll go for 8 and I'll choose a poorly described item for
Fully
8.
described items for the hardest one for 8. Okay. They had no vision. It's either hacks or a smurf.
They had no vision. It's either hacks or Smurf.
Just guess. Just guess an item.
I have no guesses. I'm actually passing.
Okay, T.
Gem.
No.
What is wards?
Can I do another guess?
Sure.
Smoke.
It's Blink Dagger.
What is that? I don't understand.
That's the point. That's why it's so difficult.
Okay.
Okay. Do you guys want to do one last one and then we're going to do Final Jeopardy?
Okay.
Portmanteaus.
Okay. Go for it.
Eight
Which
portmanteaus.
one? 8 for
Yeah.
portmanteau? Okay, Antor is the word. A-N-T-O-R is how you spell it.
Antor.
Anti-mage and centaur. Oh, sorry. My
Not
bad.
your guess, brother.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's not.
It was a
my
good
bad.
guess, it
Sorry.
was a good
Sorry.
guess.
I forgot the game.
Under
start
the
a
time
bit.
pressure, I can't come up with anything. Antor. I guess we can all be guessing. I need time to think about this one. Anti-mage and centaur was a bad guess. That's surprising.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I was
no.
worried. I thought you were just flaming me. I was like,
No, it was a really good
Yeah,
guess.
thank you.
Antor.
I'll narrow it down. It's objectives in the Dota game.
We haven't been using our help.
You haven't been, so you could.
I don't know if we
Okay,
got time for
I'm-
that. We gotta heckin' pop off.
Can I use help?
What do you want?
Which one's the cheapest one? Which one's
I have a guess.
Me giving you a clue, but I just gave you a clue.
Ancients and Tormentor.
It is Ancient and Tormentors! See, I think you actually genuinely deserve 2, 4,
myself
6, 8. There's all
No,
8.
no. I
Nope,
mean, it
you
was
get 'em.
Seb's guess, so I feel kind of bad. So.
Well, I
You-
have
you give
one
me- all right, I'll
last.
say- I'll say the shit.
No,
I
actually,
do
you're
have-
so
wait,
far ahead.
guys, I have one last question for you guys. This
Yeah.
is worth 4 coins, all right? Do you know what our next matchup is?
Spirit versus mouse. It's not?
Wait, it's not?
Is it?
I thought it was.
That's the beauty of the best of ones. It doesn't matter who's playing next, is because we're going to see them all at some point.
Isn't
So even though
Spirit's
Quinn didn't
MOUZ?
get it right, it's a banger game.
We're going to show you the schedule. That's what we're going to do. I thought these guys were going to be able to rattle off the whole schedule for us, but let's bring it up, production, please, so that we know who is right, who deserves those 4.
Wait, what?
I just want to see if you were, yeah. I needed him to double down.
Thank you.
He said it like not as if he was convinced for it, but it is going to be Spirit and MOUZ. You guys can see all 6 of our best of ones that are remaining left here on the A stream. There is, of course, still 6 more best of ones happening over on the B stream if you want to go see those other matchups. But right now, yeah, we get to focus on and see all the fun that is going to be Spirit up against MOUZ.
Fly. Gets the initiation, big kill. Kills Phantom. Ooh, at the same time, though, Evo gets jumped, and he's gonna win this matchup when it comes to a man fight every time. Final couple of hits. Oh, we got him a Lotus Orb. He takes off the sticky napalm stacks, and there's the damage. Ultra Rampage. Mid-one lost that fight, so up to Chrysalis now to try and end the game here. This time around, there's gonna be no Dooms, and there's gonna be extra Ravages. Boom. He was able to shake off that Doom from earlier, get the double Ravage to end the game.
We had to have fun playing our game here on the desk, and of course now the game that we're all waiting for is a game of Dota. It's MOUZ up against Spirit, and our draft has just begun. A couple of bans already underway. Slaughter, Marcy, Nature's Prophet, and Nargasiren are going to be the big ones taken out of the pool.
I'm curious if Spirit goes back to the well on the Timbersaw, because they picked it once, they lost, but it's sort of like the flavor of the last 2 days. And so I wonder if they're gonna stick to it and try and make it work, make it become a band like Tundra and Falcons, or if they're like, screw it, whatever, we'll play our Spirit style.
They also did manage to beat it, right, with the gyro opener. So maybe they would. I think they won the last game, right? They lost 1 to Falcons, and then they did it again, and it worked, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they also think that they can just bait people into the Timber. What I like is Spirit giving respect to MOUZ here with the Tusk and Pudge bans. Like these are, I mean, Tusk is less unconventional, but Pudge really is. And it's one of MOUZ's favorite, and Spirit just go ahead and, respect ban it.
In regards to like the big building blocks for Spirit, they've utilized MOUZ, they've utilized Slada, Nargasiren, Timber, all banned or picked now in the start of the draft. So we are going to see a different opening from Spirit at least. I think there has been like 1 less game, but it wasn't successful for them.
I think it's interesting that they just, like, this is clearly just full prep. Like, they instant snap Abaddon. So clearly they know MOUZ is going to pick Mars, and they think Abaddon is the best response. I think it's interesting whenever it's just full prep, and it's not like you don't see it and you think about it and you make a decision. It's like, no, they sat down last night and they were like, we're going to do this if they do that. And they pick Mars, we pick Abaddon instantly, like 0 seconds.
It makes sense, right? Abaddon will kind of threaten a lot of the Mars gameplay. Mars wants to be able to localize the fight, and Abaddon doesn't care. He's going to walk in, he's going to put Mars on a timer. Are you using Arena? Are you blinking out? It really doesn't, it does kind of threat the timing. So yeah, overall, so far, so good for Spirit.
On MOUZ's side, I think if you don't ban Chen, you're gonna have to play against it, I would assume. It's a very good hero for Spirit. The melee support heroes that are usually played against Chen, most of them are getting banned. Tusk is out, Pudge is out. I think Spirit could go ahead, ban Bounty Hunter, and just pick Chen. And I think it's gonna round out the draft really, really well for them, and would put MOUZ, I think, in a very tough spot if they don't respect it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I wonder how comfortable MOUZ is playing against it, because they do pretty much exclusively play melee force, which is generally what you want against Chen. They gank the safe lane a lot. They sort of run around and cause shenanigans. So I wonder if it's because they haven't banned it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's something that they're chill with, if they feel like their identity and the way they play the game matches up well against it.
And this Night Stalker ban means they're setting up against it. Like I was saying yesterday, there is a trend in pro teams about how Night Stalker counters Chen, which it doesn't directly, but it's a laning phase abuse where Chen cannot stop the Night Stalker from getting XP, and then they're tri-laning the safe lane during nighttime, which makes it extra hard for the Chen's off-laner to deal with that pressure. So by banning Night Stalker, this means, we're gonna give you the... Or maybe they actually want the Chen themselves, Moth, but I think Team Spirit picks
Spirit
first,
will
right?
pick out a phase, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so...
Spirit have it if they want it.
Risky bet if that's what they're going for, because they could just be... It could just be stolen.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Spirit gives it to MOUZ. I think they'll probably either pick it or ban it. I think it's also possible to go for something like Snapfire or something along these lines. It's more generic, just like nukes, etc.
Good for both teams, the Snapfire.
For sure. I think there's definitely a world where Spirit just bans one and takes the other, regardless of which one it is. I imagine they're considering something along those lines right now because they're picking a support at a phase, most likely. So
Yamich has played Tusk, Pudge a lot. He's played Bounty Hunter. He's also played Monkey King position 4 and Snap. So out of the meaty guys, if he faces Chen, Bounty seems to be his next go-to. It's not amazing against Abaddon, but you know, it's more about how the map is played rather than the hero-to-hero interaction.
Yeah, I think the puck ban is an indicator that they're maybe looking to pick Lau's hero blind in this next phase, kind of preemptively setting up that protection, especially because they do have last pick in the draft and they want to keep that Abaddon flexibility alive. And the points you made with Chen, like these are low lockdown heroes, and yeah, I can see. Pretty solid ban, but it still opens up the bounties that you already mentioned.
They take the snap themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the Bounty Hunter is in the pool for Spirit as well, so maybe both teams calling each other's bluff a little bit, saying, we feel like this Chen's a little overrated, we feel like Bounty's a good enough response, and like, now you pick it, now you pick it, now you.
Yeah, very interesting. And we also mentioned yesterday that, you know, Falcons, we've seen them flex the Abaddon and put it on position 3 on MR, and I mean, if Falcons, if it looks bad under, you know, under Falcons' hands, then it's just maybe not a very good option. So this Aba, it is flex in a way, but maybe it isn't as flex as that. Like, it actually cripples your draft if you have to put it on position 3. So,
but Collapse has won a competitive game on it, unlike Amar, where he's 0-6 or something.
True. But it's just hard to see how this Abaddon can contribute to the game besides the classic, you know, Radiance into farm, into scale, into essentially become a problem. It's kind of hard to pivot from that and find like a middle ground.
I wonder what core Spirit is taking in the next couple of picks, because the Puck ban is a bit strange, because I think Abaddon is typically a pretty good core against Puck. You can just purge off the Witchblade, and Puck is low damage and sort of slow fights, and Abaddon is very good in those fights at mitigating Puck stuff. So I'm not sure what they're going for that would leave them so vulnerable to Puck.
Ench Monkey maybe? Okay, the reason for MOUZ going for Ench Monkey here was I was thinking of a flexible core whilst also locking in Celery's Comfort Hero. You then get to utilize the last pick in the second phase. Again, they don't want to go for it, but they go for a Tiny.
Yeah, this is most likely Yamich hero, I would assume. Like Tiny +4. They're really comfortable playing double melee. Kind of old Tundra style, you know, Saxa 33, playing double melee, manipulating the lane, just, you know, playing for stacks, playing for other lanes, and just kind of dodging the 2 versus 2, which is a good approach when you play versus Abaddon. Like, there's no such thing as beating Abaddon on lane. This hero is just infinite resources and infinite damage block. It's just hard to kind of face him.
Yeah. The thing is with double melee though, I feel like you need your position 5 to also want to join the map, because if your 4 is leaving the lane quite early, if your 5's locked into a battle, then you can feel like you don't have as many resources in certain matchups. So I really like when teams have double melee off lane with a really strong safe lane, and then suddenly it's like your 4's rotating comfortably, your 5's won the top lane. I want to see that early map play from MOUZ, and they did utilize it beautifully in their series yesterday.
I think it's really strange that they use so much time during that period. They're down to maybe 25 seconds reserve time to pick 2 supports that I mean, the Dazzle is very strange. I don't think MOUZ... I can't remember MOUZ playing it a single time this tournament.
No.
I also think it's quite bad against Abaddon because you just purge off Poison Shield. And like Dazzle's once again is a long fight hero, but playing long fights against Abaddon without high damage, which Dazzle's pretty much 0 damage, is a very strange path to take. And they took so much time to do it. So I wonder what their rationale is.
Is the argument that they already have quite a lot of protection with their opening, where the Mars with his positioning, Tiny with the toss saves or avalanche control, like they have a way that Team Spirit's damage is damage over time, right? Abaddon wants to Radiance Burn you, right-click you, Snapfire wants Mortimer Kisses. If Dazzle's able to play behind the heroes that she has in front already, then just chill, press buttons. Like, I can see some logic, but it feels punishable. It doesn't feel like a big gotcha pick.
And they actually did not touch this Dazzle hero in a really long time, MOUZ, at all, even online. So maybe there's like a combo. Like, you know, when you have 18 pick and you pick Dazzle here, I can only think you have like an 18 kind of got you pick that synergizes really well with Dazzle, that like uses Grave well, and then I like it. If it's not that, I don't think I like that pick. I also kind of, I'm trying to think why is Chen just completely ignored. It looks pretty good to me, especially for Spirit. The Pango pick, very good. Open, like it's an amazing pick for Spirit here because it's open for both Larn and Collapse. It's very good against Dazzle, like good against Mars because you trade the roll for Arena. I mean, you ignore that spell, and it's gonna allow to kind of get to the Dazzle and make sure he doesn't cast his spells in a timely manner, which is... Dazzle is a hero that you have to respect. You can't just pretend that he's not in the game. He has to die. He has to, you know, get attacked so that he doesn't press his spells properly.
It also gives reason for the puck ban earlier, where it's like you're picking Pangolier, who, you know, coil in the lane can be annoying. I know Quinn's mentioned it's not the worst matchup, but still, it's like it's not that perfect hard lockdown across their draft so far.
I think the Dazzle is also interesting from this perspective that I don't think Celery is a player who plays backline heroes that often. He's generally plays more tanky, sort of beefy heroes that are in the midst of the fight. He plays Enchantress, he plays Chen, he plays Io. He's like, he's not so much of a backline saver player generally. You don't think of him about Winter Wyverns or Dazzles, things like this, right? And so I think it's also just sort of stylistically an interesting, you know, like path to take.
What if MOUZ is setting up for mid one to get like a counter on the mid lane, like a Huskar, a Necrophos, Leshrac type, throw the hero into the middle of the fight, and then that's where the Dazzle has a bit more purpose. The Tiny, the Mars, they're all amplifying mid one now.
I mean, now the Dazzle makes a lot of sense, and it's a very scary pick because you know, now they did this kind of grave into 18 hero that abuses it. Dazzle Huskar notoriously, like, very notorious combo. You know, I'm not gonna, you know, I remember, I think OG we lost to TNC TI6 to Dazzle Huskar. It's like this is definitely what you could call cheese, you know, because these two heroes can like 2v5 at some point in the game. If you don't have the right tools, they're literally gonna win the game alone. They don't even need Mars and Tiny to enter the team fight. So very scary to be respected. You need, like, you know, heal, stopping mechanisms. You need to get on top of the Dazzle, need to make sure he dies, and etc. You have to respect this combo.
I think it's also very possible it's Huskar safe lane. They've played it a couple times, and Crystallis is about as big of a Huskar player as they come. They played it a couple of times, and I think, I don't know how much you want to drag waves, especially against Dazzle. Maybe their idea that Dazzle is preventing wave dragging, and then Huskar makes the laning insanely miserable. Pango cannot lane against Huskar in lane.
So is the idea that Huskar follows the Pango no matter what, but then they have to like find an open pick?
They would need another
pick?
True Flex, one that they can then see what Spirit picks and permaflex it. That could possibly be their idea. I think it's a bit strange to, like, if you're, because the thing is they picked Dazzle before Pangolier, right? And so if they're preempting this, Huskar is really bad against a bad. It's one of like the worst core matchups because he just mans up when he hits you and you lose all your regen, and then you cannot man fight him.
What if Spirit utilize the offlane to not play the lane, like a Primal Beast? Collapse can just pull waves behind the tier 2. Itemization-wise, you have Ags, you have Shivas, ways to maybe punish the Huskar later on, and then you can create tri-lanes elsewhere to try and push the Abaddon quicker into the game. Because do you think Spirit want to play this lane, or do you think they're going to try and dodge the lane?
Okay, there's the True Flex.
Yeah.
I think it's
cool. Very cool.
I'm honestly a bit surprised that Spirit didn't ban Monkey King or something along these lines, because I think this is an annoying problem for Spirit to look at, because Monkey King and Huskar eliminate a lot of mid heroes you can pick.
I think the only way you approach this is you pick a hero that can lane against both Huskar and Monkey mid, and you just sack your Pango 3. I mean, Pango 3 is not that hard to make work, especially with the help of a Snapfire. Like, he's gonna get bullied a little bit, but he's gonna get what he needs. Now the question is, which mid hero can lane against Huskar and Monkey?
That hero lanes against both of them.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing as well with the Tiniers and the Monkey, it's like it also could have been the mid flex as well. Like, they had support core flex throughout all 3 heroes.
How bad is it for Huskar and Monkey, this one? Okay, it's a mid one Monkey. Do you agree with that decision to send the Monkey instead of the Huskar?
I think both of these lanes are actually playable. For like Huskar and Monkey can both chill against Sniper if you know the matchup well enough. The Sniper is a weird hero because I think the hero kind of sucks. His builds and the way he joins the game are very strange, and the hero is also incredibly bad against Mars and Tiny. So it's very much like he either needs to AFK farm and get super fat and they play around Roche timings, things like this, or I think there's also an Ags build going on right now. You rush Ags on Sniper and you play more of this tanky beefy boy, so you don't like care about getting jumped as much.
One cool thing about Sniper is just with the shard, the grenade, you have some kiting, the pike kiting. Like, it's not as squishy as Snipers of the past, but there's still a target on his back in the game where MOUZ have multiple forms of jump to kill him off quickly.
And Arena too, because that doesn't work against Arena.
Yeah.
But I think Lard is a very good sniper player, right? I think he's a big sniper spammer. So he's one of these players that enjoyed the hero a lot. So if they pick it, he probably kind of gave the green light on, no, it's a good hero, you can pick it. He has an Abaddon to also help him. I do want to mention, I think it's a pretty tough Monkey game. There's going to be a lot of weight on Migwan because, it's not easy to deal with these heroes as Monkey.
I mean, you jump in incorrectly into a fight, Snapfire and Jakiro will happily punish you in the early to mid game until you have like a BKB, maybe like a Mage Slayer or something. Like, you are just going to be comboed down from poor positioning. And I think MOUZ, they have shown throughout previous games, their positioning isn't perfect. They are still a very good team, but there's moments where they can make some mistakes, and Spirit's lineup will happily capitalize on that. One wrong initiation, the counterplay is very strong with them.
Any other final thoughts about this one from you, Quinn? Because it's like, yeah, we can look at this on paper, but we do have to factor in, yes, it is MOUZ playing this lineup, and it is Spirit with their hands on what feels like a lot of comfort.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at if I'm including the teams, not just the drafts, I'm favoring Spirit. I think they've been better laners and more consistent in the early game, and I think if you fall behind with this sort of these low damage heroes on MOUZ, it can become a problem. Huskar also is just unreal volatile.
All right, well, let's see. MOUZ, they need to be able to transition a good laning phase if that's what they're able to get for themselves, because they're coming up against Spirit.
Final day of the group stage, and both of these teams are in pretty prime position. Well, maybe not prime position, because neither one of them is top 2 right now. Team Spirit is close if they can close out the day without a loss. And other teams, such as Falcons, end up tripping up a little bit, then they may end up in a tied position, and they could still get themselves that instant ticket to Singapore. But that is kind of out of their control. All they can focus on is beating the cheese ahead, Avery.
Yeah, there's a decent amount in this game. MOUZ are no strangers to the cheese. They have a wide cheese buffet. They like to dabble in it. They got the, you got to think about the Pudge. You got to think about the Huskar, the mid Brood, the mid Bat Rider. Feels like mid one has become a big cheese player over all the years, and expanding his hero pool, all the roles he's played. He played carry for a little bit. So this guy kind of plays it all. Then you got Crystals with his cheese hero pool, right? You got to think about these Monkey Kings, the Bloodseeker, the Razors. He'll play the Huskar. So this team's got it all, man. Really difficult team to draft against and not get cheesed in some capacity. And that's why we see the sniper pick, just trying not to get run over in this laning phase and not give too much momentum to this Huskar pick that was kind of nasty in the lane setup.
Yeah, I think that's it is quite funny that Seb refuses to call many heroes and strategies cheese, but this one he said, okay, this is definitely cheese. Huskar, Dazzle. That's
well, it's because he lost to it at TI. So he's a little. If he lost to a TI, it's not good. It's just cheese at that point. That's
right. Of course.
I mean, this is a nasty combo. It really is. Even if you have counters, you can sometimes just power through it. And
they just powered through the Mars pretty easily. Jakiro, Abaddon, the double melee matchups. I like that they were talking about that. How comfortable MOUZ is with that. But it seems like not comfortable enough.
Just a bad death. There's no way you should die level 1 to this lane. But Boom will give it up when the creeps were being pulled by Yamich. A little extra gold into Panto's pocket. So early boots for the Jakiro perhaps. Not going to make the double melee lane any more enjoyable. So Spirit off to a pretty good start across all the lanes. I think this Pango lane is the one you probably don't have super high expectations for. But these other two, you can work them, right? You have a winning matchup mid, you have a winning matchup top. Just a matter of how much you can extract from these two lanes to build an early lead. And the bigger the early lead you build, the easier it's going to be to deal with this Huskar when it comes around to the Roche fights, the mid game, all of that.
Yeah, Panto is... He's having a good time up here. He's pretty much swinging on melee heroes the entire time. Laurel's going to come up the river to try and help out, but the TP will be successful. Laurel, who is also enjoying his lane, opted for an Orb of Frost on the sniper to punish Midwan that much more.
Nice little pickup. You get an Orb of Corrosion. It's going to be good in the game for the healing reduction no matter what. You kind of wanted it in this game versus the Huskar and the Dazzle heal, the Monkey heal. The heal reduction items are something Spirit can think about at some point. If you can fit them in the lineup.
Who's getting the Spirit Vessel? Who's getting a Shiva's eventually? A Scotty?
They don't have the greatest Shiva's buyers, so I doubt we'll see that. Vessel-wise, you could get it on one of these supports if they're having a very good game. I guess offlane Pango can buy it, but I think that build-up is just way too awkward for the hero. Scotty could come out on Sniper way later on, but otherwise you're just kind of dealing with Orb of Corrosion. Maybe some late game Bloodthorns and just lock some heroes down.
Doesn't, Ben also has That's what his innate does.
Yep.
Affected enemies have their health restoration reduced by 35%.
Yeah, so this is what Quinn was talking about. This matchup is just the one it's a built-in heal reduction, which is really nice here. So you combine that with like Orb Corrosion, it's enough to get some decent value in these fights. Mid matchup starting to heat up now. That level, level 5 and 6 for the sniper against these melee heroes. It's so tough to stand against the shrapnels. If you can survive them, then I don't think the sniper's too scary of a hero. You just don't want to give this hero early kills and let him get to some fast fighting item and run away with the map.
And your side lanes are too locked in to really punish the sniper as he gets pretty aggressive. Plays on the other side of the river, but Yamich is too busy trying to do pulls. That way Boom can kind of get through the lane. And it's not like Dazzle's going to be rotating out of his Huskar lane too much.
Only the Tiny you can move. If the sniper plays up super far, you can look for that TP in the mid with the Tiny and to like have a toss back under tower. But that's why this pressure up top is a big point of attack for Spirit, because the more they wither down Boom, the more they force Yamich to stick around and try and help him out. So this is all giving the sniper that true 1v1 vacuum, as well as punishing this Mars. So super valuable for Spirit here.
Boom dropping the bracer before he pops his magic stick. Needs extra little bit of help to get through this lane. And that help may just come in the form of the Monkey King, who's trickering his way up the lane right now.
Just not the time to gank it, though.
Immediately.
The lane's super far in, so there's no way Spirit are just going to sit under the tier 1. You cannot dive this duo with attack speed slows from Jakiro, especially.
Yeah, let's be real. This is just Midwan looking for an excuse to leave his lane. He's like, I don't want to be there anymore, man. Somebody let me go somewhere else.
It's also just holding all his skill points. Like, no Jingu leveled yet. Holding on to triple points here. Kind of deciding what he wants to put him in, what he wants to do, because getting Jingu is not guaranteed in this early game.
No, sir.
Might just rather have some extra Primal Spring points to farm jungle or some stacks or something if the lane gets really bad. Huskar winning out though. Top net worth, Crystals right now. Free farming bottom, which is what you want if you're MOUZ. Your other two lanes can kind of do whatever, right? It's just a bunch of melee stunner dudes. This game's about the Huskar Dazzle, what the Huskar accelerates into, collapses. He's not doing much better than Boom. In fact, he's doing arguably worse.
TP's out, is successful, will not die to the damage over time. The 6-minute power rune is going to be snagged by Rue. He gets a regeneration, and they put their damage on a Midwan immediately. Flood grenade, double slowed by the shrapnel, the assassination shot. Nice dodge there from Midwan. Is it enough for him to survive? He jumps away into the trees, levels up the tree dance so he can get away midway through all these attacks.
Super well played. I mean, you have to get both of those very small things at the exact right time. To dodge, you have to dodge assassinate, you have to primal spring with the level up out of the damage ticks that Jakiro's trying to put on you. So big survival there from Midwan, wasting a lot of Spirit's time, and their time getting wasted is time this Pango is suffering collapse. He's level 3 at almost the 7-minute mark. He's gonna have to take this Wisdom Shrine. He might get it by default because he's barely higher level than Panto.
You know what's also clutch? He got his level 6. Like, he got just enough last hits that he's gonna get his level 6, so he's gonna go for the Wisdom Shrine with his Wukong's command play, where it's like, you drop it, okay, what are you gonna do? You're gonna walk into this? Probably not. The best you could do if your team Spirit is punish, but they can't even get that. So double Wisdom Shrines, big pickup for MOUZ.
This is huge. Again, you're looking at a super low offlaner here in this Pangolier, whereas Boom he's gonna hit 6 off this top wave. Like, early lane was rough, but honestly, he's done completely fine up here, especially with Jakiro leaving the lane.
Yeah, frankly, it just looks like MOUZ are a lot more comfortable with bad matchups in that regard. TP away from Chrysalis is not going to make it here. a cookie to stop him. Team Spirit with a heavy rotation like this gets one core, and now gonna run down Celery as well. Yamich, he's got his combo. They can toss back in here. Beautiful toss, avalanche combo with the big hit from the Boundless Strike. Almost wipes out 3 immediately, and now Boom can come in with the arena and collapse. He thought this was gonna be a moment of recovery for him, a moment to get some levels, and instead he's matched by the enemy offlaner who's 2 levels up on him.
Dude, Mid One has played this game beautifully. Getting just enough off mid, surviving that gank means he's level 6. You get the Wisdom Shrine, you create a level disparity. Spirit go for this kind of all-in early game play to try and get their Pango some extra experience. They feel like they have the numbers. The Monkey King's down here. Primal Spring into the strike, lands on everybody. Just a beautiful counterplay from MOUZ.
Yeah, 2 perfect from Yamich to set that up in the first place. Back into real time, Boom went through the gate, and Team Spirit tried to catch him, and he somehow managed to juke him out. He had gone all the way back to his tower. They still went for the tower dive, but it's not good enough. Celery with the save, popped his ultimate, got the Shallow Grave off, then turned his damage back around on Panto to allow Mid One to get that kill. Celery will die at the hands of Yatoro. Can Mid One get away? Not looking good. Another trickery dodge. Another Wukong command. Yatoro still has his borrowed time. He just wants to stick onto Mid One if possible. Changing the guard, tops into the trees, and next to Yamich, Mid One should be fine now. And
he's just
even
so
if there's a
elusive.
shrapnel, he could be tossed away.
And he did end up going for the 4 points Primal Spring. So he's not building Jingu, but honestly, this build has worked out for him here because some of these heroes are tough to man fight even if you had Jingu anyway, and he's getting the kills. 1-0-4. He is making it work. This is like classic Mid One. He does some weird thing you might not expect, but he makes it work and just catches opponents off guard. Like, they're probably not expecting him to be this survivable, this elusive, having this good of a game against the sniper pick. He's right up there.
I kind of feel like I'm watching Maureen right now.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
3-man smoke. Boom. Ready to make another play with an arena. And Sniper is a pretty easy hero to gank if you can get up the hill to catch him. Unfortunately, Rue was there to block out the smoke, so they'll take that kill instead. Not what they were hoping to get, but a kill nonetheless, and control of the power rune. That is going to be Mid One with an illusion.
Really nice early game from MOUZ. I mean, they dealt with the sniper pick, they dealt with the double melee lane top. Boom is the most farmed core out of this early game somehow. Just really nice rotation bottom, gets another kill there. So whenever you have that double melee lane and that core is thriving, generally the game looks really good for you because these heroes will pay off later, right? You have a tiny support. He's only going to get stronger from here on out. Your Mars is only going to get stronger. So felt like MOUZ have gotten through some of the early game difficulties and are in a really solid position now.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid One scouting out some of the stacks, not too much, just a little double.
And the biggest thing is Spirit are just missing so many levels on this support duo. Level 4 Jakiro, level 5 Snapfire. They don't have macro, they don't have kisses. Very hard to go for any sort of aggressive play. It's not like you have the best setup in this game anyway either. I'm a little concerned about their draft integrity in terms of how do you initiate fights and get your support ults to have high impact if the sniper isn't just taking this game over, which he's clearly not. Yeah. All 3 of your cores kind of have to farm. They're all a bit static in terms of just sitting on lanes, getting to their item, and then your supports are just existing.
Collapse isn't going to give you that clean initiation anytime soon. He's still going the Diffuser Blade to build despite the hard time that he's had and continues to have. It feels like Team Spirit, with the rotations that they made early, wanted to break down the laning phase. But now it's 12 minutes in, we're still left in a Huskar versus Pango safe lane. And Mars, being in the same situation, is way happier being against the Abaddon. There's really no threat of him dying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's cruising towards this Blink Dagger. Nice little pickup for Laurel. Got to get something going for this sniper who's going the Ags build, but has kind of had a slow game. Normally you want him at the top of the pack when you're going this build, so you get it as fast as possible and you make some rotation to your off lane. You take a fight early, right when you get it. You start bringing some heroes down. I think that's when this build looks the best. From this position, I'm a bit more sus in terms of, is this going to pay off? Or is it just going to kind of be dead weight? Especially when you don't have the reliable playmaker to start fights. it's all on collapse in this game. And Pango, like you said, not the most reliable in that regard. And I also just don't think of it as a signature collapse hero. Dare I say that? But
yes, I agree.
it's just not. I don't see his face when I see Pango. You know, he's not a dishonest, dirty cheater like Quinn. So it's just a little different.
This is quite the large ancient stack for a lineup that doesn't clear it with any singular hero, but together.
Power of friendship
through it.
Yeah. I think that's what describes this MOUZ team, you know. Bonded by friendship and rejection from other teams.
I was about to say, I thought it was the power of spite, the power of being rejected from the other teams that you were on and coming together to prove that you weren't the problem.
I mean, like I said, that is a really strong uniting force. I'm serious. Do not underestimate these teams that have a sense of unity right off the bat. And that is definitely what this MOUZ squad has.
No, I think we all learned that in 2018.
Well, what happened in 2018?
Are you serious?
Power of friendship. That's where it all started.
The power of friendship, of course. It was all love, rainbow, and friendship.
Good handshakes on the main stage. Here's the defusal for the Monkey King. So this is time for MOUZ to attack. They have really good item timings on their cores.
Smoke's gonna break on the low ground. Still, Boom finds the initiation. Throws Panto down a well.
I got the D word though. Not too bad.
And they'll still keep control of their triangle camps that Laurel needs to finish up his Aghanim Scepter. Still needs another 1,800 gold for that. And it's MOUZ who will strike first on the objectives. They're going to take over this mid lane. Not too much Team Spirit can do with the position that they're in.
They do have defusal on the Pango, so in theory they can fight or look for the play on Crystallis. Maybe the bigger prize right now.
Oh yeah, he's completely isolated. The teleports are coming in, but they're going to be way too late.
That's an easy pickup. And we have Panto just rushing Ags. Brown Boots, Ags, Jakiro.
I thought Ags was trash. That's what you told me.
I didn't say it was trash. I just said it was overrated. Big difference.
Yutaro, much harder a kill to get. Levels up borrowed time. Midway through the tiny combo, so he actually gets a lot of HP back. Will it be enough? The cookie out from Rue, gets out of the Wukong's command, but no, a spear to the backside will finish him off, and now they'll chase down Rue as well. I guess that was the upside of the Huskar kill. They were so late to being able to get to the Huskar. The play happened so efficiently from Spirit that they didn't throw any extra hero kills away alongside the Huskar. Here, the Abaddon lingers, and they get an extra kill on Rue. As a result, both teams are going to push for the safe lane tower now.
The fighting from MOUZ continues to work out behind this Monkey King Mars. The Huskar hasn't really entered the game yet. Some of that's, you know, he had the bad death bottom, but he had the good laning phase, so he's still very farmed. He lost his courier with Sanj on it. That kind of sucks. But he can just go and Roche at any time in this game if MOUZ get a good fight around that area. So Spirit have to be a little careful at giving up any bad deaths of their own. And they also have to continue to look for stuff with this sniper. Not a hero you want to just AFK hit creeps.
Panto's baiting. He knows the Monkey King is here because he had a ward on the gates. Did he expect this much of a response though? Well, it's looking good. Mid one's gonna go down before Panto falls. This tank Jakiro with 1,600 HP. And Celery, well, he needs to get to Chrysalis right now because Chrysalis is dangerously low. They kill him before the Dazzle can get there with the Shallow Grave. The Dazzle was trying to help the Monkey King and fails to help either core in time. Good avalanche coverage, but Boom is still in trouble. And just like that, Team Spirit bring it all back. It felt like MOUZ, good control of the early game, better rotations, but one team fight from the Team Fight Masters. And now the game is back to even.
Such a nice setup there from Panto, just baiting them in. Make it seem like I'm just a lonely Jakiro. The whole team is coming. They get really good position around him. He doesn't even die. So this build has worked out beautifully. He's going to have an incredibly fast tags in this game, which could pay off here against some of the matchups. Like the fact that it switches it to pure damage, you get the slow against basically a quad melee lineup. You know, Huskar is effectively a melee hero. So you're working with 4 melee heroes going into this macro slow, the pure damage against the Huskar.
He even got the info on the ward because the Monkey King came through the game with the ward. And so he knew he placed it somewhere around the lane, dropped a sentry or two and found it.
I mean, he's giga rich. This is going to be like the fastest Jakiro Ags in the history of Dota 2. I'm not even exaggerating. It might be because nobody rushes this item. And if you do rush it, you rarely get it this fast. The build-up's pretty bad. It's rare that you survive early fights, as he has. Yeah, this is very interesting. Let's see if it works out this game. This will be a true test of this item's power.
You know, when you said that, I immediately jumped to like, oh, but Complexity used to do like core Jakiro, but he didn't have an axe back then.
Throw the cookie out, the throwback in.
Throw him into the Monkey King.
Yeah, there was no axe for Swindle Melons to build on those lineups, unfortunately.
Exactly.
No, maybe fortunate for him because he probably would have been dropping it to get the extra stick.
Oh no.
I mean, if you give me a chance to throw Kyle under the bus, I'm going to take it. Here's that Roshan from Crystallis. So that's the 1 kill in the bad area of the map you did not want to give away for your Spirit. Straight into the pit. They can't contest this, but they're a little slow getting here.
Yeah, the Monkey King is trying to make sure no one gets inside. Oh, Collapse almost gets there in time, but a shield crash doesn't get it far enough over the line. And now with the Aegis, they're going to push after. They manage to catch Laurel. Yamich has already thrown him back with the avalanche coverage. They've got him. The Bat tries to show up, help out, but nah, that emphatic shield is not going to undo the damage that has been done. And Panto, with his fresh Aghanim Scepter, doesn't get to use it.
That was such a clutch stun by Minwon. He boundless struck the Pango as he leapt in the pit. He gets that Aegis if he doesn't get stunned because Crystallis got bashed into the little shot from the sniper. But Minwon bails him out, leaves the Aegis for his carry. Crystallis gobbles it up, and now MOUZ are in control of this game, and their ball is online. They have Solar Crest on the Dazzle, 4 points Great, 4 points Heal. Celery has all the levels he needs. He will build the Holy Locket on top of it. There's going to be a lot of healing coming out from this guy. And you have a couple sources of healing reduction, but it's going to do some work with this Huskar on the front line, for sure.
Shallow grave lasts long enough for them to be able to very efficiently take Tormentor. So now you've got the shard for Celery, which is always nice. Good for if the Dazzle's being jumped, but right now it doesn't really feel that way just because MOUZ is the one leading the tempo of this game. Up 6K and with an Aegis in hand. Team Spirit are going to play behind their strongest hero right now, which is Yatoro with his Blink Radiance.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
That leaves them without a Wisdom Shrine to take, and that's where MOUZ headed off to. They did a little 3-man smoke after the Tormentor. Takes it, Collapse, here too late. Avalanche misses, but they will manage to get the jump into the silence. No shield crash for Collapse, and now about to strike, hitting 2 heroes. Wukong's command, they get him inside the arena too, so Yatoro is gonna find his borrowed time. If they can keep the stuns on him, they might just have him. In fact, they did. The Hex came out at a perfect time from Celery to combo the rest of the stuns, and he couldn't get the blink away.
Spirit did not have a read of that at all. Trickling in 1 by 1, they made the mid play. Nobody showed. You got to think about where they posted up right now if they're not defending this mid tower with an Aegis on a Huskar. There was nobody showing on the map. Maybe you guessed that Wisdom Shrine. They did not in time, and they pay a massive price feeding the lead here as the Huskar starts to snowball. He should claim this bottom tier 2 if he wants to stick around for it. And now there's a BKB on the Mars. There's a BKB 1,000 away for Minwon on this Monkey.
Yeah, how do we even do damage through BKBs with the Team Spirit lineup? You don't really have the best form to jump and chain disable to make sure he doesn't get off BKB. And once he does get off BKB, most of your damage is out the window.
It's not great. I mean, Pango, I guess, but Pango's not having the best game. You gotta land that Jakiro macro, you know, before they just go and stun him, throw out that macro.
You really want to go for Chrysalis here? He still has the Aegis. He still has a Dazzle behind him, though Celery in the low ground here. Not the best positioning. They will catch him off the Panko. There goes that shard, though. He should be able to save himself with the Shallow Grave. That's going to stall things out a little bit. Yatoro, he wants to commit. Celery gets a lot of heals, and here comes the arena with Chrysalis still banging on Yatoro. That's going to be an easy cleanup with these burning spears. Collapse still hoping to take out this Aegis. They do manage to take away the Aegis, sure, but at what a cost. 2 cores and maybe a support as well. Rue, he's going to be run down. Boundless Strike. A blink is up. He can go after Panto, perhaps. They just take the kill on Rue. No, he does go after Panto. Blinks forward. Avalanche hits him, but he's already back behind the tier 3s. Boom. He's willing to make that charge up there, but maybe they're getting a little ahead of themselves. Trying to get a toss back, doesn't work. Hits a creep instead. Boom. Can he be saved by Celery here? Heals at the right time. And Laurel, no assassination for another 2 seconds. He is out of sight.
I just kind of question the whole basis of that play. Like, you had Aegis for 1 more minute. Why take that fight then, as opposed to a minute later? There was nothing you're really fighting for, right? They had Aegis, so it's not a Roshan fight. It's not a Tormentor fight. You already took the tier 1 mid. There was no objective to take. They just felt like the opening was good enough with the Huskar showing mid that maybe you can take him down before the team's there. But the second the team shows up, I think you bail on that. Like, there's no way you want to fight this guy with Aegis this game because you can't bring him down fast enough with Shallow Grave behind him. He will always have a lot of time, which means you have to go on Dazzle there. And we saw how long it took them to try and focus down Celery. They never even got him, so.
Oh, they almost run into Laurel. Instead, they'll take Panto underneath the tier 2, but Laurel was right in the area. And they've actually drawn where Yatoro is at. Yatoro is going to blink, go for the Twin Gate. See if Monkey King can get there in time. Spot him and hit with the Boundless Strike. Oh, he gets away.
I gotta follow him. Boom is.
Yeah, I mean, thinking that Yatoro's probably going to be greedy, stop the farm, which he's going to do just that.
Team's coming, though.
Here comes
Could
the
end up
setup.
backfiring.
Yeah, if it's just the 2 of them, it might not work. Watcher, and they start going, but here comes Collapse. He's going to hit him. Get off the BKB, though. Boom gets off the BKB, and that changes a lot here. Inside of the Wukong's command, Yatoro fighting it out, but he's finally going to get a blink away. Chrysalis with the TP into the tier 2, catches them from the side, runs up to Rue. And Yatoro, he did manage to get out.
Yeah, he's lucky there that Boom had time for 1 spell, chose the Rebuke over the spear, and then ran out of mana. He'll replenish his mana off some Lotuses here, but still, it's Spirit. He just can't get a foothold in this game. They don't have enough staying power. They don't have anybody who can just stand there, fight these heroes in BKB, and deal the damage. I mean, the Abaddon can survive, but the Abaddon's not killing them. And this sniper is not giving you a lot right now.
Yeah, they're missing the physical damage to deal with the Huskar. They're missing the health reduction to deal with the Huskar. They have no, like, Spirit Vessel hero, no Shivas, no Scotty, anything like that. They can't deal with the BKBs. There are a lot of problems that Spirit, frankly, just need time to be able to get through. And MOUZ, who have been the fastest team by far, Blast Slam, again. Most of their wins happening in that 20 to 30 minute marker. Very few of their wins past 45 minutes. Team Spirit is in danger of this game just ending before they can get to those next round of items. Panto, no spear in time from Boom. And Yatoro gets through the gate again.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Deja vu.
Is he going to stick around this time? Probably will.
But this time, they're not going to give chase. Instead, MOUZ are going to swerve. Maybe expecting that Yatoro's going to make a similar play. They go after Laurel in the mid lane. Wukong's man goes out. Laurel stuck in the middle of it. Not getting out either.
Beautiful play. Not something Spirit expected at all. They're going to take the fight into the
Into the
Wukong.
guard. Dodges a lot of the damage, and with the Boundless Strike, gets away. A bit of a reset here. 35 seconds till the sniper is back up, and now no Rolling Thunder. Is this enough for MOUZ to hit the early high ground like they tend to do? They don't have BKB on Chrysalis yet. They could wait out another Roshan. But MOUZ, true to what their strategy that has gotten them this far in the first place is just constantly playing in the enemy's face. He's catching Yatoro, boom, blink for blink, but somehow lost sight of him there over that little 2 copes of trees.
There's just so much pressure, though. The Spirit are not getting time to farm anything, and they need time right now. And like you said, this is how MOUZ want to play, and it's a very good stylistic matchup against Spirit if you can keep the momentum, if you cannot give up any bad kills. On mid one. Yeah, that's a rough one. He got a little greedy there.
And they do not lose Panto, who that was going to be perhaps the exchange there, but it was the 2 supports, no damage dealers behind it. Honestly, Yatoro has kind of led them on a merry chase here.
He's wasting a lot of their time. He's also wasting his own time in a sense, but he will get the Wisdom Shrine, so pays off for him. Extra level. Double Wisdom Shrine for Spirit. It's just about contesting this Roche. If Spirit can find a way to contest this next Roshan, they're absolutely back in this game. If that Aegis goes to the Huskar, there's a decent shot. MOUZ can just end it.
Oh, found him with the tree. Yatoro turns off his radiance. Don't let him know he's here. But they found him. His blink dagger's on cooldown for a little bit, but he'll be back up.
Is he just sitting there?
They can't really, I think, get to him.
What am I watching?
There's only one entrance, and it's on the right side, which Yamage is kind of blocking out. So Yatoro, borrowed time wasted, no chance for a blink. And down he goes. Now, the rest of the Team Spirit, that was a lot of space. What did they do with it? Well, they 4-man pushed out into the jungle here. The bottom lane is pushing in. They're expecting MOUZ, 1 person, maybe 2, to deal with this wave, and they're going to go for the pickoff. But MOUZ are not giving them that opportunity.
Yeah, there's nobody here. I mean, they're eyeing Roshan. That's the issue with this play. You went to the bottom of the map, but the Roche spawn timer, it's up. I'm surprised.
He's going to switch over to the other side here.
Go doing it. Well, yeah, I guess that's true, but it dies pretty fast. This outpost take is nice too, because this Roche is going to go bottom.
I like this call from Chrysalis. The drawing, I think he's saying, well, Boom's not really listening in that regard, but I thought he was saying just cut the wave, so we don't need to go back. But Boom, he wants to go back. He wants to find some kills, and he gets it. Spear on Rue. Catches 1 hero out of the mess of Spirit heroes that TP'd away.
Honestly, Boom has been playing really well this tournament. If I have to look at one player on this MOUZ squad that I think has been the most consistent over the last month, it's this guy. And I think his praise goes a little unsung because he had a little bit of a rough learning curve when he first switched to offlane. You know, he had all the memes and the hate and whatever, but this guy has really improved quickly in the last 6 months or year. And he's had some ownage games here. Like that other Tide Hunter game he played was the best Tide at the event, in my opinion. So he's having another tremendous game here from a double melee lane. He was highest net worth out of the lane. He's catching everybody around the map. Perfect detonization, 8, 2, and 9, level 18. I mean, he's always looking for the next play, and if you're playing fast like MOUZ are, that's what you want. Again, instant setup while the Roshan is dying.
You know, what's funny is Midwan cut this wave and then TP'd out. Boom's like, nah, we're going and we're taking that fight. We're not letting him push the lanes in, the side lanes in while we're doing Roshan. We're attacking that. Even if we can't get the kill on Yatoro, getting the kill on Panto and pushing the wave in, it's still going to be worth quite a lot. That Ice Path did some wonders there for Panto. That'll help him live a couple more seconds. Of course, he's not getting out. No expectations of that.
That's high ground. He did not take that Aegis fight. Crystallis, this is his timing to end the game. 30 minutes in, second Aegis Huskar, BKB done. Mega fat, you got a Dazzle behind you, you have all the control in the world, and you got a banner now. So no ability to outspam this if you drop that banner. There it goes, MOUZ committee. So what are you gonna do here if you're Spirit? You can try and flank, you can try and find the backline. You have an Orchid on the Pango for the Dazzle if you can get him. He's just so far in.
I think this is one of those times where you give up a lane.
I mean, if you give up one lane, you're giving up multiple lanes because this is a full duration Aegis to get to play with.
Yeah, Yatoro was trying to finish up his Manta. He's got it now. So it did cost them one lane, but they have a fresh item. I don't know how much this Manta really changes for him, but...
Oh, the monkey went bottom. like quad range creep or triple range creep down here he wanted to clear. So MOUZ are going to have to vacate top. Spirit might try and jump with the monkey showing bot.
They were trying to catch
hard.
somebody here, especially with the lane ward that they had at top. But didn't find an easy target. Still chasing after Celery here. Spotted on the assassination. Got the mini stun on him. Celery silenced up here. Nice force staff. Gets him a little bit of distance. Perhaps a chance to get off this shallow grave. No, the Rolling Thunder, that'll stop him. So they got the kill on the Dazzle. That's going to help a lot. Traded out is Rue inside the arena. Yatoro trying to keep his distance away from this Huskar as best as he can. Chrysalis, though, just marches on. Finishes off the Jakiro, then back to doing damage to Yatoro. Yatoro with a blink away, but he's not home free just yet. Pops the Manta, gets rid of the slow. Still the chase, though, continues. Bound the strike, hits onto him, Avalanche, and he is certainly dead.
They found a little bit of an opening with that monkey showing bottom, and they get the Dazzle first, but it takes so long to bring Celery down. Mid one can just cross the map with the Primal Spring. That was going to be a tough fight no matter what. I don't criticize Spirit for trying to take it because it was probably the best opening you had in the situation you're in. Just too far behind, and this Huskar is too much of a beast.
Yeah, and you're not going to have a later timing that you're playing for. You having to carry a bad and Ags Conda build sniper. Like, you were not supposed to be behind in the early to mid game in the first place. It's not like you're magically going to hit some 40-minute timing that you're going to feel a whole lot better about this game.
I think this Huskar Dazzle just got him in the draft. I don't think they had a lot of ability to respond to because they had the pixel lane that could lane against these two flex heroes and kind of give them the anti-heal. Like, Abaddon's anti-heal is nice, but I think when you have Dazzle behind this hero, it's not potent enough. He can just sit there. He can grave to counter borrow time to counteract the ban up. You give him that little extra sustain. It doesn't take. It takes a single Yules or force staff to kind of reset that.
Collapse having to use the Rolling Thunder to run away, and Chrysalis goes in. He's just ignoring the Abaddon for now, seeing if he can kill the supports, so the supports do manage to keep their distance. And the fact that it is taking this long for Chrysalis, who's trying to give up his Aegis. He's really trying, and it's just not happening quickly. They finally get that kill. Yatoro blinks back during the rest of his borrowed time, but Boom with the arena is trying to keep Laurel locked in still. They didn't really get any kills out of that. It was just the Jakiro who did buy back, so Spirit take the fight again, but it's Aegis is not the problem. It's now a BKB Satanic for Huskar.
And you have no Rolling Thunder, no Kisses, no Macro Pyre.
You have very little physical damage, zero way to burst him down. It's a guarantee he's gonna get off BKB Satanic, so Team Spirit just have to like jump in, see if they can get him to use these abilities. But there's not too many buildings left to delay the game. One last melee barracks. And Laurel.
He's not doing a lot here.
He's not even hitting him, man. He's almost out regenning it with 100 regen a second. And they'll get the Megas. They'll get a beautiful boundless strike into the Avalanche as well. Collapse gets the roll up, but he doesn't get away. Pushed outside of the map, couldn't get out the Rolling Thunder. They'll die there, a buyback to be used, but frankly, Team Spirit, they've tried and tried and tried for the last 15 minutes, but it just seems impossible for them to win a fight against this Huskar and against this Mars. GG is called, and MOUZ get a big victory over Team Spirit. This will kind of claw Spirit down and all but ensure that both of these teams will probably have to play the play-in stage.
This team is scary, man. They have a lot of cheese potential. They play really fast. They will just all in you. You know, their average win time has to be the fastest of a lot of teams we've seen in recent history. And they're confident in their strategies. They just pick them. They don't really care what you're playing. They are creative in how to get out of some bad laning matchups and really good with the itemization. I think they're having some standout performances. This is a strong team. They do have some games where it falters, but you expect that from new squads that are still gelling and building that synergy. The start that they've had has been really impressive.
Yeah, great way to close out to the group stage day, potentially. They still have another match later on against Liquid. Wish them the best of luck with that one. And Spirit, though, rough. They're going to have to probably play some more games later on.
I mean, this is a fantastic start to the final day for MOUZ. We've seen them play at this pace before. We've seen them have good starts. It's always kind of faltered a little bit, and we were afraid of that, Seb. That's a downfall sometimes of their drafting, is if you falter, how many doors do you open up? How many ways are there back in? But this MOUZ feels like a very different MOUZ to the past ones.
Yeah, and you know, in France we love cheese. And Spirit don't like it as much, I think, because you got cheese, you got super cheese, you got Dazzle Huskard, and you know, we saw it in the draft, and we kind of knew what was coming. I guess Spirit also knew what was coming. I think they just forgot how strong it was, because at some point it was just laughable the amount of damage that this Huskard was taking. Like, they're throwing everything at him, and Dazzle's just chilling. You know, just like watching, taking all the time that he wants to not even click Grave, and Huskar is like not feeling anything. This is like a tactical mistake, I think. MOUZ played an exceptional game. I think, you know, mid one had a great performance. Like, there was a lot of good things, but it felt like it would inevitably come to this point. Just hero matchups.
The cool thing for MOUZ is when you look at their heroes, these are some of the strongest drafting heroes MOUZ could get their hand on, right? They've got the Tiny that can flex to 3 roles, the Huskar that can flex to carry to mid lane, unlike other teams where they go mid to off lane, like you have that carry potential. And then the Monkey King also that they've played in 4 and also mid and carry. So when you think about the draft, every time they picked another hero, Spirit had to deal with all of that flexibility, and it hurt them, right? They've got an Abba in the carry role, they've now got the Pango getting sacrificed mid, a sniper, like everything was disjointed because of how strong the draft was from MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, permaflexes will always be insanely powerful. It's really rare that you can actually get them because most teams don't have those heroes that both people play, and also the meta allows to be in both roles. But if you have permaflexes, it's very difficult to draft against, especially if they're laning dominant heroes. This is a pretty dirty one that I think people need to watch out in the future, because Monkey King Huskar is not easy to pick things against.
Yeah, and it feels very rare that you're going to be able to get the heroes in the positions that MOUZ were able to pick them up in the draft. That Huskar closing out the second phase of themselves, they can protect it. Monkey King, great flex. This Monkey King, though, we weren't sure where it was going to. Ended up going in the mid lane on mid one, and it looked fantastic. He was doing amazing on that hero.
Yeah, and we also have a clip to show about Monkey King, because everything mid one was doing was activating his team, right? They're trying to gank him. There's a sniper counter pick, which on paper you think should be pretty good. But here, he's holding his second point in the Primal Spring. He dodges the Assassinate. And then when you level Primal Spring for the first time, there's a brief window where you can still jump whilst taking damage. Because if he had it leveled already, he wouldn't have been able to take that jump. So he's always thinking, like, how can I make that move? And the critical thing about the end of that highlight, he goes back to base, he TP's bottom, he then takes a 7 Wisdom rune, they get the double Wisdoms. If he died there, Sniper would be happy, they'd get 1-for-1 on Wisdom, and the game potentially could have been very different, because everything about MOUZ's lineup was the Snowball, the Huskar, the Dazzle, the Mars connecting. So I think that one survival from mid one made this game feel like it was even harder than it ever could have been for Spirit.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they don't prioritize this hero more, because mid one is honestly the original Monkey King player in terms of core Monkey Kings. Like, even before Thompson or whatever, like mid one was playing this hero on secret and owning everyone, and it was like, I'm honestly really surprised, because I think he is a tier 1 Monkey King player with like legacy understanding of the hero that I think surpasses even some of like the new age Monkey King players.
And then you layer it as well. Chrysalis is also a very good Monkey King.
Yeah.
Like, this is just insane for this team that it's not being banned at. It's maybe not even being picked up a lot. But here that is being seen quite a lot, Seb, and maybe now we have some question marks about, is this ABBA? That was Spirit's answer to, well, response, I should say, to that Mars coming out. That's what they wanted to open their draft up with.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of first phase ABBA, or like very early pick ABBA, like against Timber, against Mars. I'm personally quite skeptical about it. I think even in the games that it's been like, even when it was on the winning side, I don't think it was like very related to the ABBA itself. So let's see how that evolves. It's not a bad pick by any mean, but you know, they're picking it at a moment of the draft where it's like they put a lot of emphasis on it. You know, it seems like very central, and I don't think it's been, you know, delivering.
We'll see, though, what exactly happens with this hero. There's still a couple more games to be played, whether it'll get picked up or not. But either way, we get to look forward to our next series, Liquid up against Yakult.
Yamit's able to finish off the job, take Seal down. Emo trying to set something up. In with the ultimate, trying to focus down Chrysalis. If they got the save, they do. They're able to Yules up Fly into the sky. Chrysalis will still go down. BKB's out from Boom as he stands his ground against Fly. Fly will fall. This
Nice
fight,
fight.
it is Yakult.
And now his
Not
BKB
like
is
this.
going to be on cooldown. The Wind Ranger's running after him. Golem's going to be dropped. Fatal Bomb
baited
jump in from Toronto, Tokyo. It baited him in. You got this big hit
no.
from everybody but Nightfall. The whole squad
Oh, no.
committed.
Liquid and Yakult, these two teams on the group standings, not where we would have thought coming into this Blast Slam. Liquid down there in the bottom, Yakult on the very bottom is the nicest way, and the only way you can really say this. Both of the teams are in that bottom 4, which is where you're going to be playing your first best of 3 potentially for that last chance, and then you have to play another best of 3 to qualify to Singapore. For Liquid, it's all about taking that one extra win, putting themselves potentially to have to ignore that first stage of last chance.
Yeah, and I think if you're Liquid, you should be pretty happy with the opponent you've got last. Gracious. They have not had a great showing this group stage, but Yakult has had about as bad of showing as you can have. And I think Liquid won a game yesterday against somebody, Aurora, I think. And so they've got a little bit of a thing going. I think they had picked some very unusual heroes. We were watching the draft on the B stream. It was like Wind Ranger, Potom, and Lion, which is a strange combination of heroes. But they had Mickey on his carry Wind Ranger. People were playing their comfort heroes. Tofu loves Mirana. So it feels like they're maybe finding some sort of a style and a vibe that like works for them stylistically.
Yeah, and these are very, very capable players. So, setting them up for success, putting them in their comfort zone can have like a massive impact. These are players that can basically dictate the meta if they're vibing and they're winning. So it's cool to see. It's a very good sign. It was not a random win yesterday. I don't think it was just a win. It was a win that shows that there has been a shift in their mindset and how they're approaching drafting. So, it leaves today with a lot of hopes. And on Yakult's side, I think these teams the teams that are underperforming, I think when they get to the point where they kind of understand that they are at the bottom and there's nothing that's going to change that, it can lift a lot of pressure off their shoulders and they can become actually more dangerous. So you really, like if you're Liquid, you don't want to, lower your guard. This could be one of them where Yakult is like, you know what, like this is kind of done for us, so we're just gonna play as well as we can and see what happens, like no expectations, and they can become very scary to play against.
Yeah, the YOLO element of a team definitely has to come into fact. You have to be scared for that, and there's a lot of teams that are playing online. They might be boot camping, but for us, we actually we have Yakult in studio. That's right, I got a little surprise for you guys. We went out, we found some Yakult. It was hard sourced, all right? We put a lot of effort into this one. Right there in studio. And I'm going to ask, does anyone want to give Yakult a go? Have you guys tried it before?
I've not tried it, but I'll give them a go. We just rip it open?
Yeah. Well, I kind of want everyone to have.
Is it like a good? I mean,
it's a prebiotic. I don't know.
Is it tasty?
I don't want to do
Is it not tasty? Is it like?
I'll say this. I grew up on it. And I did not like it one bit.
All right, little baby ones.
Yeah, but
we can shot them.
They're not baby ones. That is what they are. That is the size of them.
Dude, it's kind of a lot to shot.
Some people love.
I'd rather give them a go at Dota, I think.
A couple of people like to sip on them, enjoy them, maybe throughout the conversation. Other people just knock them back. So it's up to you guys. I want to see you guys drink them and then rank it.
I'll spare you the.
Are we shotting it or what?
I think maybe a taste test. T, what would you rate it? You're going to move your microphone down.
It's good. Actually pleasant.
Yeah?
Yeah. No, it's nice.
Good.
That was really good.
It's super good. It tastes like a lemonade almost.
This is better than the Dota team performance, though. Like, they're not comparable.
Okay, well, now that you've had a taste of Yakult, would you favor Yakult or Liquid?
I favor this Yakult, not that Yakult.
There are so many jokes to crack about Yakult and Liquid when you think about it, but
there really is.
None of them come to my mind.
It's a very watery, watery series.
Yakult is Liquid.
Yakult is Liquid.
Something like that.
It's actually just good. No,
you want another one?
It is.
Yeah, you made it sound like it was going to be like kind of bad.
No, that's just me personally. I don't.
No.
I thought it was going to be way funkier. Like I was drinking like liquefied cheese or something.
Yeah.
No.
I was expecting like a little bit of like a chew at the end or something. You know?
Yeah. I hope there ain't no chew in my drink.
Look, there might have been an unexpected enjoyment towards this Yakult, but is there anything unexpected about the Yakult in Dota?
Less enjoyment for sure. No, I'm just kidding. Their draft is going to be the same level of enjoyment.
Okay.
I just want their drafts to be unique, you know? Like Seb's mentioning that they can be, no pressure, all this stuff, but every day I feel like their drafts are different. They got anti-mage first phase picks, they got undying last pick. Like you don't know what's going to happen with them. So I hope they continue that stride. Don't lose confidence in it, but I don't fucking know what they're going to draft, man. Like they don't even know. I feel like they enter the game and it's just like they got their cursor, the mouse story, and like 10,000 DPI. And whoa, okay, we're drafting that hero. So
yeah, they're going for an Abaddon, and then all of a sudden you're on anti-mage, and well,
they're pretty close in the draft. Sometimes maybe it's just a mouse issue.
Maybe it's just a mouse issue.
Second gear.
Wow, you guys are really enjoying them. Knocking them
back. Is there another one?
Okay, there is one more. I don't know. Wait, I don't know how many you should have in a day. Does anyone know the recommended
I mean, it's not
allowance for an adult.
medicinal. It's just
Yeah, make the tag. Go. All right, I'll finish this one so we can see how tall we can make it.
All right. While they're making their Tower of Yakult, we'll see what Yakult are going to get for themselves in this draft.
I can't even.
Oh, sorry.
Are we going to show that on camera? No, we're not. That's pretty cool. T's stacked up a bunch of chips for Yakult bottles. I think we're coming back. I feel like the audience needs to see this one.
Marvel in the Yakult. Here is a beautiful tower of Yakult.
Very impressive. 4 Yakults there, but there's 5 Yakult players in our server, and they're going to be drafting as well for themselves here. And they're 5 heroes that they're going to have to pick up. Well, they're not going to be able to get their hands on Lycan and Marcy. It's a bit of a slower first phase ban stage right here for the 2 teams. I really wonder what Liquid's identity is going to be. We know that there is no identity for Yakult. That has worked for them every now and then. Right now, it's not. But on the side of Liquid, it also feels a similar sort of story where it's still hard to predict what they want set.
It can change from one game to the other because this is a team that is like, you know, building right now, building things and also figuring it out for themselves. So in that sense, it's very much up in the air.
Oh, gracious.
This is the sound of the Yakult tower crumbling. Hopefully, the Yakult team will not crumble in this draft and they will, you know, keep a very solid direction.
Yeah, we might need someone to come clean that. There's a little bit of spill.
It was just a little spittle.
That's all right.
No, I mean, I think Liquid should be really careful with the Mars. I think Yakult's 9 response is pretty strong. But no, I'm curious to see if they pick the Timbersaw or if they go down a different route. We saw them lose yesterday with it, so maybe they alter their bans. They ban the Gyro instead. Maybe they feel like, this isn't really our style. We're kind of forcing something that isn't us. I'm interested to see how this Timbersaw plays out.
They should probably, I mean, intuitively, it kind of sounds like they should go away from the Timber. It didn't look like this is something that they were very comfortable with.
Aha!
And there you go.
You've activated my trap card.
Yakult goes for the Timber themselves. Interesting. So I think Zeal is a pretty big Timber player. I don't know about Emo.
Yeah, it's mainly
not
Zeal.
a Timber guy, I don't believe.
Okay.
Again, the key thing with Yakult is you have to respect that Boca doesn't care. He will just play the hero. So where other teams would pick Ursa as a response, Yakult will flex it to 4, maybe pick Enigma down the line. And that's why Liquid don't overreact to the Timbersaw, and they pick up a Queen of Pain.
The hero we haven't seen Liquid play a lot, I think, for now.
Not recently, no.
I wonder if it's if it could be open for Mike or if it's mainly Nisha. They actually have not played it once here at Blast, so this is the first squad for Liquid.
I think Mike will definitely play it. I think I remember seeing some officials they played it either at TI or prior where Mike had played it some, and so maybe this is their response to Timber. They think, hey, we're gonna follow him whichever lane he goes, and you know, pair that with some other nukes or maybe some other aggressive heroes. We've seen a lot of Timbers falling back on those ancient stacks, so maybe that's their idea. They want to play to fight those areas.
And just to correct myself, they did first pick Timber yesterday again, so they have first picked it twice now. They first picked it against Spirit and they lost, and then they went ahead and first picked it again against Aurora and they won. So this is like you call it not only picking the Timber for themselves, but also denying it to Liquid.
Yeah. In regards to the heroes Liquid could open in the next phase, they've been playing Tusk, Clockwork. Both would be perfectly fine at keeping that Queen of Pain flex alive, especially like the Clock in the 5 roll with the Cogs, just kind of containing that Timbersaw, Clock able to do the damage, and then Tusk, Boxy, and Tofu will happily play it if the draft needs it. So there are some pretty cool options for Liquid to pick here if they are trying to keep flexibility a thing.
Liquid yesterday, when they first picked the Timber, they banned the Gyro, they banned SF, and they banned Leshrac. So these are heroes that they could be, that they obviously, you know, respect. I mean, Gyro has been banned by the Call themselves. So like, it seems like there's like a common consensus between teams here that Gyro is a counter to Timber and probably one of the best. So that explains it. It leaves SF and Leshrac that, you know, seem to be highly respected for Liquid as counters to Timber.
Yeah, I don't envision them. I mean, they'll probably save mid till last or mid/carry till last. So I imagine it'll be an ace hero 16-17, and we won't see where, you know, if they do go for the Shadow Fiend or Leshrac, it'll probably be on 24. As I think it's somewhat unlikely that ace plays Queen unless Yakult picks like Faceless Void Carry or something right now.
It's a little bit crazy, but I think I've seen Tofu play Quap before. Like, has he done it before?
He'd play that sort of thing.
So it's not like impossible because they have had the Mars +5. So like, if it really makes room for some like great pick and great counter pick for Liquid, this co-op could become a support. Like it's quite wild, but it's not impossible.
And they're taking a page out of Tundra's book, right? Taking up the Bane, right? We always seem to talk about, Fiend's Grip and Nightmare, even the advantages of Brain Slap and laning phase, but the Enfeeble, reducing the cast range. What happens when the Timbersaw, when he needs a screen Timber chain to get out, but suddenly now it's like half? Like the small things in Dota can add up, and yeah, I think Enfeeble was extremely good to try and threaten these heroes.
No, I mean, I think it's one of the interesting things whenever you have these large group stages with so many games is you can see the meta developing day by day, right? This Timbersaw, maybe day 2 or so, it starts becoming pick more.
Yep.
Day 3 it becomes, all right, it's first pick every game or ban, and then now people, okay, Gyro's an answer and Bane is an answer, and you can see the counters start to materialize a little bit more, and so I'm interested to see if it remains that first pick and it's able to push through the counters, or if there becomes too much people come up with it, it's like, actually, nah, it's not first pick anymore.
A hero that also falls into that sort of category of gaining momentum is Dragon Knight. Yesterday felt like the first time we were finally seeing it back in drafts, and here it is yet again.
To me, DK is like a hero that I would kind of rate with the, kind of put with the Abaddon. It's like, it's been picked a lot, but I personally have not been that convinced. I think it's like, it's kind of mediocre, okay, mediocre good, but nothing above that. So, we'll have to see. The Beast is also like a pretty new hero for Liquid. I mean, not in general, but I don't think it's a hero they've picked so far. So again, basically between yesterday and today, these yesterday they had the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, the Lion. These were like the 3 were like new to them in this tournament, and the same can be said about Beast and Co-op. So this is Liquid like shifting completely their drafting style and the hero they prioritize.
And they do go for the Dark Willow. I feel like against Yakult, it's 3 melee heroes that all want to get on top of a hero, right? It's either a DK with a blink, Clock with a hook shot, Timbersaw with a Timber Chain. When you get into the middle of a Beastmaster or Dark Willow Terrorize or Bramble, Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain, there's so many ways for Liquid to just threaten how clunky Yakult's initiation will be, how grouped they will be.
Yeah, I worry somewhat for this DK. I think it has kind of mixed matchups against Bane and Dark Willow. And Beastmaster can be pretty troublesome. Like, I don't think DK mid wants to play against Beast necessarily. You can get axe spammed, and I think the game matchup is not that good. It looks like they're who knows if they're committing. It could be DK4 or Timber 4, so it's like a bit hard to say for sure. But if it is DK mid, you can pick some things to counter this. They can put the Queen safe lane. They've got a lot of flex going on. Queen can go to multiple roles, Beast can go to multiple roles. It's not overly clear, and they have 24 to abuse that.
I like the Medusa animation. She says immortality, and it's pretty much the case in this game, I think, so far. So the last pick is going to have to deal with Medusa, because these 4 heroes it's going to be very hard for them to take her down.
Yeah, I mean, for Yakult, they're going to be banning to protect and most likely take away carries, and for Liquid, they're going to be banning. I mean, it just depends on what they want to respect with the Timbersaw, but realistically, I think position 4 is what they're looking for on Yakult.
The Timbersaw position 4? Hopefully not.
No, I know.
I mean, the co-op for Liquid seems to be going mid. The puck ban also hints towards that. So Liquid is looking for a position 1 last pick, most likely. Something that deals with Medusa, anti-mage, obvious ban. It's already taken out by Yakult, so they're going to have to go to the 2nd best or the 3rd best, if depending on Yakult's ban. On the other side, Yakult, pretty safe to say that DK is going mid. Timber could be 4, even though it's very wild and it hasn't really paid off for them. And the Timber that has been taking over, the whole group stage is Timber position 3. So most likely they're looking for a support.
For Mickey? Oh, sorry, go on.
I think it's also very possible that Liquid plays Beast mid and Queen safe lane. It looks just something like the Underlord. Going back to whenever we play against Dusa, it was always a hero we thought of immediately. It was Anti-Mage and his Underlord and Darkseer. And I think Ace is probably looking at one of those 2 heroes if he's picking offlane.
Very good against Dusa, Underlord, for the auras that he buys, for the damage mitigation. Dusa is a hero that's like, it takes her a while to start dishing out enough damage. She's really hard to kill, but she also doesn't hit these big damage power spikes as unlike other carries.
Why not Liquid just going back for the Windrunner, right? You can technically by Diffusal.
You just get a big counter to Dusa at a point.
And Yakult, they don't have the perfect lockdown to deal with a Windrunner, and all that kind of kiting, it could be an option.
It's a pretty decent option.
Until Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that makes it much worse. It's a very good SD pick. Very, very good SD pick. Synergizes really well with Timber, like clicking the W on him, just bursting heroes down. The save is amazing against the Beast, against the Roar, against the Grip. And the SD shard also is really cool this game. You cannot sleep, you cannot apply, the Beast amplified damage debuff. You cannot fear. like the SD shard is borderline broken this game. It's gonna
Purges all of Willow's.
It purges everything, like everything about Willow, mostly about Bane,
Dagger.
about the Beast, and the dagger from Crop. So this is a very, very good pick.
But Yakult have to play in the mindset of react, you know, have really good formation on their side of the map, wait for Liquid to make the initiations and counterplay. If they get too carried away and give Liquid this like tempo to play on, they could just get picked apart and like lose everything very quickly.
Monkey last pick. Good hero versus Dusa, very good against Timber, especially on lane. I think something that, in my opinion, deserves to be picked a little bit more. Very punishing to Timbersaw if in the right hands. And we've seen, you know, what Mid One was able to do with Monkey last game. Mickey, very known Monkey player also. Big part of their success in the last seasons.
I'm very scared for Yakult's damage in the early game. Timbersaw with some levels can do quite a lot, but outside of that, everyone's waiting for the next guy to get an item until they make a move. And I think Liquid, they have the heroes to try and punish this.
Yeah, I look for Liquid to be able to push that tempo. I think they have a lot of Clockwork against Beastmaster is an infamously bad side lane matchup. And Adusa, I don't know if she fares much better against Beast in the long run if there's a Monkey King rotating. So if that safe lane goes well and Monkey's abusing the gate and camping this Dusa, there's potential for the map to open up quite quickly.
Yeah, there's some good scaling on your cold side, but the question is like how do they get there? Because the laning phase is quite rough. They have some big timing issues, as we mentioned, like big lack of damage. Not the best teamfight presence. The Beast tempo is absolutely not addressed. Clockwork and SD are like probably two of the worst supports in Dota to deal with the Beastmaster that's having a good lane, and he should against the Clockwork. Lots of question marks for how Yakult even get there.
I just want to see the Yakult supports respect that move that we see from Liquid. Like, be ready at the twin gates, be ready with the mid rotations, have the vision ready. So if you see a Beast or a Monkey making that move across the map, or even a Dark Willow, you can mirror it. If they don't mirror the moves, I'm expecting them to have problems. But maybe the supports in Yakult can do enough to just buy time.
All right, we've heard from you guys here on the panel. A lot of insight about the pick coming out, how you think Yakult potentially could get a win for themselves, but it's all about buying time. Are they going to be able to get into that later part of the game where their heroes favor, where the heroes are a little bit more powerful? Let's head on in to the start of our game.
Yakult brothers are guaranteed to have to play tomorrow morning's matches, but Liquid, there's still a bit of hope for them if they want to dodge those extra games. And it seems like the experimentation in draft has continued for Yakult brothers. It seems like it goes one way or the other, Avery, with some teams. You know, it's just like if you're playing everything and you're dominating, you know, you're doing the all-hero challenge, or you're playing everything and you're just sucking. And it just means you haven't really figured out what you're doing in this patch, in this meta.
They don't know what they're doing, for sure. These drafts have been all over the place. They're trying to figure out what works for them. They've only won one game. It's been a rough group stage for Yakult, to put it lightly. Can maybe turn things around here, but I do not favor them. I think their draft is incredibly slow, very little outspam, very little early interaction for the boars, little lockdown for the Queen of Pain. They will win ultra late with a lot of farm on SD and Medusa if you get there, but I just don't. I agree with the panel. I don't see how you get there in this game, especially against Liquid, who play really fast and make good connections and expect Mickey to do what he does.
Maybe that's a good sign for you Yakult brothers, the fact that you hate their draft. Because you really hated Liquid's draft last time around, and they stomped that game, so...
That's true. I could curse them into a victory here. Definitely a possibility.
What do you like about Liquid's draft this time around compared to the last time we casted them?
This to me looks like one of the most cohesive lineups we've seen from them. Everything just makes sense together. They have the double range lockdown scaling supports. They have BKB Pierce in Grip and Roar. They have synergy with the Beast Aura going into these other two pretty decent right clickers. They have a lot of pace and tempo with a fast carry in combination with early objective taking, and they got decent scale with Queen of Pain going late with Ag's dagger spam if it comes to it. I mean, they just have everything right, and the lanes look strong. That's the other thing. You have everything, and it looks like you're gonna do completely fine on the lanes here. You have some good core matchups, so I don't think there's anything I dislike about it, honestly.
Fair enough. Sounds like a perfect draft.
Yeah, I think it is one of those. I cannot fault it in any degree.
Well, we'll see if Yakult Brothers can overplay their hand here. Boxy doing his typical shenanigans of playing right in the enemy's face because he has the eject button in Shadow Realm. This time around, he actually didn't even get the hit off, though, so it's kind of awkward. Still can get punished by Peloson's cogs. He gets good enough use of that.
I do like the Shadow Demon pick. I think that's the one thing for Yakult that this pick was not going to fix their tempo issues or the interactions against the Beast. There's just not really anything you can really pick there. At least you get something that has some nice purge potential on the Monkey, a good save mechanic against Aurora Grip, and has some decent synergy with Medusa, plus can stack. Cleanse is also pretty nice in this game against the Willow and the Quap, and even the Bane a little bit. So the SD has a lot of really good purpose here. It's just, again, can you get there? Can you get to a point where he has items to be able to impact the fights and the game hasn't just been run over? Because this game can escalate very quickly with the tempo that Liquid have. Very low cooldowns, very good objective takers, and strong laning.
I guess there's nothing you can really do about this. I agree that Disruption is a good counter to the Roar or to the Fiend's Grip. But unfortunately, that Disruption is always going to be kind of a setup for Wukong's Command or for a Sonic Wave over the top. So unfortunately, it's not, like a free Disruption game, but it is a very good answer to many of the other heroes.
I think it's just nice because it's the Dusa, in theory, that you're disrupting. If you get to a point in this game where you have Aegis on Dusa, Dusa's pushing base. That's the situation you want to end up in. Barring some clutch angle flank from Liquid, if they try and go on the Dusa and you disrupt him, you don't really care if he comes back out into some of these spells if the control is gone. So in that situation, I think it can pay off. Now, if it's other heroes getting gone on like DK or Timber and you disrupt them, they come back out in a Sonic Wave, Wukong or something, they're probably just going to die. Then it is a lot less effective.
Yeah, they do have a lineup that, boy, they've got some burly heroes if they actually get ahead on the side of Yakult Brothers.
Yep, very tanky lineup. So I don't think their draft is unplayable at all. It's just I give the edge to Liquid, and I think if Liquid execute, they can run this game over. But if Liquid don't execute, and we've definitely seen them have some awkward games this event.
Oh, yeah.
If this turns into a farm fest or a slower game, and Yakult just get the stack and farm up on all their cores, I mean, I do not doubt the scale of this tri-core and how tanky they can get.
Kind of a quiet laning phase here. Everyone's seemingly pretty content in the CS. The one person who's not too happy is Zeal. The offlane Timbersaw in the Monkey King matchup is definitely the worst of all of these three lanes, and it's showing in the CS, 15-0.
It's also going to have to sacrifice a little if Baboka wants to get the early stacks up. So expect this lane to be the more sacrificial lane for Yakult. The DK is going to free farm mid. He'll do fine in that Queen matchup. In fact, I always like DK in this matchup. Just because you sustain and then you push his tower. And it can be difficult for Queen.
Oh, what a bounce there from the Snake,
nice.
And that'll be your first blood. Well played. Boxy getting overly aggressive with it into the hands of the Clockwork. Again, those cogs, they're a good counter to the Dark Will if you're going to play that aggro. And what a Mystic Snake bounce.
Yeah, level the cogs this game. Just punch him in. Can't wait to see Boxy disassemble Tranquils for 30 minutes this time around, too. Seems like we always get those games.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely going to be doing that. McKay trying to get a little aggro there, force the disruption out of Baboka.
Yeah, Diffusal Monkey is going to be quite juicy this game. He has some good mana burn targets.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to worry about being the only scaling core because you have Queen of Pain plus Beast. So if you go Diffusal and you die once or twice, in some games you feel that just kills your item progression. In this game, it probably doesn't matter too much. It's always going to be good value against Medusa. Yakult looking for the gank mid.
Yeah, maybe a full-out gank. Try to hit him with a Dragon Tail or Disruption. Gets neither. If it was a Disruption, they could have hit it into the cogs. In fact, Pelosin still catches Nisha in the cogs here, but another blink is up, so Nisha will be fine. This does also secure not only some good tower damage, even if they fail to get the kill, but also the power rune, which is going to be a regen top. Still hit the Dragon Tail. Still forcing Nisha. Okay, Nisha, that is a tad bit embarrassing. He had Fairy Fire, he had Blink, he had everything.
This is the execution. It's just not been crisp from Liquid, individually or as a team. That's a really bad kill to give up. He was already struggling on the wave. Now you might just lose this tower. Emo got him. He got him. He boomed it, some might say.
All right, they won't lose the tower, but damn close to it. The next Dragon form will probably secure. And what did they get out of the side lanes in the meanwhile? Looks like Ace put some good pressure on Fly. In fact, Fly, well, he's got 13 magic wand charges and a mango, but he does get rather low. Fighting for the Wisdom Shrine, the two supports continuing their rampage from mid, now into top, taking away the Wisdom Shrine. Tofu does the same on the other side, though. So if they give up a kill for this, not worth it for Yakult brothers.
That's a little rough. You win some mid lane action, you lose some side lane action. It all evens out here.
21 denies from Mickey. That's gross.
I was about to say, this Monkey King is the one victor in this laning phase. His CS is out of control. He's created the largest net worth disparity against his opponent. This Timber suffering, the Monkey King is thriving. He has level 6. You get a fast diffusal, you can just run this game over. This is going to be the big concern for Yakult. They did okay on the other two lanes, but this Monkey just has so much potential to run at anything with the max GU.
Particularly since Timber is dealing with some pretty rough counters. Both the Queen of Pain and the Dark Willow are very good heroes against Timbersaw, particularly if we're going to see a fast Vassal out of Boxy, which he's already got the urns, so expect to see that. Tofu going on a bit of a walkabout here.
Should get him.
He'll definitely get him, but he'll make him work for it. He brought both of their cores back.
That might be a little overkill.
Yeah, is that even worth it at that point in time?
If you get the D ward, assuming he was warding back here, could be worth it.
Fly forced to use the Stone Gaze here. Might have died if Boxy had his level 6, but still half a level away from that. Still damage, economic damage being done. Fly having to expend more mana and still not being allowed to even farm these neutrals as Boxy continues to haunt his every step.
It's good waste of his time. They did have a ward on that gate, so they saw the Monkey coming through, which allows him to back up and dodge that gank if he was thinking about going forward.
Emo last hit on the tower goes to Nisha instead. He got the deny over Emo.
That's really valuable here. Took away the rune as well. Liquid are starting to pick up the pace. They're getting some good harassment, pushing heroes off the waves, getting deep on enemy side of the map right now. And this Beastmaster is mega strong. No one is dealing with the Helmadom double board right now. So Ace can kind of go wherever he wants. If he wants to make this swing around mid, try and kill the Dragon Knight with the double ulti, it's definitely doable.
Plosin, he should start doing the disassemble trick just to flex on Boxy.
You do it in front of him, like right in front of his face.
Yeah.
And drop it on the ground. That's what I would do.
Got the mid ward, and Nisha, because he's matched up against Dragon Knight, hasn't made too many rotations, but that's okay. He's gotten some levels, and looks like now he is ready to pressure the mid lane. We'll see how well Yakult brothers are able to respond here. Bramble goes out. Emo definitely dodges through all the brambles there. No opening to be found.
Their supports are just so awkward around mid. They don't play with the Dragon Knight well at all. They don't really do anything to the Queen of Pain. You're just kind of lingering here, hoping Liquid overextend into you, which is okay if you make the read that the collapse is coming with the Beastmaster, so you want to try and defend the tower. But even then, I'm not sure you win that fight, even if you're ready for it. If you bring everybody in, it's possible. But if the monkey comes, it's rough. Like, they just have better, stronger early fighting items and spells right now. So you're kind of in dodge mode while also trying to defend mid tower, and these things are clashing right now for Yakult.
Yeah, who do these supports play well around? Because you've got some pretty independent side lane cores. So if they're not able to play with the Dragon Knight very well in the mid, then it kind of leaves these supports without a purpose.
I think they don't really have a purpose. I mean, it's stacking and farming. I would just be hitting creeps right now.
I think just annoying Zeal, who has already had such a rough game.
I still think the Timber is your best playmaking core in terms of just damage output. Like, he's poor, but still does a lot of damage.
He certainly yeah, I was about to say. He's the core that provides you the most damage off of a hook shot here. Chakram actually kind of burning out Tofu. A little awkward for him. Still has Lotus, still had Brain Sap. Plenty of resources to be had.
Emo hasting down here. Look at that anime run. Holy moly.
What is that pose? That is the dumbest run pose I've ever seen in my life. What the hell?
That's full anime right there, baby.
It really is.
And people say Dota doesn't do crossovers, you know?
Stop. Take him away. He makes me uncomfortable, man.
I mean, how do you feel about this? Is this acceptable? Like, this, to just have a dude in Dota? It feels like the art on this is just so different than everything else.
No, it definitely does not fit Dota's style whatsoever.
It's just a guy. It's just a normal guy.
Yeah.
Come on, man. And then look at this guy, you know? It's like, how do these exist in the same world?
Well, that's a badass. That's a
Exactly.
badass little guy there.
Get this weak-ass anime shit out of my game. What happened to the game I love, Austin?
Yeah, I want my heroes weird.
Mambo, mambo，我们这里 mambo，玩个游戏而已，玩个游戏而已，别伤了感情哦。
All right, well, with that haste rune move failed, what's the plan for Yakult Bros? Because right now it's just Liquid chipping away at them, basically being able to out-efficiency them because they have this Beastmaster taking over the dire jungle.
You gotta farm, you gotta stack, and you just gotta play defensive.
That's just not Yakult Brothers style. Hence Emo trying to get some action going, man. He has a haste rune, he wants to get a kill. Instead it's Zeal who gets baited into playing too far forward in lane. Boxy's level 6, so they have damage to put into a Timber Saw to burst him down. And he's gonna find that both from the Dark Willow as well as the Quap.
I'll give level 6 almost to both supports. Still looking for the Bane a little bit.
Emo laid a trap out for Tofu. And Plosin will have to finish him off.
Okay.
Oh, blinking in. Nisha really going for it here. He's got the Terrorize to back him up. Sonic Wave to push away some of these heroes. Inside the cogs, though. Ooh, nice burnout. The supports. Woka just walks into that one. Meanwhile, Mickey gets low enough. He's bursted down by Zeal. Liquid trying a bit too hard to force things there. And in the end, forces that trio from the safe lane just into a mosh pit of death.
I mean, that's the exact type of defensive fight you want to take if you're Yakult, right? Where you have numbers advantage on a point on your side of the map, a high ground near a TP point for the Medusa. You can bring the numbers. That's a fight without Beastmaster. This is a Helm of Overlord at 13-minute Beast that you took a fight without. I think that play was supposed to just be a wraparound mid off of smoke. Simple, straightforward. You get the Beast in there first. That's a way tougher fight for Liquid to win. Instead, they get baited into this Bane walking uphill. You just give up your Bane there and make the better play. Instead, they tried to salvage it. And they pay a big price in this game. Cannot give too many of those fights away. This Dragon Knight he's going to be strong on the front line if he's the first point of contact. He's very high level. He already has Mage Slayer done. He's very tanky. He's not that easy to bring down if you can't land one of the two big ults on him between Roar and like Boundless Strike Wukong. Sure. Exact type of thing Yakult are looking for in this game. They want a couple more of those around the towers, around the stack, defend points. And this is the smoke I thought this was supposed to be the fight Liquid were looking for that they just didn't get.
Nightmare, Fiend's Grip into the Wukong's command. Timbersaw left alone in lane. That play happens 10 seconds later. It could have been great for Yakult Brothers as Baboka and Emo were trying to make their own smoke play here. Doesn't land to save the Timbersaw. Maybe it can land to get revenge. Make a half HP. Gonna get burned. Tries a little bit of trickery dodge there, but now that smoke wraparound, it joins with Nisha and comes all the way to the bottom lane, and they stopped Emo's teleport, so they're gonna get both kills out of this. This failure after failure for your Yakult Brothers on this one.
There's no way you're killing Monkey with Shadow Demon Dragon Knight. He has way too much HP, way too much armor.
You have to have the Timbersaw for that, but they tried to make it work anyway, despite the Timbersaw's death.
Tough gank attempt. And also just not the type of play that's going to work out for you a lot this game. I mean, you want to be able to make moves like that in Dota, but this is just not the lineup that can do aggressive, small plays like that. Defensive stuff can work out for you. Offensive stuff, that's a very different story, especially if the Timber dies first, because he's so much of your early spell damage.
Progression for Fly. He is the most farmed core on Yakult Bros. And he's got a Manta, so he's moving along smoothly. Pelosin dodging death there with a hook shot. Emo, can they get this guy with no Fiend's Grip? This is a little tough to kill. You said this Dragon Knight's going to be tanky on the front lines here. Hard to break down. Sonic Wave pushing him back into the Wukong's command. It took a lot, but they did get there in the end. And Boxy's now pushing in for even more. With the Bedlam, he's going to take out Pelosin. The root onto Zeal, followed up by the Fiend's Grip. Liquid wiping Yakult Brothers underneath their own tier 2 tower here. They're going to take out all 4 heroes that were in this fight.
That's what these fights are supposed to look like. If you bring the proper heroes at the start, you combine ults on the DK, the fight just looks impossible. Your supports are not contributing the same amount here if you're Yakult, unless you have some incredibly clutch spellcasting. And now this game is starting to spiral in Liquid's favor. Medusa just not ready to join that kind of engagement. I think even if Fly goes there, he doesn't change that outcome.
No, he's just got a Manta. He's not that impactful yet.
This Timbers cannot enter the game. I mean, he has been countered mega hard here. Core matchups, a lot of stuns. The 2 supports are also very good against him. A lot of lockdown between them, a lot of interrupt. This Timber can get slept, he can get gripped, he can get terrorized, he can go into the brambles, and then you can just get bursted down by this Dark Willow, who will also have a very fast vessel in this game. So more misery in store for Zeal here.
Yeah, that vessel's going to be flying out now. Scary stuff. Both the Dragon Knight and that Timbersaw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty much just have to go for the Medusa Butterfly and pray that you can win a fight off that.
Baboka. You caught in the river here, as will Pelosin in the jungle. So individual pickoffs for Liquid, beginning to mount up a net worth lead, 8,000, and approaching some big objectives. Tormentor at 20, another Wisdom Shrine at 21. And all Fly can really do is just hope that his team doesn't die so much and continue to farm up, try and take this game to late.
Classic Medusa gameplay. That is your route to victory.
At what item do you feel like Medusa starts entering into the game and turning the tide for you, Yakult Brothers? Is it like a 3-item timing? Butterfly?
You gotta get Butterfly here and just go. Do something, because this game's out of
Sonic
control.
Wave, Fiend's Grip, Emo. I mean, he did an admirable job in the early game, but now he's just outgunned everywhere he goes.
Yeah. Nobody can stand on these lanes is the issue. So there's just too many threats.
2 supports smoked up on a Medusa. This is the most defensive play. I almost said useless, but most defensive play you think you could possibly pull here.
Pretty useless as well. It's just not the target Liquid are going to make plays on.
No, I think they don't care if the Deuce is farming. They're just going to keep your other cores out of the game.
I think they had to have gone to Timber more in this early game.
Yeah.
Not that it was easy, but think that was your one chance to make something happen.
Double Bramble. Need the Curse Crown stun and the Terrorize just to make sure he stays in the bedroom as long as possible. That'll be enough first. And once again, the supports late to the side lane plays with either the Timbersaw or the Dragon Knight. There's 1 step or 2 steps or 5 steps behind Liquid. Tormentor's gonna be taken. Ace will do that pretty much solo. Gets a shard for Tofu.
I feel like I'm watching 2 teams at one time, the way Liquid's playing this map. They have this Tofu Ace combo top, and they have this Boxy Mickey combo bottom. And they've just been sticking down here for so long that whoever shows top gets killed by this little combo top. Whoever shows bottom gets killed by this combo bottom. It's very hard for Yakult to make the counterplay on either side. They're just getting picked apart.
Yeah, Nisha's just the mercenary who shows up to whatever engagement he chooses to show up.
Exactly. He's also pretty much doing the same thing in-game.
I don't think I fully understood that one, but okay.
That was a very high level joke. I'm sure Blitz laughed at that one.
Okay. Evo slowed down by the dagger, and here comes Ace with the roar. Now the supports are in position, or at least one of them is, Pelosin, to help out his side lane core. Dragon Tail gonna be dodged. Nisha with the illusion rune gets away from that, and Pelosin says, "See you later, bud. The cogs is all I could do for you." No hook shot. Now he attempts the hook shot, but he misses on a ward.
No.
This is not good at all. Sonic Wave goes out, trying to hit him with the cogs, but illusions are soaking up the damage instead. Fly involved in his first engagement here, but his damage is just not quite the same. He may have that butterfly, but Liquid have 13,000 net worth to bolster up their stat pool. So then the split shot's just really not threatening them whatsoever. And they continue to kill hero after hero. Fly even tries to get the deny, and Boboka, not even that works. Liquid wins all around 4-1, and a high ground push gets the glyph.
Too fast. Just too fast, man. Not enough ability to make aggressive plays and slow this game down. You've yet to really take any tier 1 in this game outside of the easy one, which was that DK tower mid. So little space to work with in terms of getting lanes deep, little space to work with in terms of dodging ganks. And you're just playing against such a fast lineup. You have to get dragged in these fights with the Dusa timings. They're still going to try and smoke with them. I mean, you have Blink DK, you have Butterfly Dusa. If you can start the fight on your terms without all the ults up for Liquid, there's a chance you can win it.
I honestly don't think there is. Because the Dusa doesn't do any damage if the Bane's in the fight, right? He's just
you gotta catch a solo hero and drag a Liquid into a bad fight or something.
I almost feel like this Dusa needed to do one of the, that Ags Maelstrom the build that people were doing. Because Enfeeble just ruins this hero.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Definitely hurts this build a lot, yeah. Significant base damage reduction.
Deal. And he get away. Another Timber Chain and a teleport. Desperate. The burst damage isn't quite enough.
Man, Arcane Rune Quap. 3-second dagger. That's balanced.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna give up every single power rune. I think if you're Cult Brothers in this game, so it's gonna be Arcane Runes and amp damages, regens, all the Nisha's Heart's Content. Now working on a Shiva's after that Aghanim Scepter. And now I feel like, okay, this is where maybe Emo and even Fly should have been 10 minutes ago. Playing deep on the enemy side of the map, trying to cut just anything to stall this game. Unfortunately, things have already sped up so much. Liquid, they're going to do the first Roshan of the game.
Give it to the Beastmaster. Okay. That is a very fat beast. Deserves an Aegis here, Liquid say.
And also, who's going to hit high ground? After all, it's probably the hero that has AC.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason for Mickey to be that guy.
He bought a 24-minute Tranquil Boots. Kind of interesting. I wonder why.
That is interesting.
It just seems like irrelevant in a way. I don't know. Goodbye, Emo. Everybody wave goodbye.
Not even giving the Dragon Tail. Come on. That's bullying, man. That's bullying.
You got it off. It's been a rough one here. It's been another rough. I mean, I feel like I've said that a lot in these Yakult games.
Yeah, it's
been a lot of rough ones.
Been a lot of rough ones. It's a rough tournament.
Yeah, it really
hopefully.
Not their meta.
The thing is, the group stage, it doesn't matter how bad it goes in some ways, because you get through the last chance playoff, you get through the play-in, you still get to play at Singapore, even if you got 0 wins in the group stage. There's still some hope. Maybe if they just keep rolling the dice on these drafts, they'll finally end up on the hero combination that feels good for them. Don't think that this one was it. Oh, okay, so it's a flat-out Boots of Bearing. That's why.
Yeah, that's why you went the Tranquils. Because I'm gonna say I've never seen somebody just buy casual Tranquils 24. So okay, you wanted Boots of Bearing, that makes sense. Not a bad Boots of Bearing game. You just once another Aura, already had the drum. I mean, there's nothing here that strikes me as you need the Boots of Bearing. You know, there's no time zone or something, but solid Aura, solid for the monkey.
Yeah, I guess the best use of it is against Demonic Purge, I guess.
Yeah, Rocket Flare?
What?
You gotta get out of that Rocket Flare slow.
0.4 seconds slow. I'm not even
like
sure
you're not
if you
getting
can hit the
deeper
button
there.
fast enough.
Try and hook shot this. 360 Boots of Bearing out of there.
Wow. I was kind of hoping Liquid would put us out of or put Yakult brothers out of their misery, perhaps, with this Aegis. Haven't shown any indication of going high ground without a pickoff, and Yakult brothers haven't given them that pickoff just yet. All set up on the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe Ace will dare to take this, despite Nisha not being here, nor Tofu. So this is a numbers advantage for Yakult brothers initially. By the time they get this Aegis, though, now the rest of the team is going to be here. Got the Wisdom Shrine. Now here comes the entrance. Terrorize goes out on 2. Mickey jumps in from the side, already killing Pelosin. They surround Fly inside the Wukong's command. He got off the Stone Gates, though. He's low. He's out of mana. Gets a little bit of helper there. Nisha's going to die. He ends up linking in too aggressively. Gets turned around on still, though. Liquid can win this fight out with a Fiend's Grip on the Medusa. A Boundless Strike on Zeal as he tries to get out. They get wiped inside of their Wisdom Shrine. It costs them Nisha, but 5 for 1. Liquid will take it.
Monkey King just enters the fight with an MKB, a nice butterfly. Gunpowder Gauntlet on top, hitting so damn hard. Not the worst engagement for Yakult, but it's difficult to win when the beast can just go and tank in his entire first life for information, and then you just have all these ults to throw in.
That's going to be a dieback for Pelosin. Bought back and the fight was over before he could even get there on his second life. So, 1 lane of barracks. See how many more Liquid want to take. They might just play it safe, wait for another Roche as the respawn happens.
I feel like this game went about as we all expected it to.
Based off of the teams or the drafts or both?
The drafts, just the lineups. You just can't control enough of the map to buy enough time with this Yakult lineup to get to where it needs to be.
when you're drafting in an ideal world, you're drafting something that synergizes with your own lineup while countering the enemy, right?
Yes.
Which one do you think is better to focus on if you had to choose one?
Ah, that's a trick question.
Okay. Is it? I don't think it was.
It is a trick question.
Okay.
Because those things are not mutually exclusive, right?
Oh, obviously, they're not mutually exclusive. I started off saying that they're not mutually exclusive.
That's why it's a trick question.
But I feel like Yakult Brothers and their lineup is clearly lacking synergy within their own lineup. And I feel like usually that's the first step.
So I think it's mainly team dependent and matchup dependent if you're going to shift it one way or the other.
Okay.
A lot of teams will innately favor one style over the other, but sometimes they will change it up depending on the matchup. And generally, if you go deeper in lands, like really high stressful lands like TI or something, the teams that go really deep are the teams that can make adjustments and adapt to what their opponents are doing and are not just 100% fixed on their own system and style.
Sure.
There's always exceptions to this if you're really good at something, but on average, I'd say that's kind of the case. Most TI winners have been very adjustable as opposed to rigid.
Jump forward, Mickey. Wukong's command goes out. Found the strike, but good force stats get him outside of the Wukong's command. Still, though, all that damage raining in from the Sonic Wave and such still puts Fly low enough. He cannot stand and fight and may not even make it back to the fountain as yet another Curse Crown with a round of brambles slows him down. The buybacks are coming in, but it doesn't change a damn thing. A GG is called from Emo, as this was one hell of a stomp. Liquid take it at 31 minutes with a 34,000 net worth lead.
I just don't think there's any way they can lose that game. There's so much wiggle room to get to any sort of tempo, and the second you get to any sort of tempo, the game just kind of implodes because Yakult can never fight you. They'll never get this Dusa to her timings fast enough, and even when she does, she can get enfeebled, she can get terrorized. You can just kite her out in the fight. Even if this was a 6-slotted Dusa, there's still ways for Liquid to win that fight. So very clear outdraft in my mind, and nice solid win for Liquid. One of the better lineups and games we've seen.
Yeah, and they've recovered their score. They're now at a score of 4-6 with another match to be played against MOUZ. They can win that 5-6, actually get themselves out of the last chance playoff, I believe. But for now, we still have many more matches to go, so let's head back to the panel.
Oh yes, our day is only just starting here. That Liquid and Yakult series, well, it went exactly how a lot of predicted, especially the 3 specialists that I have on my panel here. So that was one of the things that you were worried about. You're like, yeah, later in the game I could see Yakult doing well. I just don't think we're gonna get there.
Later in the year, I guess.
Maybe later in the year, because right now this is not looking good for the tournament.
Sorry.
That's true. Exactly. Whilst this group stage, they're not looking good in it, there are still more chances for them, and maybe this is a little bit of a trial. It feels like you got to get as much information as you possibly can out of this group stage when you're in a position like Yakult.
I mean, they're just, it's just very greedy drafts. I think they're tunnel visioning something like the team fight, the late game, the scaling, but you do have to worry about every single step of the game in Dota. It's like how are your lanes going to go? You know, how early, how late can you fight? Like what tempo is the opposing team going to bring to the table? And if you don't really like make sure that all of that is kind of in control, this is what happens. You know, before you get to see what your lineup can achieve, the game is just done.
Less of that though for Liquid. I think they're finally finding structure, right? I think yesterday with the DK Mirana win on a draft, today with the opening Queen of Pain with the Beastmaster, like you look at the lineups, you feel like there's depth to it. There's room to play the lanes, the mid game, the late game. Like even if Yakult were to get online, it's not as if Liquid have had problems. I think early drafts in their tournament, you felt like they were on this like invisible timer of can they ever team fight if you get to 30 minutes. So I think Liquid is showing that adaptation and improvements, even if they are at the bottom of the groups.
Yeah, I think the Liquid you see now is definitely quite different from the Liquid at the start of the groups. I think they have improved. They have found more of their identity. Like you can see it and feel it. It's not just like, oh yeah, they won. No, like you can see a difference in the way they're playing and gelling more. Now, will it be enough to beat Tundra and Falcons and the big dogs? That's yet to be seen. But they are doing better, and it's a good sign for them that they can, you know, stomp the teams at the bottom of the group.
Yeah, and look, you know, those teams that you mentioned, Liquid don't have to worry about coming up against them. They only have one more opponent in MOUZ later today, so I feel like this is just a great stepping block for them. One of the questions we had as well coming into this tournament or looking at Liquid was how is Tofu transitioning into a position 5? And so often or not, it felt like he was just picking up a position 4 hero and just playing it in the 5 role. It felt like, was he playing a sacrificial 5 that we've seen so often from Insania, who had been playing with Mickey for so long, and now I see him on the Bane. It's like, yeah, now he's either getting a comfort hero that can be transitioned to 5, or he is playing a position 5 hero that just looks really good for them in lane.
I think it's, I mean, he's doing a really good job at it. And honestly, Boxy probably allows that to be even easier, because Boxy doesn't strike me as a very like identity, you know, like a position 4 that would only play melee heroes or kind of, you know, take a lot of farm or space like Zinq style. I think it's kind of, you get different Boxies. Like he can play that. Sometimes he plays like straight up almost a 5, like he's going to play like a, you know, run around the map, make a lot of space, not really worry about his own game. So I think it leaves space for Tofu to maybe like find, you know, his own identity in how he wants to play 5. Obviously, there's a tendency when you switch from position 4 to position 5 to be a little bit more focused on your own net worth and your own kind of scaling through the game. I think both of them are pretty similar in terms of what they play. Like they can both adapt to be like very greedy or actually pretty selfless. So in that sense, I'm not so worried about, you know, the space he's going to get in the team.
I do want to know if you guys, I like to play a little game, if you guys know our most contested hero currently in Blast Line 4.
Contested as in like either banned or picked?
Yeah, picked or banned.
I mean, it must be...
No. I want to know if Seb knows. Don't jump in yet.
Oh, my hand's raised, but please, Seb, after you.
I guess I want to say Marcy.
He's so good. Here you go. You can have a chip for that
Wow,
one.
nice.
You're so good, Seb.
Thank you.
And look, T, because this segment's actually yours, you can also have it, T. I feel a bit
Thank
bad. Whoa!
Okay.
Off-camera
Sorry.
The reason why we're bringing up Marcy, she's very hotly contested. Day number 1, we didn't know where she was going to be sitting. Obviously, now after day 2, 3, and 4, she's getting picked up. She's getting banned. It's like in the 90th percentile of how often we are seeing her in some form in a draft day.
Yeah, and all you second monitor frogs, I want you to tab back in and focus up real quick, because Marcy, most contested in the tournament, but there is some tech that no one really knows about. I checked replays, and Tundra, they aren't doing this, and they are the best team right now. When you look at your couriers, you cannot give items to other people's couriers, right? The whole concept is 5 couriers, 1 each, you bring your items down the lane. But Marcy has special delivery. If you share hero control with an ally on your team, the Marcy here, as you see in the replay, giving it to the Bane can then give his tangos, his clarity, his observer sentry. Actually, you can share that anyway, but primarily the tango, the clarity. Imagine it being a BKB in the late game. You can share that. And if we then transition forward, Marcy is able to use special delivery to bring Bane's items. In the game yesterday for Tundra, we saw how Whiteman did not utilize this. He walked his courier down the lane with the slower move speed because regeneration, of course, kind of slows you down. So critically, if you share hero control, be careful in your pubs. Don't do that. People might run you down the lane. But in competitive games, we could easily see people utilizing it, bringing multiple salves of mangoes and not having that kind of move speed punishment. So cool tech. No one's doing it yet. Maybe they start doing it. Is it a bug? Is it a feature? But watch out. Marcy special delivery. Anyone can use it with hero control.
I'm impressed. You really deep dive into Marcy. It's like a hero that you're seeing a lot of, and yet there's still certain elements that just aren't being utilized to the maximum.
Yeah.
I think it shows how much depth there is to Dota, that you get people who play the game literally all day long, every day. It's their job. It's like their passion. It's all they do. And they still don't know everything. And there's other people who know bugs that they don't know about. And there's sort of this smattering of information between a bunch of different people. And I think that's like one of the things that makes Dota so cool to like watch and be a part of, is the game is so ridiculously deep and complex that you actually can't know everything.
Yeah, it's easy to overlook things. It's easy to underestimate things. And let me tell you, in our next matchup, you do not want to underestimate either team. It's Spirit up against Heroic.
By the rocket flare, Heroic have got pretty good info there. We'll get the hook in on towards the but straight away the shield comes in, and look at the backline. Yuma blinks right across. This time a rare miss from Schofield. Doesn't matter though. Yuma surrounds him, gets the ultra. He's looking for the rampage, and he's going to get it. Anisha does not have the buyback available. Yatura pushing on here. Banner down as well. They're protecting the creeps. Boxy trying to look for Rue, but Rue just turns. Life trains back up. Yatura gets the triple. Fight was there. Keeping Collapse safe. Can push on Yatura. He's looking for that rampage, and he's going to get it.
Our rampaging carriers are going to be coming up against each other. Yatura got one for himself yesterday. Yuma has 2. We'll see if there's going to be one in this game at all, just how it's going to unravel, because Heroic, Seb, you coined them for you, the most entertaining and the most enjoyable team to get to watch in Blastline 4. I'm
a Heroic fan. For sure. I love everything about that team. The players are amazing. They're skilled. They're smart. They're creative, they're aggressive, they find solutions in the game. I think they are true Dota players. Like, I think they're really using the game for what it is, which is, you know, be innovative, like think outside the box, don't give up, find ways to get back into the game. I think it's amazing. And to me, this is like the mark of the teams that can go the distance. Like this tournaments in general, like you can create these. This is a team that can become a legacy, like a dynasty team, in my opinion. It's gonna take a lot of ifs, you know, like are you gonna, you know, stick together long enough? Are you gonna go through hardship, overcome what you have to overcome? But I can see the X factor in them that I don't see in teams that are already kind of above them in terms of results. So that's why I'm super excited to watch them play and to see how much they develop from one game to the other.
And there's not a lot of teams that are above them right now as well. They're looking great for themselves too.
You know, they are looking very, very healthy, especially if, you know, they can take the game off Spirit or someone else like that. You might even get into a same win-loss situation, maybe even sneak into the top 2 in the final day. But yeah, just the way that Heroic play and draft is, they're not bending to the mini-meta of other teams, right? In the tournaments, heroes crop up like Timbersaw. They're not jumping to it. They're staying true to themselves, unlike Spirit, who they see a hero. Okay, let's try the Timber. Oh, Abbott, let's try it again, right? So I think Spirit is trying to adapt and learn throughout the tournament, and Heroic is like, they've entered the tournament and it's like, this is our stuff, try and beat us. And of course, some teams have beaten them, and I'm really intrigued to know what respect Spirit will give to Heroic. Is it the, you know, the Beastmaster? Is it the, you know, the Divide offlane? Is it the Quap? Like, what is the Heroic building block that Spirit's going to ban out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at this Spirit and they've had some great moments. They've had some really good gameplay here and there, and I think they've also been shaky at different points. This is not the Spirit you see that you're like, yeah, I don't know how you're going to beat them. Like, you watch and they're just not going to lose. They're not at that stage yet. They always have the skill and the potential to get there. You know, I think Spirit is a team that always, if they ever turn it on, holy crap, you better watch out. But it's not on right now. The light switch is very clearly flickering in between, and so I think Heroic have a very good shot at taking this against them.
Yeah, 100%. They could even be called favorites going into this
I think
series.
So.
Yeah.
That's Heroic, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Spirit, they played their first series earlier, right? They were the first series that we saw on the stream. That was a loss against MOUZ. And it wasn't a lot of time now that they've had to readjust. This is going to be their last game that they play in the group stage. You want to not only end on a high, but you want to put yourself as far up in the group standings as possible so that you get a quote-unquote easier matchup, right? If you're sitting in that top of that ladder, even if you have to play a best of 3, you're going to be going up against a team that's all the way at the bottom. So they still want to get a win, even if they don't end up making it into the top 2 that get directly invited to Singapore.
And yeah, what was a little bit worrisome about something we've seen from Spirit in the other days, like they lost to this Timber against Falcons and then they picked it, which to me can be, I'm not saying it's the case, but it can be the mark of like ego, like too much ego. Like we lost because this year is broken. You know, it's not because of our performance or this drafting or decision making. I hope that their takeaway from what happened against MOUZ is going to be different, and that they're not going to blame kind of the heroes they were playing against, but maybe self-reflect a little bit more on what they brought to the table.
I just want to see Heroic win so that we have this awesome moment of...
Here we go,
top
Tease.
2.
Wait, can we pull up the group standings? Because I feel like you're going to explain.
No, it may be. I have no idea what's happening on the B stream. That's the issue right now. Like, I'm not looking. But if Falcons is like dropping the ball or Tundra's dropping the ball, Aurora's coming into today is like they are playing Falcons and Spirit. If Aurora's can help out South America, SEA helping SA, then Heroic, they 6-3. They win another game, boom, 7-3. Falcons, all they do is drop one game, and then I don't know what the new starter score is, but the point is, like, Heroic, they're the last team possible in this group stage to actually get that automatic invite. Everyone else is already locked in to middle pack or playing for the last chance. So all this talk, it's like, I'll be honest, it's like, as long as Heroic win, I then need Falcons someone else to lose. It's like, I'm really invested in this, like, last day change up. Like, I really want to see just an additional storyline added to the tournament.
It could very well happen. As long as the
so many things happen. Yeah.
I mean, the Heroic win is very likely to happen. The Falcon loss, that's a little bit more of a stretch.
Hey,
but you never know.
I was going to say, that's the fun thing about Best of Ones. You never know whether it is genuine cheese that's being picked out for teams, maybe a new strat on that last day, the YOLO team backs against the wall, who really knows? The only thing that I do know is that we want to run back our play of the day from yesterday to give us a little bit of taste of what we could see from Heroic.
Oh my goodness, this hook from Yuma.
That's a lot of damage that Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take because of that hook.
That like owns him in the lane. There's another hook in 4 seconds. He might just do it again. Okay, he'll be able to get hooked again.
He's not going to kill him, but he's not around. He went for the second hook and he got it.
This is a brutal start, I would say, for Toronto Tokyo. He
Try and hook him again.
Another.
Dude, if he gets him again.
Do it.
Nah, he's not going to try.
Oh,
he got him. He got him again.
He got him.
He got him again. He won't kill him, but my goodness, he just hit pretty much 3 hooks off cooldown. I tell you what, if a punch is doing that in your pub, the game's over. This guy's a god.
A reminder for everyone at home just what Yuma on Pudge is capable of. I don't know if Spirit needed that reminder for themselves, but there it is. There's a lot of niche heroes. Maybe not even niche is the right word here, but a lot of heroes that you have to respect from the side of Heroic. There's that Pudge. There's also the Meepo that got pulled out yesterday. There's the Whisper Bat mid. There's just so many. I don't know if you have any more you want to add to that, Glenn.
I mean, I think the Leshrac has shown to be a potential first phase ban or something that teams need to think about. I think the last time they first picked it, there were not even close to enough answers to this, and I think people need to be conscious of that and think of that, because they've sort of stepped back from the Queen a little bit, but they are still picking it sometimes. So you've got these couple of Queen, Leshrac, these first pick Whisper heroes, and I think to have a good game against Heroic, you need to have good answers for these heroes, because they're picking them every game, right? We've seen a lot of people sort of misdraft against first pick bans or first pick heroes and just like give them a free game anyway. And I think if you're playing against Heroic, you can't give Whisper a free game. He's just too good for that.
And a hero that I think is like, I don't even understand why it hasn't happened yet is Timbersaw, because I think they're one of the best Timbersaw team in the tournament.
Yeah.
Like Whisper Timbersaw is amazing, and Devi also is level 30 on the Timbersaw, very known for it. So first pick Timbersaw for Heroic sounds like just absolute logic. And given the state of the hero in the tournament, I just don't understand why it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
They had access to it against Na'Vi, but they didn't take it in the first phase, and then Na'Vi banned it in the second phase. But easily, like you were saying, it just takes one conversation, and then they promote the priority. But yeah, one team will get surprised by it at some point. They'll get reminded about how good Whisper is on the hero.
Everyone needs a little bit of a reminder every now and then of what could crop up. But we do have our draft here, a couple of bans coming out. And so, yeah, that Timber's going to be a big question mark. What about on the side of Spirit, though? The Abo was something that they like to open their phase with or their drafts with. Had that loss early today, so Seb, you're leaning towards, please, either don't pick it up or just really wait until you're comfortable to pick it up.
I think so. I think they're over prioritizing the Abaddon by a lot, and to their demise, I think it's playing a bigger role in why they're like struggling in games that theoretically could be easier given the talent and the resources this team is working with. So hopefully they have made that adjustment, and we will see a more competitive draft for Team Spirit.
I think it's very interesting, once again, that they're burning time on these first phase bans. They're also second pick, so a lot of times when you're second pick, your bans are very sort of predetermined. Like we're just banning these 4 heroes, because you don't even have to use that last ban before your pick to decide a little bit based on what the enemy does. You kind of just like script it out. So they also do ban the Timbersaw, while that. So it's interesting. They're respecting it, even though Heroic hasn't done it yet. Maybe preempting, they feel like, okay, they actually are going to do it. It's too big of a problem.
Good research, yeah.
And also like the Queen of Pain, right? Heroic have first picked it in 2 games. They lost both of those games. So like, have they lost faith in it? Does Spirit even respect it? They know that Whisper on a Leshrac or other heroes can be more dominating. So I think Spirit might even just ignore that hero for now, let Heroic take it, and then craft a strategy against it. So I like the fact they're not banning Queen of Pain. It just hasn't been the strongest from first pick for Heroic.
I was just gonna say, it's a hard team to draft against when you think about a Heroic, because they have these 2 offlaners and one is playing mid. So by nature, they has this overlapping hero pool where when it's picked, you never know who's gonna play it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I think the gyro ban from Spirit is very smart. It's a hero we've seen Heroic having a lot of success with, and I think there's a sort of an idea or something you do sometimes from second pick where you sort of ban a hero in first phase that the enemy will not pick in first phase. So you're pre-banning it basically for the later phases, because you only have that one ban between first phase and second phase as second pick. So you get the ban out of the way, because Heroic has had, they've been picking in Gyrocopter in 14-15 a lot, so you sort of pre-ban it for the next phase.
I like the Slaughter ban. I think it's not necessarily a ban to protect the Naga, but it's been honestly one of the heroes that looked the most convincing for Team Spirit. So I like that they just take it out, force Team Spirit to kind of reinvent themselves. They picked the Naga. Honestly, the bans from Heroic are pretty crisp. I think it's what has been. Yeah, you know, it shows, because sometimes there can be like, especially in a format like this, there can be a little bit of laziness when you ban against the team, because you don't have time to just like kind of actually watch the replays. You're just watching the drafts and the bigger picture, and you're like, okay, they seem to favor that, they seem to be winning with that, I'm taking it out. But this is actually some good prep, you can tell, because they're banning not only the heroes they've been winning with, but winning convincingly, and because of these heroes in particular. You know, I'm thinking the Mars, the Slaughter, very crippling to what Team Spirit's going to be able to pick, and they're actually struggling to make a choice.
Yeah, I always describe it as like the building blocks of a team, and yeah, I think I respect Heroic heavily at finding such good building blocks. And Spirit, they respond to the Naga Siren, a hero that Heroic actually ignored in one of the drafts earlier. Both MOUZ and Heroic just didn't bother banning it or picking it in an earlier series in the tournament, but Spirit, they want to go for pacing. I think against Naga Siren, you know, of course, hero of TI, it's such a dominant hero, you have strong laning, you have good fight reset with your song, but you don't want to have to take multiple fights constantly. You don't want your map to be closing in around you, where one bad TP, one bad song, suddenly you're not able to contribute to that secondary fight. And Nature's Prophet, of course, is one of the best heroes at the game at pushing waves, picking what fight to take, and just dragging heroes around the map.
And I think it's fair to say that they have successfully pushed Spirit out of their comfort zone, at least for the first phase, because this is the first time we see Spirit, rate Nature's Prophet that high. It's probably, they can have to revert to a backup plan, given what has been banned in the first phase.
Yeah, I think it'll most likely be carry. I don't think, and we haven't seen them play at support for a long time, and I don't think it is good mid for Spirit. I think mid, you need to be quite the Nature's Prophet specialist, to be honest, right now. The hero is good mid, but it is very weird, and if you fall behind, then it's quite hard to catch up because you're buying that vessel and that shard first. You do not have a farming mechanism, really. So if you're losing fights, then you become super weak very quickly.
Yeah, Lyle also only has 2 competitive games on Nature's Prophet in his career, and the last one was 11 months ago. So it's not like a competitive hero for him.
So
Yeah.
what are these bans from Heroic? Like DK and Puck, these are mid heroes potentially? Is it to protect a hero in particular, or anything we can pinpoint? Could it be Quap that they're setting up for?
Quap's been banned.
It's been banned, never mind.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe Spirit reading that, hey, that's what these bans are for. This is somewhat telling, and we're gonna ban this. I think that's honestly a pretty smart read from Spirit, because those 2 heroes do sort of say, hey, I want Queen, both like some of the most stereotypical counters to Queen.
Yeah. Disruptor, pretty good against Naga for different reasons. I mean, it's a hero that's been raising in popularity. It's good with Naga, so it's the night pick, but it also, the glimpse mechanic versus sleep can be interesting also. Like sometimes Naga sleep TP out to, prevent the fight from going really badly, and then you're able to get the glimpse because the range is just bigger.
And now Heroic have something to play around, right? Sure, you've got Nature's Prophet Disruptor that want to be aggressive, but when you're reacting to the pressure of a Beastmaster with Helm of Dom hitting your towers, Snapfire playing on such large distance that you can just throw in, you're never really going to be punished by Disruptor. Sure, Prophet down the line with Shard can see you, but yeah, I think Heroic just has a really strong identity of get Beastmaster into the game, Naga will protect, Snapfire will do the damage, but these 3 heroes together can go anywhere together and just kind of unlock skirmishes.
I think you also definitely, if you're Spirit, you need to look at something to prevent or stop this Beastmaster. Disruptor and Fury, and neither one of these heroes is good against Beastmaster, and Beastmaster is generally considered one of the better heroes against Nature's Prophet in lane. So you have that plus a Snapfire hero that is exceptionally strong in lane with a lot of kill potential. If you start thinking about Naga and Yuma going through gate, which they've done plenty of times, this Nature's Prophet can have his safe lane area exposed very easily. So there's a lot of like, yeah, it's a little dicey.
Why not like a 4-position Ringmaster, and then with a collapse like beefy offlaner? Because then you have the single target save against Aurora. You also have a little bit more team fight to throw into the mix for the early game. Again, we don't see Ringmaster too often, but it is a Rue hero that he at least played in like the first day of the tournament.
It's pretty solid. I think you could also... Okay, they go for the Sand King. Slaughter is out, so that's good to keep in mind. And Spirit has been one of the first team to break Sand King mid with the Slaughter answer. So maybe now they're like, well, this is a good opportunity to pick Sand King. It's good versus Naga. It's pretty decent against Beast. It just depends how comfortable you are on the Sand King, because we've seen some players struggle. We feel like it's very kind of subtle gameplay right now. Like if you're not very comfortable and very good at the hero, it's not like TI times where everybody could pick it up. It's much harder now because of the Gold Scepter nerf. So, but if Lard is able to execute, then it's a very cool idea.
You also have to be mindful on on Spirit, that Naga Siren from the 5 position, you can send the illusions in to body block the stacks, you can always scout them out, and both Beastmaster and Snapfire don't mind rotating over to go look at the contest, maybe leech XP, maybe steal a couple with their spells. So Heroic already have some answers to the stack taking through vision and, of course, spells damage.
I like this Sand King Hoodwink a lot, because it's crazy combo. Like Falcons have abused it at TI, the spell amp on the Sand King Ags is crazy, and I think it kind of counters sleep because it's just too much damage, and the sleep heals, it doesn't matter fast enough. Like, it doesn't happen fast enough.
Yeah, I think the Hoodwink is also quite a good hero at TPing safe lane and dealing with some of this potential pressure from the Beastmaster. She's really good at killing the Boris, and also just like they have a lot of kill threat running you down the lane. So if Heroic are playing too far up in the lane, or they're trying to get greedy and really punish this Furion, you can very easily get TP'd on and feed all that lead away, and suddenly you're back to square one.
I mean, Hoodwink's going to be able to utilize, Scurry, get the deep vision out, which will then set up the Prophet TP or a Glimpse or Sanking going in. It's like there's a lot of just layering where if you take 2 heroes on Spirit's lineup, they're going to get a kill, right? Disruptor plus Prophet, that's a kill. Sanking, Hoodwink, that's a kill. Throw both supports, they're killing. Like, there's so many ways to get picked off around the map. And Heroic, of course, we spoke about Leshrac in the first phase. They do get it on 18 pick. Whisperer is going to be able to pretty much kill any hero I see on Spirit's lineup. I don't know if you agree, disagree there, but he can blow up most heroes right now on Spirit.
Yeah, it's a very solid Leshrac game. The Queen already banned, and the Puck. Some of people's most often responses. Huskar banned too. Then you start looking, and it's just not that cut and dry. We mentioned it in other games, but a lot of the counters to Leshrac are not in meta right now. And so whenever the hero's picked, you're like, yeah, I can pick a lot of stuff that's going to do okay or draw. People will pick Ember Spirit, historically against this hero, but Ember not a hero that's winning very much right now or looking very good. And Leshrac will do fine in lane. So it's not a hero that can be abused very easily by Spirit's last pick.
Spirit needs to also consider Meepo as a ban potentially. I know they have some good control through Sanking, even like Static Storm and Disruptor, but it's not enough for a Meepo. And Heroic already have enough chaos and frontline that he'll always get online. He'll always get those 20-minute items to break the game.
It is quite likely that they're looking for a melee hero on Heroic last pick. I mean, given that the Naga is position 5, which is what it seems to be, I don't think you want to lay Naga with the Beast ideally. I think this Beast Snapfire has the potential to take over the lane. Especially versus a Prophet or Disruptor. It's a pretty good Beast game. So yeah, it's going to leave. I mean, they're actually banning mini heroes on Spirit, so they have a different read.
There's also Jug available for Heroic as well, right? You don't ever really die to the Glimpse. You can
just don't like the safe lane so much, but yeah. They can. It's good. They can make it work. I'm just worried about the Naga like double melee action. Also because Spirit have last pick and they have some sort of synergy too. Flexibility too. They can decide to pivot these heroes around. Like the Sanking could be position 3, it's not impossible. Like Neta has been playing it this tournament too. The Prophet could still go mid. So Spirit have a lot of like options for their last pick. So I think Heroic, we've seen them be really greedy with laning phase, and
they have, yeah.
I mean, they did it against Na'Vi. It was really rough, and they could have lost that game easily. And we said that if Na'Vi was a little bit more experienced and a little bit more clean, they would have basically beat them. Spirit is a team that will punish you. You can't really afford to lose lanes too rough against that team. They're just gonna win the game.
Taking some time so far with the Huskar ban.
I do want to ask, when you said like the heroes that counter Lesh aren't really in the meta, but what is it about those heroes? Like what does Lesh just struggle against, not only in lane, but earlier on in team fights that make him feel like he's not able to do that explosive damage?
I mean, generally you want turrets against Leshrac. Back in the IO Lesh era, the most common responses are Terrorblade, who gets Scotty at some point, or Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger is like near #1 of Leshrac counters. It's heroes that Lesh is very good against, heroes that need to run in. Point blank heroes or lower damage heroes that he can then get on top of, and you can deal a buttload of damage and they just die. But if you can space Lesh and you can kite him, you can pull him back and forth, and you can hit him from afar, then he's like, it's a bit iffy. This TA pick, I can see why they picked it. It does have pretty good matchups against Spirit heroes, but it does put them in a scenario where Beast is not a hero that's like a typical starter of skirmishes and fights in a lot of ways, and neither of the supports is either. So you've got, while I think a lot of early aggression and good lanes, I think Heroic's draft has a lot going for it. I think if things aren't going according to plan, their heroes can be quite greedy and difficult to actually do things.
Instant answer with a Clink. So that is a Yotoro special, which is going to send the Prophet mid. It's very good against Beast, the Clinks. It makes it very hard for Beast to play with summons. It's a hero that very few players are actually looking at, the Clinks. I think Ame notoriously is looking at it. I mean, TI has looked at it and had a decent amount of success. So interesting to see what Yotoro does with it. Also because he's very innovative with the builds, the item builds. I think the pretty normal item build would be like Falcons into Deso or Dragonlance in between. Maybe probably Deso before. Some players go for Mjolnir. It's going to be interesting to see what Yotoro does on Klinks.
I'm just excited to see Spirit play this lineup because it's all about information, right? Where are the creep waves? If you see the creep waves, then you're going to know Heroic's pushing them. If Beastmaster or Lesh is showing, that's like their big identity for the fight. So Spirit can keep manipulating that, knowing where they are. Klinks will be ratting, Prophet's going to be ratting. They're going to keep finding pickoffs and utilizing Sand King, Hoodwink, Disruptor. I think Spirit's got a really fun lineup in the mid game. But of course, Heroic, like, they seem to be so good at just grouping up and just playing an objective like very cleanly, and they have heroes to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great response to what Heroic has. I think we talked about the potential safe lane pressure from Heroic, and I think a lot of that has been extinguished. It's very hard for Beastmaster to attack Klinks. You're going to play a much different game. And Klinks is also a hero that's very good against Leshrac. It fits that turret archetype that when Leshrac blinks in, you're getting annihilated instantly. Especially when a Nullifier comes out, there's no way around that anymore. There's no BKB Ghost Scepter during way out of it. So like, Klinks is going to eat you alive. And I think while it's not black and white, I think this Klinks pick is very cool and fixes a lot of things they had going.
It's super smart. Like, it's gonna send the Sand King 3 to a Naga +5, which is very good for Sand King. The Prophet mid with Vessel is also amazing. Very, very nice last pick. Makes the whole draft much better.
All right, we got a lot of strong picks here. Two strong teams coming up against each other. Heroic, they need a win here if they want to keep the dream alive of getting a direct invite to Singapore. For Spirit, well, they just want to be able to end their group stage on a win. This best of one, let's get into it.
I was already looking forward to this matchup, Team Spirit versus Heroic. I think it's a pretty interesting best of one clash of styles, and two teams that are not the most dominant teams, but are certainly doing pretty well for themselves. And now we have a Klinks.
Oh, was that it? Just we have a Klinks?
Yeah,
we do have a Klinks.
A Yotoro Klinks. I'm excited. I like watching Ame and Yotoro play Klinks because I think this hero sucks most of the time. So watching two of the best carries in the world play a hero that usually sucks is kind of fun.
I wouldn't say the hero sucks. I think he's just really volatile, and if you don't make it work, it just looks terrible. So he has a very low floor, you know. When you start sinking down.
What would you What would you say one of the most common attributes about a carry and the hero that you're choosing for your carry is?
The battle begins.
What? That question.
Well, the answer is,
what do you mean?
Stability. You want stability out of your carry. And Klinks is not stable at all. That's why I think he kind of sucks.
Okay, I can kind of buy that argument. I've played with North American carry, so I've never had a stable carry in my entire career. So I just wasn't sure what you were going for. Yeah, it's bad. I don't think I've had a stable player in my entire career, including myself. So yeah, that's just not the word I was thinking of. But yeah, it is nice to have stability. Or I assume it's nice because I don't know. It's probably nice, you know. The hero is definitely unstable. He can pop off. He can do some cool things against Beastmaster. He can scale pretty hard, and he is a long-range kind of turret hero versus the Lesh. But I'm a little more worried for Spirit in this draft than I think the panel was. I really like what Heroic got going on in terms of the 5-man together and what that team fight looks like in terms of what the Roche looks like, the vision control from the traps that can set a lot of the positioning up. Just looks incredibly nasty and difficult to fight, especially around that Roche pit. To go through the traps, into kisses, into Leshrac, into the Beastmaster, who gives you the capability to do it, and the TA doing it super fast. If it gets to that point, it looks like a really tough fight for Spirit. And I am not a fan of Sand King into support Naga. I think support Naga owns that hero because you just sit in the back, and he goes in with Epi's Sandstorm, and you just saw him. And then everybody gets healed up. You're really tanky. You get a lot of utility. You can scout him out at the start of fights with illusions. You can play in the back. Yeah, you can deal with some of the lane pressure and stuff, but I just think Naga's a busted hero, and I think I would have more confidence in the mid Sand King because you get better timings. You can overwhelm him with the damage with the Ags. I think off-lane Sand King, you're not going to have that style of game on average as much.
Oh, not quite the first blood. Maybe this one. Okay, Panto, he's got the... Surely, yeah, he hits him with the blood grenade. That will finally be your first blood. I think Yotoro was really hoping he was going to nab that, because that first blood could speed him along to the Falcon Blade, which mana regen helps a lot on this hero. But not the case here. Panto takes the last hit. I 100% agree with you, by the way. I think mid-Sand King, I think it's kind of fine. Because as you said, you hit your timings, especially with the Aghanim Scepter build lately. It's so much damage that Song, you know, even when you get the heal, may not be enough to save heroes.
It's just going to end up being more of a maybe Aura bind or utility saying, and just the Blink Stunner to set up the other two cores being the big damage dealers, which is how, if that's how they thought about it, then I can see that makes sense, because Furion Clinks don't really care about the Naga save. They're just right clickers. They're just going to go and start beating people up, can buy BKB, just commit in off a Sand King stun, and then in that sense, maybe the song
back death. Schofield caught by the rotation from Laurel. Good effort from Team Spirit, taking themselves off the lane to ensure that now Schofield's going to have to take the walk of shame.
And get some money bags on top of it. Earn charges, money bags. He's rolling in the dough. But these are the two heroes you want to snowball in this game. You want the Furion to have a good start into a fast vessel. You want the Clinks to have a good start into that Falcon Blade Deso. And then just run around and slay everybody. This is a lineup that could get out of control in terms of just the single target kill threat is absurd. Between Glimpse setup, Hoodwink setup, Sand King running around stunning people, and then Furion TPs on any of that with an early vessel. Clinks can join early any of those early ganks with a fast Desolator here. So if you get these early items online, this lineup will come together really nicely. And I could see it just shredding this Leshrac at the start of fights. Like, there's not a lot to protect Whisper in this game. Normally you pair this hero with some good saves, the Omni Knight we saw, the Oracle, the Treant, whatever it is in the meta. But here, Snap, Naga, the Naga will help him later on, but in the early mid game, it's not a hero that's going to sit behind him and bail him out or anything. So Whisper's kind of on his own. His game is going to be dependent on his own gameplay, where he moves, how fast he can get the Blink Dagger online and start finding kills.
I think also, speaking on the other side of that coin, another teleport coming in. Schofield, man, he can't get level 2. He just wants level 2, and maybe he could have a bit more of an impact in this lane, whether it's the Scatter Blast or the Fire Snap Cookie, and instead, I mean, Divine Llama is certainly enjoying the solo lanes, but he isn't even a higher level of Panto, because they've gotten so many kills on this Snapfire that Panto's level 4.
That is quite the experience start for this Disruptor, I must say. He is jacked to the gills. A level a minute is pretty damn nice here. A lot of solo XP for Devi, I guess. You know, the Beastmaster will soak up all the experience the Snapfire doesn't have, as Schofield makes his way back top.
Yeah, Schofield every death is teleporting into the Ancients and stacking them, so at least there is still that fallback as well.
Schofield always has pretty sacrificial laning phases, so it's nothing new for him, and it's lane Heroic usually can play around.
Yeah, but it's usually he's wasting the enemy's time. Here, it really is not taking much time to kill him.
He's wasting Laurel's time.
I don't think that's true entirely. Still have a decent level 6 timing.
Spheron could be TPing and killing his TA or something, you know? Instead he's killing useless Schofield.
That is definitely not happening. Yuma is very healthy.
Yeah, he's doing quite fine down here. We're gonna have Deso carry against Deso carry. It's pretty interesting.
I do think that this is a game. The reason I like Heroic's lineup is I think this is a game that Whisper can take over, man. This is a game that Leshrac, if he starts get going, he could just run down heroes. Good glimpse back though, bails out Laurel. Probably would have traded out Laurel and the Leshrac. Instead, neither dies, and it's going to be the Sapphire. Of course, Schofield dies yet again. 4 deaths in 6 minutes for him.
4 deaths in the game, and they're all on one man. He's definitely taking it for the team here. If they get that haste rune, very different engagement. So the fact Panto's there ahead of time, gets the field down, really nice gameplay to deny that rune from the Lesh. The best 6-minute rune he probably could have gotten here. And that'll give the vessel to Laurel. Already done 6.5 minutes, and he rushed it. Could easily make another quick move here. Maybe contest Wisdom Shrine if you're bold enough. I mean, you can run the Clinks up there, but it doesn't look like Spirit or Eye in it.
Yeah, Whisper is already here. Defensive position for him. It would have been sick if he, you know, caught Laurel in a teleport here, isolated with the Diabolic Edict to get the Wisdom Shrine and the kill, but Laurel with the Leshrac off map is not going to go for it. In fact, there's a lot of heroes off map because Heroic is going to farm through their stacks right now.
These stacks will definitely help them recover this early game a little bit. They're falling a little bit behind, but this is still kind of the start Spirit wanted. They want the Furion to have a good item timing, but they want the Clinks to be able to stand in the lane, beat the Beastmaster back. They found a lot of kills on Schofield. That helps. So their two big carries are in a good position, and the Saiyan King is still finding a good amount of farm. He's not having the worst time. He's got stacks for him too. Juicy. This aggressive move by Yatoro. He wants to find somebody trying to clear through some stacks up here. That was a very unsuccessful ancient stack.
And if they fail to find somebody doing the ancient stack, they'll make sure they had the vision to come back when the time is right.
Yeah, or just
but
go
that was
Schofield again.
Yeah, that's probably true. Schofield did see all that, though, because of a very, very defensive ward, so he knows that there's a ward in the triangle, so should be dewarded pretty easily.
He needs the D-ward, too. That's some experience he's lacking considerably here.
Especially since they're giving KJ the mid lane instead of him.
Not the most necessary hero to get early XP on.
Schofield.
Rather have it on the Snapfire.
You should have gone for the ward, my friend. Should have gone for the ward. Well, maybe he could do it on revive, but he may not have an off-lane tower. Part of the danger.
The money bags.
Given a Clink such a good lane, he starts pressuring the tower pretty early.
What about the money bags? No.
I forgot about them.
They're going to disappear. Somebody grab them. No.
They disappeared right in front of Devi's face.
Ooh, he's thinking about Aurora there. This is a tanky Clinks, though. You don't have kisses, so... Think twice about that one. Collapse? He's thinking about
collapse. You kidding me, man? Come on. This is getting ridiculous now.
Brother, somebody help this guy play Dota, please.
God, he did get the D ward. There goes the Roar out on a level 6 disruptor, and he's pushed up to the high ground. Hurricane, maybe not quite what they wanted, coming in from behind. Leshrac is sent back by the glimpse for the last second from the disruptor. Good play, it isolates Devi, but Heroic and Yuma are still going to chase after these heroes. Are they strong enough to chase up into this high ground situation, though? Numbers advantage, or at least a core advantage for Team Spirit here. And Heroic do not keep chasing.
And somebody other than Schofield has died, ladies and gentlemen. This will not be a only Schofield dies game. 6 deaths in 10 minutes is one of the rougher starts I've seen for the man. He almost has more deaths than last hits. That's impressive.
That is impressive. It is still all the deaths from the offlane of Heroic, so...
As Clinks has worked out. I mean, it put a lot of pressure on them. It got in this jungle early, made the rotations easy, took the tower, helped contest the stacks. Exactly what you want from this safe lane hero as Whisper gets glimpsed out.
Did clear out the wave, so the siege wagon will die to the tower, and he's not too far away, so still be here to bolster the safe lane tower. They lost their off lane tower. They don't want to lose both their side lane towers so early, but they are a little alone here. And KJ, he interrupts the burrow strike with the song. Whisper is still maybe gonna die though. Whisper is dead.
Damage,
this
man.
was just not the plan that Whisper had in mind when it came to defending this safe lane tower. Nobody else from Heroic came to join.
Wrath of Nature plus Vessel. That's all you need in that early game. Just decimates this Leshrak's low HP pool. The rotations swift and effective here from Spirit. They are getting a lot of value out of this mobile lineup. And Heroic just not reacting well. Not finding openings of their own. The aggressive Snapfire has been shut down. Still looking for this tower top, but Collapse rotates up here. He'll be able to defend this pretty reliably since you don't have Snaphold to combo off the Roar or anything. And you still don't have the blink on the Lesh, so your offensive capability from him is limited, turning into a very slow game for Heroic.
And by the time he gets it, like, how effective is it going to be? With Spirit ahead, these heroes, when they're even or maybe even behind, could certainly die to the Leshrac and all his burst damage he does with Diabolic Edict, but if they are ahead, they've got that extra item or two to bolster their HP, and they're playing around each other a lot. Whisper's not going to be able to isolate the heroes nearly as much. In fact, if he gets his Ancient stolen by Collapse, who's going to make the Burrow Strike first? Doesn't commit the Epicenter net. Now, after the Bushwhack holding Whisper in place, now commits the Epicenter, clears out both the Ancients, and stays away from the Leshrac to dodge any of the damage while still getting the kill. That was very well played by Collapse.
Super value, man.
And the
so much extra
+1
gold.
KJ dies as well.
Yeah, he's running a rampage on this game. Highest net worth core is Sand King. Out of everybody in this game, it ends up being him. As he has just stolen so many stacks, extra kills, stacks of his own. The efficiency out of control right now.
Now, Yuma's gonna have to put on his big boy pants for this one. He's the only core with farm in this game.
He is very farmed. Still having himself a very consistent tournament and another stable performance here despite everything that's going on.
Roar, kisses, and it is enough. And that is a high level support. Level 7 Disruptor goes down.
Schofield's revenge.
Thought Whisper was going for a blink there. Would have been a death sentence though. Instead, he just clears out a hard camp and makes a run for it.
That was a risky hit if the Sand King gets in there. I mean, no disruptor, so he has some confidence he's not going to get glimpsed or anything, but kind of a bold move from him right as that Dessa was arriving. Very risky. If you die on this TA, this game is going to implode. They'll find another quick pick off on KJ, who is not getting any sort of rat action going. Man, if you get the pipe up on Sand King and you finish Blade Mail on Virion, looks really hard for Heroic to win a fight. This Lesh has no good targets, no easy entry.
And damage for Yutoro. He's going to put that to use on the mid tower. Has a fresh Desolator, so Team Spirit are begging Heroic. Take a team fight so Yutoro can start getting some charges. This is fantastic timing, too. Yutoro having the Deso before 15 minutes, so he's going to be able to buy the Shard at 15. This is a dream Clinks game right now.
He's ramping up. If he can find some charges for kills around the map, he'll be really happy. He's drawing some circles. He is on the hunt, man. Anything he finds, Furion TP's in. Easy kills. If Heroic continue to split up on the map. And look what he found. A little Naga Siren. Okay, he didn't want it.
Content to take the neutrals if KJ doesn't just walk into him. Hang on Yuma here. They could get him inside Static Storm, maybe.
He's a really tough target to go on for the Clinks. It's just not fast enough, I think. You're worried about the turnaround and response. Especially with heroes off the map right now for Heroic. Spirit basically see nothing.
Yeah, they've called it quits. Collapse says he's going to the other side of the map to deal with the push that's coming in there. And Heroic pushing out on this bottom line. Not to find anything. Yutoro's already backed up to the triangle. The Hoodwink now joins Collapse on the other side of the map.
And we saw Pipe finished for Collapse. It's just so damn fast. This is a massive item in this game.
May not help Yutoro here, though.
Yeah, if they land the smoke, it'd be huge.
Yutoro, who was, oh, he's getting away. Wait. They got him. Diabolic Edict. They know where the Clinks is at. They need the detection for the extra spells, perhaps. Somebody give him the extra spell. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Where's the rest of the team? Where did everybody go?
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, why not just shoot the kisses in too, right?
Yeah, anything. Scatterblast would have killed him.
I don't really understand what just happened. What a bizarre gank.
And yet, somehow, despite not joining for the Clinks kill, Schofield still dies.
I mean, they even could have handed Dust to the Lesh. Already had the item slot and everything. They had Dust on the supports. That was just botched. No matter how you look at it, that was just botched.
Yeah, Heroic crumbling under the pressure here.
not looking too hot for him. They do have Helmet of Overload up on Devi, and they still have that nice timing on the TA who's mega farmed. So if they can get a good fight into Roche, they can turn this game around. But right now, it's Spirit controlling the tempo, controlling the pickoffs. They have the nice sinking item timings, and it's straight back to where Collapse collected a lot of farm earlier.
Yes, sir. Catching somebody while they're farming Ancients for the extra value of the Epicenter. Gets the kill, gets an Ancient or two. And Laurel continues to build and build. He's now, with a Blade Mail, going to be fearless in his teleports. Not that he wasn't already, but any potential turnaround from Heroic is going to be met by a Blade Mail.
Game just looks impossible for Whisper. There's nobody to go on in this game. There's Pipe, there's Blade Mail, there's Vessel. There's a bunch of Deso right clicks. He has no armor, no BKB. What is this Leshrac supposed to do in this game? I don't know. Nothing.
He's supposed to die, I think. It's going to be probably doing a lot of that.
Dying cry, I guess. Stall this game with Naga illusions, try and push it late. Make a classic Heroic comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they between the Helm of the Overlord, the Naga Siren, the TA traps, both for the pushing and the information. There are ways for them to stall. It's just very hard to do that against a good pusher in Clinks and a Nature's Prophet behind him. Nice song, comes in at the right time to bail out Devi. Still gonna have to get away from Glimpse. 8 seconds to that.
Oh, Yuma wants to take it.
And they're actually trying to fight this one into the Blade Mail. Okay, there goes the Leshrac, nice and quick. Sure, the Nature's Prophet is traded out. Yuma gets a second kill out of this, but there's still nothing stopping Yatoro. And you're in his skeleton walk area. All the skeletons raining down damage on both him. Now potentially Devi as they're playing it slow. Back up a little bit, Collapse. Another round of initiation, but Yatoro doesn't want any of that. He doesn't want to give up the Aegis for free.
That Burrow Strike was so fast on the Lesh. I don't think Whisper got anything off there. Yeah, 400 damage done. The Lesh got no Edict, no Pulse Nova. He's going to die in that fight no matter what, but if he gets a lot of damage off, maybe Yuma can clean up. Instead, Heroic, they're just shut down on this fight. Not the best fight for them. They don't have kisses for that because Schofield goes down early. Your Beast is dead. Yuma makes the call to turn. We've seen this work out for Heroic sometimes before, but too much in the bank, too much in the tank for Spirit right now.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where I feel like as a carry, Yuma's like, ah, man, I'm really farmed, guys. Let's take this fight. And then he's like, wait a minute. They're also really farmed. What the hell, guys?
Yeah, what have you
How
been doing
are they so big? Well, there's 2 cores that are ahead of you in net worth, surprisingly.
Somebody was feeding in this game. It wasn't me. That's what he's saying right now.
With the calm score of 1-1-1. Tormentor, so Boomerang, even extra damage. I mean, the burst is really ramped up. Now the Epicenter is going to be doing a lot, despite him going for an aura build that you were talking about. Pipe, Lotus Orb. He's still contributing a hefty amount just through levels.
You have to get the BKB on Leshrac in this game somehow. That's a long way away, but that's kind of your best entry into the fight with some sustainability. The Spirit just don't allow you to go there by either pushing the pace or continuing to find the pickoffs, and this game will just be a quick Spirit win here in the next 10 minutes. Got the Golem.
Got the Golem. Got
Golem be gone.
Towers. He's going to go Lincolns. The only thing that really stops him at this point is Roar and then being focused down, so he's going to try and address that Roar.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
We're doing some creep cutting. I mean, that is something they can always do with this Naga lineup, as long as you don't get picked off by the Furion. The TA can be a little hard to gank. The Naga can be hard to gank. You're always going to find a little bit of farm in this game, so you don't fall drastically behind. They do have a blink on the Beastmaster now, as Spirit continue to put the Aegis Clinks on the front line. Tough target to jump.
Yeah, especially given that he's not even that squishy. If he's got a death back going on, sitting at 2,300 HP.
They're baiting Yuma here.
Got the Roar off. So there goes Klink's first life.
He's in trouble.
He is. They're going to try and
song on the back.
with the kisses immediately. And the song in the back is beautiful
good.
from KJ. Completely stops Spirit's response. Even Laurel is isolated. He's cleaned up easily. Both Yutoro and Laurel now gone, and a cookie on the device. Centaur finds another. They turn back to KJ. They kill the one person who has ruined their team fight, but it cost them dearly. It might be all 5 of them being run down as Collapse with the Lotus Orb trying to make a run for it. He might be able to get out. Panto, similar thing as he's running down river with the Tumbler toy. Did he just make it out? Nah, Whisper's gonna catch up to him with the haste rune. Of course he found a haste rune. What a turn, Heroic, with one of their patented. Being behind still put together a fantastic team fight.
I mean, we've talked for ages about how Spirit are the comeback team, but this event, it has been heroic, man. These guys play so well from rough starts.
Collapse still on the epicenter, knows where Whisper is at. Unfortunately for Whisper, who pinged up this tier 1 tower, he said, I want to take this tower. Well, he was spotted on it, and now Heroic, Yuma, the teleport doesn't make it. Oh no, bleeding out 2 cores after just a fantastic team fight from them. But the fight went on so long, by the time they went for any objectives, Spirit was back up.
Spirit strike back instantly. Not stunned in the slightest. Yeah, both these teams are really good from playing from behind, constantly looking for the opportunities in the plays. So really cool matchup in some ways. Like, I would love to see these 2 teams in a finals or something, you know?
Agreed.
I bet it'd be hype as hell. Getting a little taste of it in this BO1, but man, what a cool idea for that play mid, right? Like, you bait out the TA, you kind of know Spirit want to be aggressive with the Aegis Clinks. Yatoro's going to play a little over aggressive since he doesn't have BKB or Lincolns yet. He's very susceptible on the respawn, and then you just song the back line to guarantee you have time to bring this guy down and the Fury on TPN. Just a beautiful setup strategically. Really cool use of this Naga song that, I mean, again, shows the versatility of this hero and why it's a first ban. Just the things you can do with it in team fights is absurd.
He's going to work on the shard next. I also like he's having his courier follow him around. So if he does get ganked and loses the gem, perhaps he can recover it with the courier. The courier also helps him scout out some high ground spots, some other areas when gem is on cooldown. And he will finally maybe find one of the deep wards that Team Spirit had laid out.
It's close. Oh, yeah, you gotta see that one.
Nice. There we go. Find enough of these, he'll get a shard. There goes Whisper. Ganked on the side of the map. Whisper is, everybody else can kind of rat. Unfortunately, Leshrac, not really the best at it.
Nope. His game is in rough 0-6. Still looking for that BKB, but gonna be some time. They do see this Ob's bottom. Spirit also know there's vision here for Heroic. Love to fight on this ward, but can't really do it without the Lesh. He's too much of the damage you need in the fight. Do have BKB on the TA, so Yuma can be a lot more aggressive, survive a lot longer. Especially if the Clinks is the one getting gone on.
Yeah. Then
the BKB TA is kind of invincible. The Clinks is dying.
Yeah, no control to stop Yuma. Rue decides that it's best to match KJ. Will also buy out a gem.
Both teams really need a gem this game just for the traps on one side plus the Clink / Sanking on the other. Now looking for the D ward on this bottom. Obze knows there. Collapse wants to defend it with the Fury on threat. Doesn't want to go in on that Naga Siren.
Yeah, I think he knew there was enough heroes behind it, so.
This is good value for Heroic, like removing these deep wards. You do not want to give a lineup that's based around these solo pickoffs and invis heroes any sort of extra information if you can avoid it.
Right.
And you gotta start thinking about that next Roshan. First one, Heroic did not have a chance to contest. This next one, they do, and their lineup is built to fight that Rosh. Song, Kisses, Beast, TA. Very good around the pit, especially if you can get in there.
Built to fight at the Roshan pit. built to take Roshan. Team Spirit. We certainly have the better map control right now, but everything could turn on this one team fight. Another
It's gonna be a
shrine coming up soon.
A top pit Rosh no matter what, and both teams kind of know it here. It's a late
Dire's
spawn, but
bottom tower is under attack.
Well,
Radiant's top
Heroic
tower
don't
is
have
under
to
attack.
play there until it's time for it to spawn. They know exactly when that is, thanks to the third eye from the Templar Assassin. So now they're going to make their move. Playing the other side of the map freely for all this time, but now go through the gate and see if they can get a backstab on Team Spirit, or even better. Yatoro shows himself for half a second here.
they have a really good angle in this fight. I do not think Spirit expect them to be back here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They just need to move a little bit faster. Courier almost gets scouted by the wards, but they don't. And instead, jump in. No, immediate static storm. Still, though, they got the grab on the Clinks. Yatoro is dead. Once again, KJ tries to run an interference with the song. Not quite as effective as last time, but they got the kill they were looking for. This time around, Yatoro, no extra life. Excellent wraparound from Heroic.
These guys they're just sick at finding these smoke angles, man. Like, they're gonna go under a ward here.
Of course, Team Spirit, as always, they may lose an initial fight, but they're still looking for openings, and they're gonna find one. Burrow Strike Epicenter, TP away from Devi. It does not make it out. So they got 2 kills in return, even the odds, and make sure that they still have an opportunity to claim Roshan for themselves.
You cannot be lazy about Team Spirit's turnaround potential. These guys always look for plays. They're very consistent about looking for post-loss plays as well. You always have to think about it. So it's a great find from Heroic. Keeps them in this game, but then they do the same thing they did earlier, which is feed away some clutch kills.
Oh, and now Whisper, he's going to be caught as well. Tried to TP out, but
he is so close to BKB too.
This is nasty. Well, now, very awkward. Team Spirit, Roshan is 100% up. It was a late Roshan spawn, but it is guaranteed at this point, and it's free, I think, for them.
It's looking very free. I think there was a chance Heroic can test that if they don't bleed off some heroes after finding Yatoro, but Yatoro says, good job, team. I'll collect this Aegis, if you don't mind. And now this Linken's build is going to feel a lot better if he has 2 lives to play with it. Might still contest with the Naga sleep. You have Blink Naga.
Yeah, but it's
30
not
time.
30 seconds, yeah.
It's not going to be close enough. We have seen this Linken's... it's kind of interesting. Like, you went for Linken's on the Clinks for the Roar, but because you don't have BKB, you're pretty susceptible to just the Lesh jumping on you and kisses raining in. Yeah, we've seen this be kind of a problem for Yatoro. I do think he wants a BKB at some point in this game. He wanted to ramp the damage first, which is understandable. But it does leave him still a little susceptible in these fights, which Heroic have taken advantage of. Still a very close game.
Not Tormentor, not yet. I want to go through the gate first. And immediately spotted by KJ, who had a inkling that something like this was going to occur, so they go back through the gate to take that Torm, get a shard for somebody. It's either Panto or Collapse, and Collapse who gets it.
Man, remember when Gem worked on the Naga illusions?
Yeah.
That was really cool. Maybe they should bring that back.
No, they should not.
They should bring back Necrobook too. Yeah, that'd be good.
Honestly, at this point, I'll take Necrobook over Helmet Dom.
There's no way that's true.
100% that's true.
That is rose-tinted glasses, if any. Like,
no, that's not. That is not rose-tinted. I don't like Helmet Dom because how versatile it is.
Yeah, but Necrobook was one of the most oppressive items in Dota at its peak. Alright, Daedalus done for Yuma. 18 Deso charges, Serrated Shiv. He does some serious DPS. Can Heroic find the angle again?
I mean, if they don't catch Yatoro, they can still catch both supports here. Whisper fearlessly jumping into both of them here, and still aiming to get Yatoro. They got him on the Roar. turns back some damage, and Heroic have lost the gap close. Now Laurel is just going to teleport right into the middle of them, looks to finish off Schofield, but he's taking a lot of damage here from Yuma. Half his HP is already gone. Yuma with the rest of the BKB, he needs vision inside the pit. He will be able to get it. Finally, 1,000 damage will finish him off. Collapse is going to go for the epicenter. No, the roar comes in from Dubai, stopping the epicenter. Can they finish off Collapse for a Burrow Strike? It's the Burrow Strike off. One more hit, though, and Yuma delivers yet another kill. Dubai trying to back away from Yatoro. He's got Yuma. Yuma's going to rejoin on this, finish off the Aegis, back away slowly. Can they commit on a second life here? They're going to try. With no roar, Divide gets sent back by the cliff. The final hits, not quite enough. And the final hits from Yuma aren't quite enough either. He's trying to bounce off some side blades. Will not be able to get it. Oh, casually one-shot Panto for the dieback.
See you later, son. Claps abound as Yuma just 11,000 damage from this TA. So much of that fight was Spirit chasing everybody else. They did not want to focus this guy down, and that Daedalus paid off. Level 25 off that fight. Meld Bash online. Full Deso charges. Finds a shield rune on top of it. Dude, Heroic's team fighting is just sick, man. They do not hesitate. They just go in. Everybody's willing to be sacrificial. Whisper just takes the brunt of that jump, but he takes both supports out with him. And you're able to kite this Clinks around. This Clinks is just not dealing the same amount of DPS, right? He gets kited, he gets pushed around, doesn't have BKB to guarantee he can sit somewhere and deal the damage. And this jump from Laurel, it backfired really hard. He wants to finish off Schofield, but he pays such a big price, basically gets nothing done with a full BKB.
Yeah, that was not the committal that you wanted out of that.
And the fact Whisper landed that last second split earth on Collapse means he could not channel get Epi off, and then he gets roared afterwards, so he does not get an ult to have any impact in this fight. Just big plays all around. Heroic, they trust each other in these fights, you can tell.
Yeah. And I think Team Spirit on the other side, we talked about how Heroic didn't respect, you know, Team Spirit after losing a fight and the pickoffs that they continue to look for. It feels like a lot of these situations, Team Spirit is giving an opening, right? That was two supports sitting behind the Clinks. They didn't have Laurel with them because, of course, it's a Nature's Prophet. They also didn't have Collapse with them, who is all their sustain. He's the way that allows the supports to live long enough to get off spells.
I mean, one way to look at it is they're giving openings. The others, I think Heroic have just had really good angles of entry. That has just caught them off guard. Like, they have not taken these fights from the expected side one time, I think. And Whisper just jumps. Like, he just goes. He knows even if he dies, he's taking somebody with him. This time it's Spirit from the
Team Spirit with the backstab. They're gonna spot Last Strike first. No, he blinked away. Wait, he blinked up the far neutrals, and they find him on the low ground with the rest of the epicenter. They blow him up, but it's already a botched initiation a bit because it took so long to kill Whisper. They lose Laurel in return. 2 for 1 so far. Heroic. He already used the BKB on Yuma. Can he fight without it? Wanted to kill Collapse real quick there.
It's tough to go in. I don't think you take this if you're Heroic. I mean, no BKB so Yuma. You risk just getting control.
Anyway, they have vision on him. Collapse. Wait a minute. Collapse got jumped first. Hit by the Meld Bash. Not able to finish him off, though. He's so tanky. He's able to survive through these hits, and now Yuma's going to be on the static storm, but there's the bailout. This is why Heroic trusted each other. Yuma said he wanted to make the play as long as KJ backed him up. KJ with the song. Does he bail out Yuma? It's not enough. Yuma still with the vision on the high ground. Spot where he is, and a refresh song is not good enough.
He was trying to swift blink out there, just didn't anticipate that Collapse was going to be that fast on the trigger. But he just went in. Trusty's going to find him. There's going to be detection. Breaks through refraction before Yuma can get the blink out. And the over-aggression. I doubted that engagement. It does not pay off.
How did they not see that vision on the high ground? I mean, they had the gem on KJ. I guess his positioning just never saw it. And those words worked out very well for Team Spirit as a result. It's another pick off on Whisper. And all of a sudden, Team Spirit have wrested control of the game back from Heroic.
Yeah, that ward was huge. I just never saw it or never focused it down. Just paid off at the end of that engagement, and now Collapse. He is taking this game over himself. 10-1-15 on this sand game. That we thought might struggle playing into the Naga. It's not mattered. He lands the stuns. The damage is going to be there from the other cores.
First line of barracks to be taken by Team Spirit, and they can keep going if they want to force the buybacks, especially if they can get pickoffs on Schofield. Make things even worse. Yeah, I think Team Spirit go for 2 here. Guaranteed 15 seconds at least, where Heroic probably not going to be fighting you without Leshrac and TA. The Glyph will stall things a little bit, so this will cut the timer a bit down. Still be able to get through the tier 3. Can they get through the barracks in time?
They also have BKB on Yatoro now, so he's a lot more confident to stand on the front line. He's out of mana, though. That's kind of the concern here.
Of course, Whisper on respawn, blinking into Team Spirit as quick as possible. They don't want to let Team Spirit to get away. They know that they were still in range. They caught the Disruptor, might be able to catch Rue as well, especially if these TA traps hit their mark. Rue gets trying to get around it, trying to get up the cliff, but he's fine. They stop chasing.
I get a little something, but that Spirit getting away with a lot there. 2 lanes, more gold for all their cores. They don't lose any of them. All trying to push towards these 25 talents as well. Would be big pickups for them.
Yeah, I think Clinx's is one of the most impactful. The Tarbomb multi-shot makes it so that the Burning Barrage goes ham.
I mean, all their 25 talents on the 3 cores are really good ones here, so.
Yeah.
There's another Lincoln's on the Furion. So double Lincoln's for this war to get through, something to consider. As Heroic are going to try and win the fight off the double song. We didn't really get to see both songs have impact because that engagement was just weird for Heroic, but if you catch 2 or 3 heroes in the first song and you could pop a second one out later in the fight, that is a lot of sustain and a lot of control to get through here on the side of Spirit.
It also makes the BKB usage on Spirit a little awkward, right?
Yes.
If you get the right kind of song, but only 1 or 2 of your heroes is pop BKB, all of a sudden they're isolated, and they do have BKB piercing control with both the Roar and the Meld Bash.
That's the issue. Like, nobody can fight Yuma on their own, so if you can isolate a hero in BKB and Yuma can just tear them apart, then you have another song. That's the scary part of this game for Spirit, is playing through the Naga and picking your mark carefully. If you can find the TA at the start and you just pop BKBs and go on him, that could be a nice way to get around all this. If you find the Naga, of course, that's the best, but in theory, you're never finding Nagasar. Like, it just should not happen. He also got Dazun. So this song AoE is kind of straight stupid.
Yeah. it's big. Butterfly for Yatoro. So his survivability has ramped up.
There's Divine Rapier for you.
Well, I was going to say, and it's all going to come down to a little bit RNG. A Divine Rapier on Yuma means if he gets the shots through the Butterfly, he might just kill the Clinks at the start. Or he doesn't get that melt hit and it all goes wrong.
It's almost as if he wishes he had the True Strike neutral item. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's true. He does 20% for a True Strike. I mean, even more RNG to add to the mix.
He's got amp damage, Austin. Dear God.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. And get him with the scythe. A cookie follow-up and off the TA traps. They'll be able to get that one. Melt bash. Marvel in big trouble. Almost dies. He does die. Static Storm on Yuma. Damage raining in on him, but he got off the BKB. Yatoro can't finish him off. He can only take the Leshrac out of the equation with no Naga Siren, who is now teleporting into the middle fight. Wait, he canceled the teleport.
Yeah, you gotta
give up on it. They say, okay, the important hero is out. Yuma survived. Keeps the Divine Rapier. We got buyback out of Collapse. There's no need to keep this going.
You trade support buybacks for that Sand King buyback. It's worth it, but that fight was not that convincing, even with the Rapier double damage. Not able to push through and get an overall team fight win, so you're gonna have to fight for this Roshan.
Here's the level 25 for Yatoro. Level 25 almost here for Collapse. I mean, these 25s are hitting at the perfect time to contest this Roshan fight if Heroic try and push it.
Could be a situation where you just force the Roche and you bank on Song covering the kill of it.
Yeah,
put an Aegis on Yuma.
On this Divine Rapier TA. you'll feel so much better about this game. Rue's going to try and get some vision inside the Acorn shot. It goes out. Are they going to get inside in time? The song goes out, and they should be able to get the Aegis. Perfect timing from KJ. Once again, Yuma calmly able to pick up both the Aegis, Refresher, Collapse, nabs the cheese before he burrow strikes home. And the supports, well, they put their lives on the line to protect that Roshan, and it will cost them. It's a double die back. So you may have the extra life on Yuma, but you now are left in a 3 versus 5 for a minute and a half.
I guess he just ate the cheese, but he did get Aegis Banner and Refresher Shard. So you can give Refresher Shard to the Beastmaster here and have double roar. But as you said, 5 on 3. Both supports die back.
Cheese went to Collapse. He got.
Oh, he did get it. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a nice little snag from him, and to get out of there before he gets roared, pretty big. Though he does have the Lotus.
It feels like this was maybe too sacrificial for Heroic. This Aegis is everything for the TA, but he can't 1v5.
Especially if he gets jumped first here.
They're going to jump onto Yotoro, trying to get him through the Lincolns. They do manage to get the sight, but it's not good enough. He already got off the E-Blade, so he's good for now. And
that damage.
Collapse, almost dead. That would be a back if you finish him off. He can't quite. And now Yuma is going to lose the Aegis. Set up on the second line. Static Storm in 5 seconds. A Sprout to try and catch him with a Burning Barrage. They hold him in place. He can't get out immediately. He's stuck here. Now the Static Storm, and he's dead. Aegis goes down, and 3 versus 5 costs Heroic in the end. Team Spirit will walk away the victors.
Man, what a cool game. That was so back and forth. It was Heroic hanging on against the odds. They were down so much in that early game. They pull it back, they throw it away. They pull it back, they throw it away. Just back and forth. Both teams had such good angles of entry to a lot of these fights. That's what impressed me here. I think both of them think a lot about how they smoke, where they smoke, who they're throwing in first. Collapse with his patented Roshan contest and some very clutch songs from KJ. I think he had a lot of tremendous songs this game. But ultimately, it was like Heroic were winning what they needed to, but they were also just throwing too much away afterwards and could never get a foothold on this game. And this Leshrac got mega punished by the picks, the itemization, the counter positioning. So that was the weakness. Team Spirit exploited it, gets them a big dub here.
Yeah, combined 26 deaths between Schofield and Whisper. This loss against Team Spirit.
There was so much hope for this Heroic lineup. That game in the middle, it was looking so good. It was really hyped. The Rapier bite, it could have been everything that we'd seen Heroic do multiple times before, Steph. Unfortunately, it kind of just falls short after that last Roche fight there.
It did, but I think it was amazing. It was an amazing attempt. It got really, really close. Great patience, great, just guts, just to do it. I think, yeah, we've talked about how this Rapier can really turn games around. It got really very, very close. I think it came down to some very small Dota things. Obviously, the early game played a big factor in why they even get there in the first place. But again, I think it's another testament. Like, this is not a loss you walk away from and you have to kind of, you feel bad about. I think this shows that Heroic is a very, very resourceful team. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they played a very solid game and structure. They're one of the hardest teams to kind of catch off guard. This was the moment where the Rapier almost kind of worked. But, Team Spirit, they're like just very good at resetting, don't take the fight, just reassess the situation. Don't let the chaos kind of blow the game wide open.
Yeah, they're never really going to overcommit. They know how good Collapse is at getting into that Roche pit and being able to take something away for himself. We felt like it could have been that Aegis. It almost was. But yeah, Yuma gets it there, ends up that way. But in the earlier part, it was all Team Spirit. That door was open for Heroic for a little bit. But it feels like, Clint, we should have seen it be more of a shutout from Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, it's somewhat of a testament to how good Heroic is right now that they were able to call that back. It's not often you see people claw games back in general, but especially against a team like Spirit who has such world-class players. I think it's honestly very impressive, and I think also shows a little bit that Spirit is not on top form, because they did win this game and they had a lot of good plays and a lot of things went really well for them, but also they were kind of obliterating them early game, and then they let some things slide here or there. Some unusual and uncharacteristic deaths for Yotoro, especially this one top where he just sort of runs in way too deep and dies. These little kills, they add up, especially when you're playing against a team that apparently is just the goats at comebacks like Heroic.
I mean, I feel like, Yuma's having such an incredible, tournament so far. Every time you feel like he's going to come online inevitably, but that's where I think between Whisper, Devi and, of course, the other lads, they need to step up a little bit in the early game. We are seeing a couple times that they struggle a bit. Like Whisper, of course, we mentioned, he finished the game with 12 deaths. Devi on the offlane, Beastmaster, he opted to go for Crimson after the Overlord. He didn't think about Pipe. Like, if they itemize slightly differently, a Leshrac having a bad game, you can throw a Solar Crest on him, a Pipe, a Glimmer, something, and maybe you have a way to play through the Leshrac. But it felt like they left Whisper on an island, Devi was playing for himself, and then Numa was trying to just kind of recover. So when they did make the epic comeback, it could have been 15 minutes earlier with better items, I feel.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Clinks because we talked about like how great Heroic was, obviously how impactful Yuma was. There is still room for them to grow, and there is still another game that they will get to play, and hopefully we get to see that growth. But Spirit, this was their final game, a last pick Clinks, and you're talking about those uncharacteristic deaths on the side of your Quinn, but is that down to it being a hero thing to some degree, or is it very much like he needs to be aware of this and this is more player-based?
I mean, to me, I view it as sort of almost a team thing that Spirit they're just not fully in form right now. And I think little things that are actually team things sometimes manifest or look like individual player issues when really they run a bit deeper. I think, you can contrast it or compare it to Liquid in how I think all of them are great players, but they have a lot of random little deaths and things. And I think I contribute something similar to Spirit. I think overall, Yatoro played an amazing game. I think it's an amazing call on the Clinks. I think it's a hero not a lot of people would play there or see even the opportunity for. But I think, like, at the end of the day, sometimes you just mess up and die. And I think that's what this was. You mess up and die, and Spirit's not quite fully on the ball, but I think overall he played an amazing game.
I think it's well put. It's like if the team system is just very on point, there's not even like space for these, because but then if it's a little bit more loose, then players are going to make their own decision making, which is sometimes leading to great plays and great outplays, and sometimes leading to mistakes that don't happen if the system is a little bit more refined.
I just like the fact that we see heroes that get first picked who are conceptually, broken in the meta, always banned, but then they get beaten, right? Because teams can craft strategies. And of course, like Spirit, they're good enough to be able to do it. I wish other teams had the strength and the confidence to let through certain heroes and have a draft. Like skirmishing map play is a good way to beat Naga Siren. Spirit demonstrated it beautifully. And I felt like KJ, he kind of was not really entering the game too much. Like, sure, he had a couple of songs, but it wasn't like the KJ we've seen on other heroes. And yeah, I think taking this from into other games, I hope we get to see like Naga get through the pool, how to punish it. Other heroes like Chen, of course, has fallen short, but you don't always have to ban the best heroes to draft good strategies and then showcase how to beat them.
Yeah, it goes both ways. That Naga Siren, obviously a favorite people love to ban out. The Nature's Prophet as well is one that's very hit and miss if it gets banned, if it gets let through. Either way, they weren't able to find a solution on the side of Heroic for this Nature's Prophet. It gives Spirit a win, and it does lock a couple of things in with our group standings here. It's our final day of groups, and with now both Spirit having lost a game and having played all of theirs, Heroic now losing a game, it does mean that neither of those teams can actually catch up to Tundra and Falcons no matter what happens, which means we have our first two, but also our only two teams locked in directly going straight to Singapore, not having to worry about any more best of threes for themselves as Tundra and Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's very well deserved. I think it was very clear that they were the two best teams. To be honest, I think you can say good things about both Spirit and Heroic, but they just weren't quite on the same caliber. I think it's well deserved, and I think it's also quite a weight off their shoulders because I think a lot of people want to go to Singapore and play a LAN there. It's a very exciting place to play. And having to play more best of threes, especially whenever it's, okay, you're in or you're out. Those are very stressful games, and avoiding that and being able to sit back and watch everyone else play it's just very nice.
Yeah, and then the good news for everybody watching or attending, like you're guaranteed to get two of these teams that are like just exceptionally good at the game right now to just play there all the way.
Not only just that, White Mon. No team, not joining me.
I was thinking of joining you, but you're doing so well. But no, I mean, of course, regional favorite, of course, with Whitemon getting to play there, and I just love the fact that it's proof that they got there through a best of one group stage. They've had to beat like the majority of teams. They haven't just had like, a cheese, one group. They've beaten 3 heroes. Like, they've literally had to showcase their Dota, 10 times over, 11 times over, and they deserve it very much. So yeah, 2 incredibly dominant teams, and now eyes are on everyone else. Like, can they level up quick enough to even contest them when they get to Singapore?
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting question. Falcons having played 10 times already, they still have one more best of one for themselves, and a team that's, lower on the standings that are going to have to prove themselves right now up against them is Aureus.
Not catching this Doom, man.
Yeah, he's so fast, man. Oh no, we got the Doom! Oh, and then now 2 man
It is
first
a
right
disaster.
center. It's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah.
Hero tried to show up. Oh, Tim's catch him in the disruption, and now
Very clutch.
they're going to be able to reset a little bit. Kirtich is almost low. They have to commit to the Tombstone counter arena. Out, though. That is very nice. Tim's making all kinds of plays, and Yopot jumping back in, hits the crush. GPK, big entrance into the fight,
Dear
but it's
God.
not good enough. He couldn't burst him down.
Well, with Singapore secured for Falcons, do we expect something different? Is this even a team that likes to deviate from the standard that is winning?
I don't think they like to lose, but I also think that sometimes they will push it a little bit. Maybe Omar's like, I'm going to play this hero, and he's decided that this is what he's going to play. Or Mallory has been tinkering with something in pubs, and he decided he's going to pull it out of the kitchen and put it into the restaurant. So maybe we see some of that, but they also like winning.
I mean, always on broadcast when we have this position, we like to try and theory craft the idea that there is this like creative freedom between the two of you. Have you had moments where you know you're locked in to a position, winning, maybe qualifying to the next round? Are there players that have that discussion, do you think, where they actually want to push some memes?
Yeah, definitely.
No, it happened. For us, TI9, the group stage, we're doing really well. I think we're like not losing a single map. We listened to Jerex, we listened to Yese, we ended up playing some techies, something. It was pain. It was pain. We just can't play the game. Nothing's working, and they're trying so hard against you, and you don't like to lose. You know, Dota players were sweaty. It's like we're not losing a single game. Like every game is like a testament, like where your entire kind of career, you know, is going to crumble. But then you realize you kind of drafted yourself into this corner, and it doesn't feel good, and you kind of regret it. So
not good for team building then.
You have this idea pre-game, and then quickly you realize that was a terrible idea. You know, let's get out there with a win, hopefully, but let's get out there.
Okay.
I think oftentimes there's one guy who's like, come on, no, you can pay me this, it'll be fine. No, it's good against their heroes. And everyone else is like pulling it back. No, come on, it's not that good. He's like, and you've got this tug of war going on a little bit.
It feels like the issue is if it's the button clicker in your team, you're losing that tug of war. You know, that one person is going to win by themselves. So we'll see, because Amar is the button clicker for Falcons. We'll see exactly why he wants to sit with it. And I feel like if any player wants to think outside the box, it's probably going to be him. He likes to push the limits. And on the side of Aureus, they're definitely pushing the limits. There have been a lot of chaos when it comes to the way that they play, the way that they draft, and it's been fun, to say the least, here, T.
Yeah, and I think it's also pretty important, right? Because in regards to like the SEA teams, when you compare Aurora versus Execration, I feel like it's kind of hard to compare them. This team just looks better on paper in how they played. They are currently 5-5, and if they can win this game, they do get to escape being in the play-ins. That means they just have one best of 3 to win to get to Singapore.
Oh, really? So this one game will lock them in on not being...
Yeah, they won't be in the bottom 4. So it's like
That's some good maths.
Thank you. I can also... Yeah, thank you. Anyway,
just take the compliment.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I was panicking.
It
I thought
happens
it was
so like it doesn't happen often.
We're Dota players, but that's the thing. We're Dota players, right? Anytime someone starts saying,
I know
no,
you're looking for the trap. I think
Yeah,
that
was.
was just compliment. It happens. At
okay, thank you. Yeah, I did it. Anyways, the point is, I think is, of course, it would be beautiful to have an SEA team at Singapore, and this is, as long as they enter this game as a learning game, I think that's going to be critical, because no matter win or lose, I think truly understanding the reason why gives them the best chance to win a best of 3. Like, you get your final game to be against one of the top 2 teams. That is like such a beautiful resource at the end of a group stage.
Well, it wasn't just one of their final games that was against the top 2 team. Their game earlier today, their best of 1, was actually against Tundra. And that was a game that they won. They won that best of 1, and that's what's putting them in this fantastic position right now. We thought that they were a team that was looking to be almost essentially locked into that bottom because they had to come up against Tundra and Falcons in one day. But you just beat Tundra, who's up there, who've now secured themselves into Singapore. It feels like you're not familiar against coming up against the Titan, Seb, and it's just like, okay, we just do it again. We can do it to Falcons.
Yeah, and they beat Tundra in a game where Tundra tried to win. Like, it was like 33 Doom, like it was a classic Tundra lineup. So no, I think it's a big talking point, actually, the fact that they were able to inflict the second loss to Tundra. Now they're going against Falcons that themselves lost to Tundra. So, you know, they kind of know that beating Tundra is not an easy task. They failed at it. So I think it kind of reshapes completely how this matchup might go, and it's gonna also fill Aureus with a lot of confidence and a lot of hope into the fact that they might be able to win that game too.
No, absolutely. I think whenever you take these games off of teams that feel like they're the strongest team in the tournament, especially when you're a team that hasn't won a lot, coming from the the depths of NA, when you get a chance to beat these teams, it really instills a lot of confidence in you and faith in like, okay, maybe we actually can do this. Because before, you maybe believe a little bit, but you also don't believe a little bit, to be honest, when you're playing against like the really titanic teams. And so I think you get that one win and it can make you believe a little.
Yeah, the mood shifts within the team. It feels like everyone's uplifted, and we'll see just where the energy is for these two teams. Aureus up against Falcons. Well, we've toyed with the idea that maybe Falcons want to have a little bit of experiment when it comes to this best of one, but knowing now Aureus...
What the heck?
That's a Spectre and Visage ban.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what? I was like so confused.
Sorry, you're saying toying. Look at the bans here.
No, but it's
okay.
not,
They picked Huskar on 9. Yeah, okay.
It's not as it looks like.
Dude, they didn't even let me do my build-up into a storyline. What a shit team. I hate them.
God damn.
Fuckers.
No, but
Aegis winners.
For real though, this is something that teams do, and it's serious. It's not. They're not trolling around. Like, this is we want to play versus the strong meta heroes. It's actually really smart. It's really cool to do. So this is not them disrespecting Aureus. This is them wanting to play versus the whatever they left in the pool. You know. So for instance, Naga's through. So they wanted to play versus Naga. They're just trying to become stronger than they already are. So it's actually a very nice approach, and they're also testing the limits of heroes they believe are strong. We've seen them pick the Huskar in games that were very important. This game might not matter as much, but they're testing, you know, how strong is Huskar actually.
I think along the lines of also like testing how strong it is, there's something teams do where they will pick a hero earlier than they believe is actually good to then try to bait out bans. If you can win one game on a hero, oftentimes people will just be like, all right, whatever, just ban it, they play it. And so convincing people that, hey, we'll actually pick this hero earlier than you expect, those can be data points that make people ban things at places they normally wouldn't. It can give you an advantage in a long tournament.
I fully agree with you, but do you think Amaj wants to play Huskar?
Also totally possible.
Okay, cool.
It's possible.
All your points were wonderful. I fully agree. It was great, but, you know.
It's possible, but Amar is not the captain of that team. On that team, he has people, you know, he has bosses, I pretty much believe, in snaking, in AUI, that at the end of the day are the ones responsible for the drafting, for, you know, the team system and how they want to build around it. So they're only gonna allow that to happen if it helps them kind of take the team one step forward. I don't believe this is a case of like just I want to play Huskar, play Huskar. You know, they've been boot camping before that event. Like this team is like quite serious and professional. So, but again, it's like it's a good approach because you're only gonna know how strong Huskar is and how countered it can be if you put Huskar in that position. And it's basically what you do in a scrim.
Yes, but in a scrim, you don't know if they're playing at their 100%, right? So then you don't know if even the hero is getting played to its maximum.
You always try to play at 100% in a scrim. Of course, sometimes you can't because you're tired or this and that. But ideally, you would play at 100% because that's how you actually build strong takeaways in the theory that you're, you know, kind of putting to the test.
I think the Axe is a counter that you don't see very often against Huskar because most of the time Huskar isn't counterpicked by offlaners, but this is it can be a very rough matchup. For a lot of the game, if you get called, you will just die. Like he'll hit you so much that he'll spin a million times and you just dunk him. I was honestly curious if they were going to go for this or Doom, which are typically the two hardest offlane counters. Doom is on the higher end of things. A is completely impossible. Doom is very hard. And Axe is sort of more in that middle ground that you can sort of play, but it is also quite good.
I have a feeling this might be a bait though from Aureus, because like you pick this Axe and you're kind of throwing the Pango under the bus. Are you really throwing your Pango mid against a Huskar, which is what Falcons seems to believe is the case? That's why they picked the Centaur and they're locking the Huskar, because Huskar was somewhat open in Falcons, not with Skitter but with Amar. He has played Huskar position 3 before, so now this is a Malrine Huskar and an Amar Centaur. But we have seen from the SEA region, it was not Aureus, I believe it was Execration, Axe position 5.
Yes.
If you're gonna play this Axe with Phylactery and Pipe, you might as well play with a Glimmer and max your W.
Yeah.
So this is very much possible. And now they will punish the Huskar heavily with a mid pick that Falcons might not have seen coming.
I want to bring another discussion point into the conversation though. This team also will swap cores out of lanes, right? We have actually seen Malrine and Amar like lane swap before, because Amar had that stint on Nigma Galaxy where he was playing in the mid lane. So it's just this very weird sort of mash where you can try and predict things, but they will also very rarely, but sometimes take it that one step.
But the thing is, like with their draft, we've kind of just inverted how they normally draft it, where it's like the Naga Siren first pick, then you open with like the Ringmaster, then you get to Centaur, then the Huskar, right? They've kind of just flipped it where, of course, with their kind of the double bans of who cares these heroes, it's kind of wasted bans just to open up the pool. So Falcons still have a very Falcons lineup. As much as it started quite uniquely, it's not as if it's drifted into more creativity. It's just go back to the stable. It's just what are they showing?
This could be different things. I mean, Natsumi has played this Wind Ranger position 1. They took a page out of Liquid's book and it granted them the win, I believe, against... I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think it was against Tundra, right?
Yeah.
And they beat Tundra with it too. So now this is a hero that, you know, they're building a lot of confidence in. Could the Wind Ranger be a mid hero versus Huskar, you think, or it's not an option at all?
I mean, you can get more than other heroes will. You will lose the lane still.
It's not punishing, so that's not.
No, it absolutely doesn't beat Huskar.
Okay.
Survives but doesn't beat. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, it survives. Like, there's also some variance to how much it survives. You can also get completely stomped on Wind Ranger. It depends on the block and early CSing. Huskar is a hero, even if he's not hitting you with the spears, he hits so ever-living fast and has a lot of damage, so he can do things with last hitting that other heroes can't, where he can jam 2 hits in before you hit once, and this is just like very difficult to last hit against.
Okay.
I don't know if Aurora is actually answering problems at the moment, right? Because when you look at the type of damage they have, Song breaks them, Centaur with any aura plus a Aghanims can break it as well, the Ringmaster with the bots can break it, like you jump an axe with an axe, you bushwhack, you shackle shot, like everyone's quite single target focused and everyone on Falcons is pretty happy to deal with that.
Yeah, the overall bigger picture looks a little bit rough for Aureus right now. They do have these heroes that kind of rely on the first point of contact, the first attack, and Sleeps completely negates that. The Ringmaster also save is also very good against it. I'm thinking of the Wind Ranger like clicking BKB and clicking ulti, and the Huskar has to die during that time. If he doesn't,
run away.
It's rough, and he just might not. Like, they have a lot of ways to help. They have the Ringmaster save, the Naga Sleep, the Centaur Axe might come also at a point. So pretty rough for Axe and Wind Ranger to win fights against that.
Yeah, I mean, Wind Ranger is also bad against every hero on Falcons lineup except for Huskar. It's good against Huskar, but it is terrible against Centaur. It is quite bad against Naga. You're very bad at killing these illusions, and the Song and the Net and all these things are about good tools against you. And Ringmaster box save against the guy getting focus hard is also quite good. So
and the Centaur Axe, I think, makes it twice worse against it, because it used to be bad because you can't focus Centaur and he buys Crimson and stuff. Now he actually has one of the best saves against Wind Ranger ulti, like in the game. What could be next then? I want to believe in this Axe flex, because I just don't like this approach of like throwing the Pango under the bus, and it's not the best. Is that it then? Nice, it might be it.
Pango maybe?
I think it might be an X5. X5 Wind Ranger +1.
Yeah.
But who's going mid though?
Why
like
would
this
DK mid and then Pango
it has to be Wind Ranger mid, right? So it's DK carry, right?
Okay. Wind Ranger mid
DK
against the Huskar, but wasn't there something a little bit more punishing than Wind Ranger mid?
All their heroes,
what they're doing.
Yeah, nothing feels punishing. It just feels like just heroes for themselves, and they want to have their identity of play lane into early blink.
The approach is cool, but
it doesn't feel good.
You could have punched harder.
Yes, exactly. And now Skidder has last pick in the draft. That's something that normally doesn't really happen for them. So yeah, he's just got complete freedom. I don't think he has to really answer any problems from Aureus. It's more just, what would you like to play? Your off lane's formidable, your mid's gonna be able to play well. So pretty much.
Is there a world in which Skidder plays Naga? Like, you always have to keep that in mind too with this team, because yes, snaking is very good Naga, but Skidder is an even better Naga. Like, this team has won a TI. I mean, it wasn't that team in particular, but this duo of players has won a TI on the back of Skidder's Naga. So they could also flex that. I don't know if it's necessarily the game for it. It's very good against Wind Ranger.
How is Naga in general as a carry right now? Because he did play Naga carry at EWC earlier this year, and it was a loss. It was the only time we started his carry, and it was just massive loss for them.
Probably not a thing. But in the hands of like one of the best Naga players in the world, if not the best Naga player in the world, it's always gonna be decent.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I just want him to go a bit creative. Like, show me a old school Skidder CK or something. Just give me something that we don't normally get to see because you're in this position.
Oh, you're gonna say Wraith King? I don't know.
No, I was thinking Wraith King, but like into Pango roll, Wind Run, DK. It's like,
But one thing though, Naga with one arm is not a thing. That is like
yeah, we're gonna think about that.
Okay, we go back to the TV, something pretty standard. Good matchup versus DK. I don't want to say great matchup versus Wind Ranger in general. At some point, Wind Ranger became a counter to TB, but with the amount of saves that he has, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like some overly crazy pick. It does have good carry matchups. against both Pangolier and DK. It looks like it is Axe 5.
Yep.
So I think it is pretty good against everything besides the Wind Ranger. And if you've got Centaur and you'll have this Crimson Guard and Naga Song and Solar and all these tools, it is very good against everything besides the Wind Ranger. And I worry for this mid lane. I think, to be frank, I think Mallory is just a better laner than Yopaj, and I think this lane is actually Huskar favored, unless you're just incredibly, ridiculously on point on Wind Ranger, and so I worry for the snowball of this game.
The Wind Runner needs to buy a damage item, but also an early BKB, right? To be able to threaten the Centaur, even threaten the Terrorblade, to even lock on to the Huskar. It's like Yopaj's itemization needs to be flawless, and his early game needs to be activated.
No, Wind Ranger needs a good game. So this is going to come down to the theory at this point. It's like you decided, you flexed the axe, you kind of created a trap, it functioned, Falcons fell into it, and you decided what your answer was going to be, and it's Wind Ranger against Huskar.
Another cool thing, though, for Aurora is the fact that they still respect their region immensely, right? Coming into the tournament, Execration, the other SEA team that they've been battling throughout multiple qualifiers, is the only other Axe team in the position 5. So it's like, you come against Falcons, you're not trying to copy-paste some Western European Dota. You're staying true to SEA, and then we can see if they can execute on it.
Yeah, that's what teams need. They need to be a little bit comfortable. They need to stick to their identity, but they also need to push the limits here. They were able to take their game against Tundra early today, but Aurea's now coming up against Falcons. Will they be able to do the same?
Ori is proving that they can take down the best. They did it once this morning. Can they do it again now against Falcons? A Falcons lineup that, well, they may have drafted this Huskar early, but they are still the Huskar Masters.
Maybe also the Naga Masters, too. I feel like the Naga is almost scarier to me because they won a TI with Skeeter Naga and they won a TI with Snaking Naga. So they played on both the roles to absolute perfection. And it's a hero that they team fight really well around. It's a hero that can stall games and let them scale with their tri-core lineups. It's a hero that Snaking's super proficient on in terms of the wave cutting, the vision. I think Naga's maybe the scariest hero of this team in a strategic sense. So that's what I'm actually more concerned about instead of the Huskar, because I think they just jammed the Huskar because, you know, they're going to Singapore. They're feeling confident. Let's play some Huskar. I want to dunk on some kids. But that hero is easier to counter in my eyes than the Nagas are.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. We see it from the picked bans, the number of times that this hero was banned away at this last TI, especially against Falcons. What'd you make of the choices here to counter the Huskar? It seemed like the panel was very unconvinced by what they ended up with. Really no hard counters here.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm also not convinced. DK is not relevant. The support axe, I guess it can be relevant if you have like a ridiculously good game with Vessel and you can chop him or something. I don't know, maybe. The Wind Ranger is okay if you get items, but again, the lane's probably not favorable and you have other issues to play through like the Song, the Box, the Stampede. Yeah, I'm not convinced at all that they dealt with this first pick Huskar. I think this could have easily been a 4th or 5th pick Huskar and Falcons would still be happy with it. So they got away with it for sure.
And in turn, their actual last pick was Skeeter's hero. And he chose to play the Terrorblade. Pretty good Terrorblade game. Feels pretty free outside of the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I think it's a fine pick. You know, it's not some crazy last pick that just clutches the entire game, but it's pretty solid here. It'll get the job done. Gives them double illusion heroes up here as well, which pretty annoying for Hoodwink on the lane, at least, and pretty annoying in the game if you're trying to push these waves out. You have to push waves against Terrorblade illusions and Naga illusions. Toxic. Very toxic.
Yeah, which kind of means you, especially your supports, you want to be ahead enough that they can push in waves for you. Otherwise, your cores are just going to be doing lane upkeep constantly. And Pango can be quick with it, but not so much with the other two.
It's almost felt like a Falcons draft where they just asked everybody, what do you want to play? And they just named the hero.
In the regard that you don't feel like they have the most synergy between their heroes, or just because they're iconic heroes for each player?
Oh, a little bit of both. I don't think this is a Falcons draft we would see if they weren't in the position they're in, 100% at least. But it's all heroes they're very comfortable and confident on, right? I mean, it's all heroes we would see in Falcons drafts. I don't know. I don't think we would see all 5 of these together, but it definitely works. It's just a little independent maybe for me, but
okay,
that's okay. I think what happened was everybody just named their hero, and then they got to Skeeter, and he's like, I want to play Naga, and Snaking said no, and then he said, okay, I'll pick another illusion carry anyway, and then he picked Terrorblade. So
I did think it was funny. It was an apt point on the panel when they talked about, you have this hurt elbow. Do you really want to be playing carry Naga Siren? And then he picked up an illusion carry anyway.
Maybe that's how he hurt his elbow. Playing too much Naga. Disgusting player.
And playing too much KES. Easy kill there. First blood to start things off for Natsumi, who we've been seeing more and more of this, by the way. The early Null Talisman buildup for these heroes that are not intelligence heroes.
I do wonder if it's more efficient than Falcon Blade, but it definitely builds up faster and it gives you more early stats on the lane in terms of CSing and all that, so it probably just feels better. And the extra XP for the support axe is always nice.
Stomping a dagger and a blood grenade. Ooh, Crit even tried to get in front of him. Didn't quite work, but that's fine. They get the kill before Skem could stop it with the Berserker's Call. That's a Berserker's Call with no counter helix, so no threat there.
Yeah. Support axe not winning the lane. It doesn't feel great here, as the mid lane is going the Huskar's way and the top lane is also going the Terrorblade's way. So Falcons looking to win all 3 lanes here over the next few minutes if they can keep the core pressure up.
Falcons a 3-lane win. I feel like I've seen that a number of times and what it can turn into. In fact, we saw in that TI finals, despite it going to game 5, there were some super one-sided games, and some of those were Falcons walking away with too big of a laning phase victory. Extreme could do little to stop the ball from rolling. And the damage continues. Level 2 hoof stomp, level 1 double edge, and a second kill.
Really nasty kill combo here. Just dagger, perma slow, getting double edged over and over. Can't run away, can't man fight him. Nice lane execution here from Falcons as they take a commanding lead early over K already. They're just farming up everybody.
And plus they're getting those early what do you call them? Souvenirs. Early souvenirs for the Ringmaster. So the lane only gets stronger, not just from the experience, but also the extra resources that Crit has to throw around. He's got a strong man tonic ready to give to himself if he needs the help, or Centaur to amp him up.
They're dominating this lane now. No aggressive potential with the carry DK versus Duo, and a lot of aggressive potential for Amar if he just wants to go and look for the hoof stomps.
It kind of feels like maybe Tim's might need to bail this lane out with a gank or something.
I mean, it's just not even gankable. Even if you bring the Hoodwink down here, this Centaur's not going down, especially with Strongman Tonic behind them. Can look for the mid lane gank.
Nico left alone as the mid lane gank is commencing. Nico good for now. Pull back, fighting snare, never mind, not good. Back over to mid lane though, the bushwhack on Malrine. Ooh, the kill shot, it didn't finish him off, but the right click does. Okay, they still managed to get the kill, so important.
That looked like he high rolled that right click or something. I don't know. It did not look like
it was a lot of damage.
Yeah, but he'll take that. He'll take it for sure. You always have that kill shot threat if you can land it later on with higher levels in the power shot. So that is a nice interaction versus the Huskar. And you need some early kills on him here. The more you can gank him, the more you can shut him down, the better this game's going to be, no matter what is happening in the other lanes.
Did you know that Wind Ranger has a 12 damage spread? Look at that, 69 to 81.
That's what I'm saying. He high rolled it.
Yeah.
It's a universal hero with
high spread damage before.
That's because you're not a Wind Ranger player. That's why if you're a Wind Ranger player, you know this, because you feel it sometimes when you get the low roll. Feels bad.
Right. And you feel how strong the facets are and which one is clearly the stronger facet.
Oh, naturally, yes. And this game, however, you know, you want the kill shot.
Continue to watch all these pro players take the quote-unquote weaker facet. Does that hurt you? Does that make you feel bad?
No, it doesn't, because I'm confident in my ideas, Austin.
Okay.
Something you never were.
All right. Well, I would just say there's a difference between confidence and perhaps overconfidence.
Well, that's the thing. You know, if you're confident in life, you don't have to attack other people.
Sentry gonna be dropped, spots crit, but is Yopaj still dead? Pulled back into the dagger, blood grenade response, and not enough damage.
Bam.
Oh, wait a minute. Almost got the kill on crit through a level 3 power shot. That had to be very close to getting the kill shot.
It was a little on the edge there, for sure. This Wind Ranger's a strong skirmisher in this game. They don't have a lot of early gap close for him or ways to punch through the wind run, so I'd be surprised if Yopaj dies. He might not get as much as he wants, but he gets a little D-ward action. He's climbing back up the chart. I mean, he's gotten through this laning phase. Good enough. You could say, well, maybe there's another pick that would have destroyed Huskar, but either they don't play it, they couldn't find it, or they would have rather had this hero.
And it seems like Natsumi has recovered as the Ringmaster is rotated out of lane. Natsumi has picked up a lot of CS and is actually rivaling Amar when it comes to net worth and CS. So, bit of recovery there in the safe lane. Not so much for Nico. Focus fire, not good enough. Teleport coming in from Crit. Another hero that is seriously going to benefit from the Strongman Tonic, Huskar. That's a nasty combo. Stampede to finish off Nico. They run him down.
Man, the Naga Terrorblade kill lane. You don't think about it, but the chase down threat is pretty high when the meta's up.
Maureen just life-breaking Yopaj off cooldown here, but didn't expect Natsumi to be rotating over. Dragon Tail into the power shot. Takes him out, and Tim's getting the grab onto Crit for an extra kill. Mars sitting up here on the high ground, hits a two-man stomp with the double edge. Can they burst down Skem? They've got him rather easily. Snaking. It's going to push for more. Look to get the ensnare onto Yopaj. Still looking for it. Natsumi, is he going to come try and help out here? Ooh, the dagger almost hit Yopaj there. Yopaj, got to be careful.
You did not have the resources to commit to that chase.
Two supports, still power shot. Oh, got him! What a shot from Yopaj!
God damn, the boy is back. I mean, they're just gonna win this game now. I think that was it.
That was it.
That's all I needed to know. If Yopaj is cooking, look, when Yopaj is cooking, they beat anybody in the world. It doesn't matter, you know. My goat does it again.
Well, if they really want to make that happen, you're going to need to get Force in the game. Man is struggling out here. Level 5 still at 9 minutes as the off lane, and he's been playing it solo most of the time.
Can I ask a question that might sound dumb?
I am so excited for this question. Please, proceed. I love it when you sound dumb.
The thing is, I think there's going to be a lot of chatters who agree with it. That's why I think it's dumb. That's
No, chat's going to fill it with question marks, but go ahead.
Wait, Skem, he's getting his ass beat out here. We got to...
It's a call before the stomp, but there's too many blows.
Yeah, he's gone. All right, why did we never see this Frost Dragon in competitive gameplay? Like, not once have I seen it. And I've seen it a decent amount in pubs, and every time I see it in pubs, it's that stupid goddamn carry Dragon Knight who goes Frost Dragon, and he chases you down the whole lane. You can't freaking move. It seems hella annoying. And then I've never seen it once in competitive. I felt like I would have seen it once.
Trash, because you just said why. In order to make it work, you have to run after a hero for 30 seconds.
Okay, but this game, it's heal reduction.
A fast kill is better than a slow kill.
But you get heal reduction versus the Huskar.
Okay, but it was better to use the minus armor to chunk down the Huskar so he can be kill shotted rather than try and beat him in a longer team fight. Pulled back into his doom time and time again. Force cannot ignore the call of the siren.
I'll keep thinking about that. I think I'm just saying I think we should have seen
I
it
just
once.
gave you an answer. What do you
I think
mean?
we should have seen it once. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the better facet or the better way to play the hero, but I'm just surprised there hasn't been a game where we saw it and it was at least made people think, you know.
Right, not like Wind Ranger's Tangle.
Well, that's
Clearly
a
a better
brainer.
facet.
Man, this Centaur is yoked.
Yeah, and this Pango is not.
Yeah. I mean, he has early Helmadom, farming extra creeps, into 5 kills, into tower. He already has Crimson. What do you do if you're Aureus here against a 11.5-minute Crimson Guard?
Yeah, you're not doing damage anymore. It's not like he went for a Maelstrom build on Yopaj, so his focus fire is not delivering any extra damage through Crimson.
Your whole lineup just evaporated. So that's a problem. Hopefully they can address that problem.
Giga Chad off lane strength hero versus Universal Pango trying to build
into the call.
play. Nice. Okay. All right.
What?
They got 2 different ways to be able to do that, I guess. Snake King getting himself killed and doesn't even. Oh, no, he's got a burnout. He's got a burnout.
I mean, that looked hilarious. So
It was pretty funny.
it's like, don't worry, brother. You can't reach the call. I'll help you out. Snake King is just the See, Snake King is the ultimate support.
Middle tower is under attack.
He supports his team. He supports enemy team. He supports everybody. Just out here helping all 9 players get along, you know?
Yeah. Such a wholesome, positive lad. No, you're not taking the bait on that one?
No, I'm not.
Because I know you know the old Snake.
I remember, dude, I was in a Reddit thread the other day, and there was some comment that was like, you know, it was talking about the perseverance of players and admiring the players who stuck in Dota stuck around in Dota so long, they eventually made it. You know, and Snake King came up, and it was like, yeah, you know, I respect Snake King. He just stuck it out for, you know, 10 years of this. And there was some comment about how, like, why would no one play with him early on? And it was because he was in college and working and all of that. And that's partially true, but I was really tempted to right there. I'm like, that is not why no one wanted to play with this guy. Like, it was not because he was in college, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
The ensnare on one side, the wheel on the other. Yopaj is hypnotized. Slowed down a bit and will be run down by Skeeter. Had the movement speed to keep up despite the wind run. And now Silence Force, his first play of the game. He's been punished in that off lane the entire time. He tries to TP in and is immediately silenced and killed.
Yeah, Falcons are just too good, man. I mean, they just pick their signature heroes. They don't care what you do. They just outmaneuver you, outlane you, outfarm you, outplay you. And this game is looking real rough. I've also not felt the impact from this offlane Pango in a lot of the games we've seen. I think we're back in that meta where people are picking this Pango because they feel like it's kind of good, and then they flex it around and it ends up in the offlane because you get Huskard or whatever, and then you just have some dead offlane hero that feels like it loses lane, has to try and recover. You're still going a pseudo carry build with Diffusal, so you don't offer utility, but your damage isn't good enough to take fights, so you're just always playing from behind. That's my gut read on it.
Well, it's certainly playing out to a T here in this game.
He's had a rough one. There's a solo Roshan for you.
Can't kill shot him now.
Well, you can, just you gotta do it twice.
Thank you, Avery.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's great. 8,000 net worth lead for Falcons. Amar is farming your deepest camps right now. And when Yopaj shows up, Amar says, I'll farm you too.
Yeah, it's not a neutral camp Centaur. That's the big boy Centaur right there. He's flying out another item. What's he got? Blink already. Okay. Yeah, this guy is just way too farm. Pulling waves, stealing neutral camps, Dom creep doing its Dom things. Oh, there's a nice little kill.
And get a support pick off. Very nice.
Fit Boxy's face. Very happy about that one. This is like one of the creepiest stickers in the game. I'm just gonna say, like,
it is really good. It is really.
It's. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not afraid to say it, Austin.
Man, Yopaj is struggling with the ring. Wheel of Wonder keep catching him as he has to retreat time and time again. Falcons have just got too much out of this laning phase, and they are asserting their dominant. Skeeter joins Amar in chasing down Tim's all the way underneath the tier 2. Even the dagger lands from Crit across the screen. And now Force is going to die on the other side of the map as well. There's your Pango. Goodbye, Pango.
Yeah, this game is out of control, some might say. I do like this Ringmaster against the Wind Ranger, though. He rushed Yules. So you have this Yules Dispel, you have the whip into the wheel that just wastes all his wind. Like, all these interactions actually look pretty good.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen him have to use Escape Act against somebody being focused by Focus Fire because they're just too far ahead.
Yep. Support Axe is not doing it right now.
Yikes. he took so much time to work those Croakers down, and then Crit takes both the Croakers and his life. Man's still sitting on this strongman tonic, by the way, I think he hasn't used a souvenir since laning phase.
That's what happens when you dominate the game so hard, right? They're all escape mechanisms. But he hasn't had to escape from anything because he's just slain, so.
All right, so this Crimson Guard is blocking out like 140 damage or something like that when he activates it. So that's pretty much the entirety of damage that is coming from Focus Fire from Yopaj. He's going to be doing literally nothing. That's good. Stampede.
That's not the finest Yules.
And that squirrel will become a roadkill, perhaps. Wait, Tim's? Unfortunately, he doesn't have another scurry, so he's not really going to be able to juke him here.
Just one of those games right there. One of those games.
Yes, sir, it is. 6-17. The kill score is not that bad, but the net worth, 14K up. Malreen's hitting your tier 3 at 18 minutes, and you could see Aureus have already conceded it.
You got first pick Huskar.
Trying to farm up his Solar Crest. Natsumi, he's given up on this as well. Mask Madness, Maelstrom, farm it away. See if you can get Mjolnir BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got him.
Okay, got the Aegis. And now the Wind Ranger is going to be back up. Of course, the real building hitter wasn't Malreen. It was supposed to be this Terrorblade, and now he's joined in on the push.
Mjolnir on the DK. Some damage. I don't know how you start the fight. I guess you just gotta roll in or something.
Hey, got him with a Dragon Tail, but the response, a stomp, a silence. Good Rolling Thunder through the middle of these two heroes, though. Natsumi can just get some more damage out. Maybe they can power shot something, but nah. Malreen stays alive. GG is called. Aureus, a respectable performance against Tundra. Unfortunately, they still got a bit skill checked by Falcons.
Yeah, I got skill checked hard. First pick Huskar, didn't really draft counter it. Got outlaned, outplayed on the side lanes anyway. Probably could have been any mid hero. They're losing this game. Just owned at every level. That was an absolute pure shellacking. Falcons take another dub here. Best team in the world right now. You got to give them some respect. Come ready to play. And Aureus were just not ready for what Falcons were doing here.
And that drops Aureus down to a score of 5-6. A bunch of teams are sitting at that precarious line of 4-6. We got Aurora, BetBoom, and Liquid all sitting there. So it'll be an interesting push through the end of the group stage. More games to come. So let's head back to the panel.
This was Aureus' last push to the finish line for themselves. It is a bit of a precarious situation, as Cap has just mentioned there. In this game, well, it wasn't really precarious for Falcons by any means. We were wondering what was going to be brought to the table coming into this series, knowing that they had locked themselves in for Singapore, and it feels like they weren't here to play around at all, so.
Yeah, you know, we're asking, are they gonna like, you know, joke around, not take it seriously? 18-minute win or something, 19-minute win. Does that answer the question? I think like
Yes.
what happened is like it's a case of like they wanted to play against Naga, like with their first phase bans. They're like, we're not gonna ban it. You can have it. And then Aureus was like, no, we're first picking Pango, and I think Falcons was like, well, you know, then you're gonna lose in 15 minutes. Like we're gonna pick the Naga, and that's what's going to happen. So it's I don't know why they wouldn't, you know, pick the heroes that were given to them on Aureus' side. Maybe they just decided that Pango is the best option. But yeah, kind of cut
like,
back to them.
From what you said in the draft about, you know, sometimes Falcons want to see what they get played against. I feel like as maybe like a newer team on the block getting back to the international stage as Auroras, it's like you sometimes get draft paralysis, right? Like when you're doing your prep and you know that normally the 7 heroes should get banned, you have maybe an 8th or 9th that you can test and play for. Like all your prep and conversation is built around this logic. So when Falcons come in and just random down Spectre Visage, I feel maybe the drafter kind of got overwhelmed with the options available and you know, picking up the Pangolier. When you look at Falcons lineup, like you could argue at different points in history, these have been staples of Falcons, you know, success. So in regard, yeah, overall drafting, they just, yeah, I guess got bamboozled by Falcons' entry.
Yeah, you also have to wonder, like, how much confidence was there, even if you are kind of coming back into this international stage across different regions. Quinn, it's like no one's let us have Nagasire in months, in patches.
Oh,
do we still feel comfortable?
One team did.
Okay.
There's a team called XG, and in Game 5, they were like, you know what we should do?
Too soon.
See you in Chengdu.
We're gonna focus on Singapore right now.
See you there.
Sorry.
No, I think. What was the question?
There was no question.
It was a question. It was about how Aureus probably didn't feel comfortable picking up the Nagasire because teams haven't been letting it through for so many months and so many patches now.
No, I mean, I think they probably just don't even play it or don't like it very much. I think a lot of teams don't play it or don't have a player who plays it. It's not like a super easy 5. It's not like you play Jakiro and you just like spit on the guy. Like there's more micro to it and nuance and like difficult gameplay. And I think there's a decent chance they just don't really play it. And I think on top of that, they also kind of just got bamboozled by Falcons. I do think I've played scrims against teams where they do this thing where they don't ban heroes against you, like they full meme ban, and it can make the draft really weird. And you can end up in situations like this where you pick a bunch of crap because I don't know, it just throws off your whole protocol, and it's very weird to deal with. And it almost feels like it could be good sometimes. It's so like it feels that way in scrims. I don't know. Maybe it should be tested more at some point.
Yeah, why not? Flood the pool. It's like this kind of a cool concept. Sometimes even if you don't ban something, the idea that like you only have a valuable amount of reserve time, so having to question it during your reserve time or break your prep, maybe if it's done commonly, people get used to it. But I think in the odd scenario, it's got some high value.
Yeah, it's something we used to do a lot. It kind of helps be more creative, think on the spot. It helps kind of get out of your preconceived idea of how draft should go down. It can cause a lot of troubles and a lot of chaos in the draft for sure, and a lot of things go unnoticed also because usually you're like, well, okay, Naga's banned, Chen is banned. It's like normal day in the office, and you keep track of that in the first phase. And when these things aren't banned, you get kind of carried away by other thoughts. Oh, Huskar, this and that, and all of a sudden it's like, Naga, they just picked Naga, guys. It's like, yeah, they actually didn't ban it. We just completely forgot. Now we're dealing with Huskar and Naga.
Yeah.
And now we lost.
I've seen it happen with you guys as well when we're talking about drafts. You're thinking about what answers could be there for other heroes, and then you're just like, I forgot that hero was...
We don't falter. Did you notice that?
I wish I was prepared for this and just had like timestamps of every VOD in which this has happened.
Unfortunately, democracy obviously will prevail. Right? And the 3 of us versus you.
Obviously.
I have chat on my side. Chat, does anyone else remember when these guys forgot a certain hero existed in the game? Ones in chats if you remember. Anyway, we're going to look at our
2s if you hate Nat. Sorry, going back to you, Nat.
That is so mean. Can we mute his microphone for the rest of this segment, please, production? We need to cut this man out, adding absolutely nothing to the conversation here because our group standings, there is one team sitting above the rest, and that is Falcons. They're 9-2. Tundra 8-2. Spirit and Heroic now with their respective losses earlier today. It means they will be playing in the best of 3s. But looking towards it, there's a lot less teams locked in and set exactly where they are. Aureus not getting that win for themselves. It means, are they going to have to play last chance? Are there potentially 2 best of 3s on the horizon for them? And another team, Liquid. That's where I want to know how you guys are feeling on them, because in their group standings, it's tough going. They're in that bottom 4 right now.
They are on the brink, but I think they are on the up slightly. I think they have an upward trajectory. It feels that way. I think they're getting some of their drafting together, some of their play together a little bit. And I think they have the capability to squeak out potentially.
Okay. T, let me know, do you have faith that Liquid are going to be able to do it?
Nice.
Say nothing if you hate Liquid. He actually voluntarily is doing it.
You could have gotten an excuse for that one, but you're actually just tanking it.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of shameful when panel members sort of dogpile on a team like that. I think it's a bit messed up that he would say that and behave that
Okay, well
way.
then I'll give him a fair one. I'll give him a fair one.
Yeah.
T, are you excited for our next matchup?
No, that's
Wow,
not, that's
this is not even funny anymore. Like when you can't get a reaction from anyone, it's just not even, he's killing the hype. So let's just move on to our next series, Liquid up against MOUZ.
Now his
Not
BKB
like
is
this.
going to be on cooldown. The Wind Ranger's running after him. Golem's going to be dropped. Fatal Bomb jump in from Toronto, Tokyo. It baited him in. You got this big hit from everybody but Nightfall. The whole squad committed.
Mid-one lost that fight, so up to Crystallis now to try and end the game here. This time around, there's going to be no Dooms, and there's going to be extra Ravages. Boom. He was able to shake off that Doom from earlier, get the double Ravage to end the game.
MOUZ 6-4 for themselves on the standings. Liquid 4-6 in inverse when it comes to scorelines, but both of these teams do not want to be in that bottom four. And for MOUZ, it's a good position. They've had some great games for themselves and has also been a very enjoyable team. It feels like they're great at getting an early start set. They're great at snowballing it. It's just that mid to end part of the game where can they stay disciplined and can they close it out?
No, it's a very strong team. I think they also have very strong ideas about the game and what they want to play. They have a strong identity already, which is not to take for granted for a team that is that young. We kind of forgetting that team just formed like a few weeks ago or something. And they already have their signature heroes and they have their system. I also think Crystallis is a little bit more enabled in that team. I think he's to me, he's more of the very like passive style of carry players. Like he farms a lot and he doesn't get involved much in the early game. So he needs a mid laner that makes a lot of space for him. And that is mid one in a nutshell. That is a player that is like very aggressive, sometimes overly aggressive, and creates like a lot of issues for the enemy team to kind of answer. So they just have a very cool team dynamic, whether it's like strategically and also just in terms of like player combination.
Are you ready to have some input, T?
I would love to have input if
You're
my mic is what. Okay, it
It
is. So I think with MOUZ though, anytime a Mortal Faith is coaching a team, I feel like they have this honeymoon period where strategies are excellent and then the drafts really enable them to shine. But when the drafts don't connect and they have to play on a disadvantage, or like the draft isn't at, a winning side, they struggle quite a lot. And I think in this group stage, I'm kind of seeing light to that, as if Mortal Faith hasn't been able to develop like the plan B across the multiple years I've seen him coaching. And that's what I'm hesitant for. It's like I'm enjoying their Dota, but I'm expecting the inevitable when there is a team, led by him. So I'm hoping for their sake they can keep improving and kind of finally get over that hurdle of what those teams have suffered in the past.
It feels like night and day when it comes to talking about these two teams' coaches. I feel like you have someone on the side of MOUZ and Mortal Faith who is very stuck in his ways. He has these ideas and it feels like players kind of conform to his idea. And maybe that's why we're missing some signature heroes on players. And on the flip side, for Liquid, Blitz is very versatile. He is very open to hearing what all of these players want to play. And that is also some part the detriment here, Quinn.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting clashing of styles in a way. I think Liquid is a team that you typically think of as a very fast team, as a team that picks a lot of early game heroes. They like to skirmish, they like these sort of random fights and shenanigans. And I think MOUZ, in their current state, it very much meets that head on. I think they're one of the fastest teams of the tournament right now, both in terms of the way they want to play and also how their games end up going. And I think when they get a lead, they can hunt you on the map quite a bit if they have that kill threat, because they have so much blink stun, they have so much aggressive potential in their heroes. And so I think if you can stop that early game a little bit, if you can pump the brakes, and now suddenly they don't have that lead, then I think their gameplay can get very weird and dicey. And so I think there's a lot on that early game and how they're able to deal with that.
Yeah, Blitz gonna get in there. He's gonna crack the whip. He's gonna be like, "You guys gotta remember who you are." There's 3 of you guys here that are
TI winners.
That's what I'm saying, and the other 2 you're TI finalists.
That's right.
That is a specific coaching style. Like I don't know if it always works.
No, my man's too nice. Blitz is too nice. He's gonna mean up a little.
All right, but just also use the like I don't know.
Shut up.
Like
That's right.
Maybe there's like there's an in between before getting to the but
Why
sure,
hire so many coaches? Good cop, bad cop. He could be the good
Ooh,
cop.
that's why 2 of them were.
There we see.
okay.
Jab's is so big, like he's like
He is intimidating.
Yeah.
Okay,
Will's
so
like, I love you guys. We're a team. And the Jabs is like,
Bad cop, good cop kind of thing. Okay, with the sounds and stuff. I get it. Okay.
Very animated, yeah.
I mean, hopefully it doesn't have to come to that for the Liquid players, and it's going to be a lot more chill, and then they're going to be able to focus on their game, and there's not going to be any pain involved. But I think like MOUZ is a good test.
They might enjoy it.
Oh, okay. Time to mute the microphone again.
I meant good disciplined teamwork, guys. Get your minds out the gutter.
Back to the point is, I think MOUZ is a really good test for Liquid at this point, like especially because Liquid is like on the rise. MOUZ is a very solid and strong team. Like they have their system, and I want to say Liquid is a good team at like adapting to what's being thrown at them. Like if they allow themselves that freedom, of course, and they don't corner themselves in like a system that's too kind of narrow. They will be able to find solutions to the MOUZ strategies, the cheese.
I'm just muting my mic.
Okay, just see if
I'm just on timeout.
I told you, the tension's building. Now he doesn't know whether to dip his toes in. Is his mic muted? Is it working? We value input, T. We obviously
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you know when the draft's starting, Nat?
In a minute, after you give us some more insight about Liquid.
About Liquid. So Liquid is a team that's very fluid. They seem to do what they want, when they want, how they want, and they've been underwhelming, I'll be honest. They've upset me. I expected more. When you look at this roster, they're a world-star team. Look at it. You got Ace, Mickey chilling on the right-hand side. I was expecting them to come into a tournament.
I've never seen someone do that before with their hoodie.
What, take it off so weirdly?
Yes. Why did he put it over his chair first and then take it off?
He's not in form. Like, we already know that. Look at their results. Like, he's still finding himself.
Makes sense.
Makes sense, exactly. But that's the point. When I look at this roster, I have so much high expectations.
There's the bad cop.
And here's the bad cop. But this is it.
Wash your face kind of moment.
Yeah, Nish, you gotta wake up, brother. Maybe he's like gymming too late at night. Now he's a little bit exhausted.
Well, time for Jabs to intervene.
Oh, no, he's
Jabs is in the room now. So they've called in the bad cop. The good cop is out. They've called in the bad cop for today. It feels like maybe there is a little bit of a crackdown on the side of Liquid. Can we get some MOUZ player cams as well? We're gonna dissect what's happening in there. Oh, that's right. They're not. Yeah, he's
trying to figure out who he has to play against.
Yeah, he's still wondering which teams are in the tournament, let alone his opponent.
Who is it? Is it OG? Is it Alliance? Like who?
Oh, come on.
Okay. It's fine. It's
At least be realistic with the teams. Come on, what are we doing?
This is coming from the family.
I don't know what's happening in this panel. I'm just popping off.
Yeah, it really is. You're just coming for everyone's story. Do you have something on Quinn? Come for Seb, NOG. You've come for me.
Nah, I did Quinn yesterday with the whole, the pub stuff there.
No, that's true.
Was that yesterday?
Was it 2 days ago? Yeah, it's fine.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, we're having good fun. Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be having some fun in a moment. Hopefully we'll be getting our draft underway as well. For MOUZ, their win earlier today, very invigorating. It was up against
Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. I don't know why I forgot that.
It's because this panel was so... I think we just had a good amount of team building, and now we're finally ready for what's to come.
And what is going to come, T?
More Phil, because the draft is not right now, I'm joking. The draft is ready. Bam! Draft time. Go.
We promised all the viewers no more arguing, all right? We put some shackles on us. We're going to be only good cops here, and we're going to do what we love, and that's analyzing some Dota, and definitely analyzing some Dota drafts. Nagus Iron, whilst we got to see the joys of it last game, are not going to be let through here, along with the Marcy, Timbersaw, and Lycan.
Yeah. And importantly, when Spirit was able to, or played up against MOUZ and they lost, they put a big focus on Yamich, specifically with the Tusk and Pudge ban in the first phase. So I am intrigued to know if Liquid will follow the same line and respect Yamich to the same degree that Spirit did. Of course, Spirit did lose that series, so maybe it was the wrong path of draft to go down, but...
I think it was a decent approach. I mean, the Tusk is not so crazy. I think you could leave the Tusk and kind of know what's coming. The Pudge can deserve a little bit more respect if you didn't put in the work and the prep to kind of understand what is this Pudge about, because this is a hero that's like been trending very recently. So you need to make sure you know what you're getting into before you just leave it through the pool.
If I'm Liquid though, I like this Mars ban because I feel like Yamich has his heroes. He's got his like 3 or 4 melee dudes. So I feel like you either ban all the melee dudes or you ban none of them. Because otherwise, like, okay, yeah, you ban Pudge and now he picks Tiny, or you ban Tiny and he picks Pudge. Like, I mean, sure, they're different heroes, but like at the end of the day, he's gonna like drag waves and run around and cause shenanigans. So to me, you ban this MOUZ, which I feel like is this super stable laner that allows them to actually run around and move things and do stuff. Because now they have a Tusk, sure, but next phase they need this off laner. There's and the options compared to MOUZ are not even close to as good. So I like this adaptation from Liquid.
No, I would very much agree with that. Also in the sense that at the end of the day, are you really losing to a Tusk, a Pudge, or a Tiny? Maybe you're just losing to like a system and what these picks kind of allow in the game. For instance, you pick these melee +4s, what they excel at is manipulating creep waves, like pulling the creeps in between towers and kind of basically giving a game to your offlaner, which allows for an earlier offlaner pick and allows for the, I mean, this is like the commonly, it's called cheese. I don't like the word of it, but these kind of niche strategies that are really hard to deal with. So at the end of the day, I think you just need to watch out for the Huskars that are coming, the Broods, like the heroes that have been really, really powerful in MOUZ's hands.
I mean, for Liquid though, they identify how Yamich, like you said, wants to enable the offlane, but also that naturally means once you've enabled the offlane, you go to mid. Queen of Pain does not care about Tusk. You will always blink away from the snowball, the shards, everything. You lock in Nisha's hero. I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid down the line will also pick up another Dark Willow or a Hoodwink, like elusive position 4s. So if Tusk is to go in maybe trialing the safe lane, it's hard to kill Boxy in that role as well.
One thing that I think this Bane ban tells a lot, because theoretically you don't ban Bane when you have Tusk. Is one of the best heroes in the game against Bane. Like the snowball is just amazing against Fiend's Grip, and it also gives you the damage to kill him. I think it's more related to Bane sleeping the Yamich trying to pull waves. Because Bane is one of the few 5s that you just cannot pull waves against. It just doesn't work. Like the mechanic does not allow it. You lose aggro when you get slept. So in that case, there's like a lot of respect being put around, again, the system that the offlane from MOUZ has put in place.
I think the Queen ban, there's also this extra layer of awareness to it, in that MOUZ banned the puck on the last ban there of the first phase to pick the Tusk. And so now Liquid has a ban saved essentially, because you would always ban puck if you're picking Queen, which allows them to ban this Huskar. So MOUZ doesn't have that 18 Huskar option, which they've been, they picked in the prior game and have had a lot of success with. They have that flex going on like we talked about. So I think that the fact they had that ban open is very big, and now Liquid has one less thing to worry about.
Like both teams are doing a really good job at covering angles right now. Like this is very solid entries to the draft on both sides. A lot of respect being exchanged, but also, both making sure that they're not gonna fall into like an obvious or a lethal trap.
And more kiting available. I mean, Snapfire is one of the most picked supports of the tournament. But of course, with Cookie, it's really nice against Tusk as well. So adding to that layer of wherever Yamich goes, there will be a way in which you can try and even bait Yamich into a bad fight.
I do think there is a sort of a structural difference between this opening of Liquid and the prior one where they had Queen Bane compared to Queen Snapfire, in that Queen Snapfire is much less sort of aggressive, take control of the woods style, and you still need that hero who's going to go in and start things, because Queen can sort of start things, but only in certain contexts. She can't blink into a team of people and start something. It's more of a skirmishing style, and so you still, I think, need that hero that can go in and either stun or slow or just something, because Snapfire is quite the backline hero compared to Bane, who is like this wood stalker.
And Slada's still available, right? So MOUZ preemptively taking the Pugner could be an indicator of them respecting Slada still being in the pool, being able to decrep against the Lil Shredder plus the Crush. It will just help the laning phase aspect, but yeah, there are some pretty good options for Ace to take into the offlane.
It's also just, when you have these spellcasting mid-heroes playing against Pugna, is incredibly frustrating. You just straight up cannot fight while the ward is down. You need to kill this ward first. And so there's some rune sequences and things like this where Pugna can walk to the rune, put the ward down, and you're just not fighting the rune anymore, because you're gonna die if you cast your spells.
The bright side being that the little shredder from Snapfire is one of the best answers to the Pugna ward to get rid of it, but usually the way the fight works is just not happening as much as you wish it would, because Snapfire usually plays on distance, throwing the kisses, and he's just never in a position to just actually kill the ward. So it's very much a double-edged sword.
Does MOUZ just go for like casual like Centaur here or something? I'm just trying to think, like, how do they progress the draft where they still get to utilize a later pick? Of course, you can go for maybe like the flex cores they have, like the monkeys and stuff, but
they're a big Pango team. I think mid one is a big Pango player too.
They do play it. I was thinking, I couldn't find any other. Okay, interesting. So there's still Ursa in the pool, I think.
Yeah, that is a very It's a very early Tide pick.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. It's good against Mickey's hero pool when you think about it. Like most of the heroes he plays are really bad against Tide. So this is now for him to pivot and play something else. Like we've seen him play mostly range heroes. I mean, out of his pool, there's TA that's like pretty decent on the lane, not as good in the game, and all the Wind Rangers, Prophet, they struggle a lot against Tide. They're not available here, but the punishing Tide heroes are heroes that Mickey has not really looked at yet.
There is still that monkey though.
There is the monkey indeed. No, that is true. That is the one that actually does both. Fits what he played so far and will punish Tide. It's a little bit worse later in the game, I would say. I don't think it scales into Tide as well as the others, but it's super punishing on the lane.
And Disruptor's still in the pool. So if you want to go for like some classic counters to Tide, right? You got Static Storm, even like Snowball saves, you can stop it as well. Like there are some kind of fun combinations for Liquid to go down, but it would put a lot of emphasis on Mickey being the only melee hero in the draft.
They go for the Ursa. Classic.
It is the classic, yeah.
Very good.
I think it's the most solid because it starts, you know, it's good throughout the entire game. It's amazing on the lane, and there's never a point where Ursa stops being good against Tide. Like whatever you buy on Tide, you always have an Ursa problem. Unless you're like very much ahead, and that's usually because of the early game and the laning phase. But when you already are laning with a Tusk, it's most likely not going to happen unless you're going to be laning with a Pugna, and we're looking at a Pugna position 4 and a Tusk position 5, which I'm not sure will be the case. I don't think Yamich, he does not strike me as a Pugna player.
He has to play the Tusk.
This is a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit risky by MOUZ, I think, to show the Tide that early. It's very unconventional. Tide is really a hero you want to protect because it's a hero that relies on net worth to have impact in the game. Like Tide is strong because at some point he becomes untouchable through the items that he buys, like the pipe, you know, you name it. If Tide has a really bad game and is starving, first of all, he cannot clear stacks too early in the game. He needs a lot of XP for that. And yeah, and then he can frontline, which is the whole purpose of the hero.
And they do go for the Disruptor, but...
Yeah, that is a rough lane for Tide. They are full wave pull, full no interact with the lane
One of
whatsoever.
the worst, honestly. One of the worst lane I can think of for Tide. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Boom to deliver.
It is a pretty good troll game overall. It's quite a strong lane. I don't know if you will lose Troll Pugna against very much. And it's very good against the Ursa. And their heroes also want a damage dealer. Tide is quite low damage. Tusk is pretty much only controlling Pugna is like, I want to buff up a guy. So having someone who farms fast and is able to just sit there and dish out damage is very much what they want. So I think it fits the type of box that MOUZ's heroes want filled.
What do you look at if you're Ace? He has the counter pick.
Is he considering like maybe like a Night Stalker potentially? You can silence the Tide throughout the game. You can be independent slightly. You also Pugna and Tusk need good positioning. You combo break that with the Ursa Quap Blink. It's an option maybe.
It's interesting. I would say, I mean, it is good for sure. The only issue that I see is that you're not really addressing the fact that right now Troll has the scale condition in the game. Like this Troll, yeah, at some point will just win the game.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, is there something that can change that?
I think Doom is generally, I think when I see Troll, I think Axe and Doom. The Axe is banned. It's possible they ban the Doom as well.
Sure. Axe a little bit worse against Pugna and Tusk, but Doom definitely is that hero. SF. Mid SF. What do you think of the matchup? Yeah.
It's honestly super skill based, and it depends on the block quite a bit.
Okay.
I think there was a period where this lane, like, I don't know, this lane is fascinating because it's such a storied matchup that's been the case for, I don't know, 10 plus years, and it shifted back and forth over the years from being queen favored to SF favored to queen favored to SF favored, and I think right now it sits in a pretty cool spot where there's a lot of outplay potential for both sides, and there's a lot of variance on how the lane can go.
How about a last minute pivot where Liquid go for Brewmaster? Against the lane, you can survive against the Troll. It's like, I'm just trying to think of, outside of Doom, what are like the other options if they want a little bit more earlier presence in the fight rather than the scaling of what a Doom provides, if they feel like they need to have a more active offlaner?
It's not bad. It's pretty good. It's like you kind of give up on the fight condition, but you're going to secure earlier timings. You're going to secure Roche on Ursa, which is very good against what they have. You're going to isolate the fight, and these heroes are pretty good at that. Okay, they go for the Centaur instead. So this doesn't really fix the Troll issue, like, at all. Or maybe there's something with Centaur Axe that we're not thinking about. I don't know if it's a very strong 24 pick. I think it's more of a whatever pick. It's good. It's not bad, but it's not a gotcha pick by any means.
No, I agree. I feel like it's going to be just a hero to play through in the kind of early game. He'll get like Blade Mail Blink or some Aura Blink, and then Snapfire Cop have like purpose in the early game, whilst Earth is still getting like Battle Fury. But yeah, it doesn't feel as impactful as other heroes could have been. I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with what they got. I'm just intrigued to know how MOUZ is going to break open the game. There's a lot of farm required for their 3 cores. Tide needs to sit in a lane and farm. Shadow Fiend needs to farm. Your Yashikaya, Blink, Troll a whole Battle Fury. So there's a slight discrepancy in how active both teams want to be early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Centaur pick changes somewhat the way Liquid plays fights compared to if it was a Doom, where they're sort of committal, they Doom the Troll and they go all in, commit to the fight. Now with Centaur, there's a little more in and out, there's back and forth. You're playing off multiple glimpses, multiple cookies, Queen spamming daggers with Ags. Like, you want a longer fight that's a lot of in and out and more skirmishy fights. You don't want to full commit into this Pugna and have stuff get saved.
There's one angle that exists for Liquid, which is the laning phase, because this Ursa should snowball the lane. If somehow the co-op, gets the upper hand on the SF mid, MOUZ is going to end up in a game where like Tide and SF are starving, and Troll is not the hero that's gonna fix that. Troll is looking to farm, so they could end up in a very, very dire situation.
All right, that feels like everything is laid out on the table. A way for Liquid to be able to get into this game, shut it down, snowball it. Of course, MOUZ for themselves. They have an avenue too. Either way, both of these teams are looking for a win here. Liquid, it's more important. Right now, they're facing down the barrel of having to play a last chance best of 3. This is going to be the saving grace in a best of 1.
A matchup that has happened twice in the previous tournament. They met in the upper bracket of the first round of Fisher, and then again in the lower bracket final. MOUZ took it, or excuse me, Liquid took it initially, but MOUZ took it in the lower bracket final, where they then went on to face up against HEROIC. So we're back here again between these two teams, and we're probably going to see a lot of this matchup, and it'll be interesting to see how it develops over the course of the season, because obviously this is old Gaming Gladiators versus new Gaming Gladiators in some ways.
Celery against tofu. Old friends, now foes. That's how life goes, Austin. You either die in each other's arms or live long enough to die against each other. I don't know what that quote was supposed to be. It was terrible.
You absolutely fumbled that. I
had
know
nowhere
which
to go
one
with that
I won
one.
against you. Thank you. That was...
Yeah, well, I have some trivia for you, though.
Ooh,
I was thinking about this. These are old organizations, right?
Yep.
These are two of the original organizations in Dota 2. And I believe
well, hold on. I mean, MOUZ has been in Dota for like, if you accumulate all the time they've been in Dota, it's like maybe 3 years.
Right, but if you accumulate all the
doing it
times
over the course of 10 different years, as they picked a team 2 months before TI, but
exactly, how many times have they come into Dota? Maybe more than almost anybody other than Cloud9, who probably holds that record by a large amount.
Yeah, that's true.
But I was thinking, there is one active player that has played on both of these organizations.
Okay, I have to assume Ace played on MOUZ at some point.
No, he did not.
Really?
It's not a player in this game. I'm saying in Dota in general.
Let me think about that. Did Koipa play on MOUZ?
He did, but he is not active.
Oh, active. Sorry. Okay, but he's not in this game.
Nope. He's a good trivia. I don't even know if this is true, but it sounds true in my head, so I just went with it.
I give up. I can't think of another player that played for MOUZ. That's still.
In fact, this player has been part of the Liquid organization twice.
I mean, do you count Kuro?
Oh, I didn't think about him. Was he ever on MOUZ? Maybe he was. I don't think he was.
I think he might have been on one of the early ones. One of those German stacks, maybe? Maybe not.
Oh, shit, now I gotta look this up.
Okay, well, yeah, just hit me with what your answer is.
I don't think he was ever on MOUZ.
Okay.
I gotta go back. Actually, he was on MOUZ. Okay, he was on the very first one.
Yeah.
So it is Kuro. You're correct. Good job, Austin.
There you go. I know my history.
That's right.
Can you give me what your answer was?
I was gonna say Bulba.
Bulba.
Bulba,
Okay,
the survivor.
Okay, yeah, I knew you were throwing me a curveball by choosing a coach, because I was like, it's going to be one of those old MOUZ rosters. It's going to be some guy who's now no longer playing but coaching.
Yeah, well, technically that's Kuro too, right? He's also coaching.
Yes. Yeah, he was on the team. Was that the team that turned into Team Tinker, or was Team Tinker and then turned into MOUZ or something?
No, Kuro was on the very first MOUZ ever.
No, I'm talking about Bulba. Sorry.
Oh, Bulba? Yeah, that was like a... Yeah, there was like a Team Dog or something in there too. I don't remember, dude.
Oh, yeah. That was the... that was Misery, Pycat, Pos, Spada.
MSS, I think.
MSS, yeah.
Team Dog, a famed roster. Anyway, enough history for one day, Austin. But you got to go down Dota history lane sometimes because it's important. Kids these days, they don't know the history, and then they're doomed to repeat it. And you know, you're watching and going, "What are these guys talking about?" But you might end up on a Team Dog one day, and you're not going to enjoy it. So learn your history.
I feel like I'm on a Team Dog right now. Mickey, under attack from a tag team, the glimpse will separate. The two of them.
He wasn't that bad.
No,
anyway,
were you
just find it funny.
to something? Were you
yes,
gonna
I was.
talk about
the
like
entire point.
SF?
No, the entire point of this goddamn story was I had a moment of reflection that it's almost 15 years after Dota 2 and we're still watching MOUZ vs Liquid.
We are.
That's crazy to me.
Almost dies again fighting over the Lotus, but it does look like MOUZ are able to claim it. This matchup of Ursa versus Tide is not going super well for this Ursa so far.
That's not crazy to you. You had nothing to say on that. That's just like a wasted 5 minutes of our life. Okay, we'll just move on. What were you asking? Tide versus Tide?
I'm sorry, I just...
You really threw me under the bus with that one, dude.
I love that MOUZ is like committed and they're actually, you know, but for the longest time they just picked up a team, you know. So I don't really consider them too much in Dota's history. If I'm
all right, whatever,
totally
dude.
honest.
Whatever. You're just not a history nerd. I get it. We'll move on.
No,
okay.
Clearly, I brought up lots of history. It's just, you know.
Yeah, we're getting some bad history in real time right here. So let's just start casting the game. Cast the game, caster.
Okay, thank you. See, I thought you were talking about an old school matchup. I thought we were leading to some sort of like QoP versus SF. You know, we don't see this too often nowadays because SF is a safe lane hero. But now, back to QoP versus SF. I feel like I'm back in 2013.
I mean, not only is it QoP versus SF, to throw some more history your way, these are two mid players that both played under Puppy at a TI.
That's
on
true.
that mid lane. Mid one versus Nisha. It's the old school secret mid versus the slightly less old school secret mid. Maybe another one will come along and beat both of them. There's a lot of history in this match. Currently, it is SF getting slightly better of this trade by 2 or 3 CS. It's very close though. But level 5 is when it gets dangerous with those level 3
long
raids.
glimpse back. Never mind. Can't really do anything to boom.
Yeah, this has been a quiet early game.
Wow. Not so much from you, but
no, not from us, but from the game. So that bounces out. Very even early game though.
yeah, MOUZ getting a slight lead. It looks like the Centaur is the one struggling the most. Low on resources and low on CS.
Getting real beat up.
Kind of unsurprising though. Pugna, a troll. Dis-synergy aside with the whole Decrepify and a melee hero trying to hit things, these are two very tough laners.
Yes. I mean, MOUZ have strong lanes on paper. The Tide lanes are the one that's going to suffer, but it's a Tide, so can always come back with some stacks or...
They have finally caught him isolated because the Tusk was going for the power rune. Boom, should die here, and that'll be your first blood. If it's all... Oh, it's not even worth it because Yamich went for the power rune, didn't get it away from Nisha. So Nisha, with an amp damage, is threatening the Sonic Wave. Yamich, he's going to have to snowball at the right time here. Nisha doesn't throw out that Sonic Wave. He could have popped the magic wand and gone for it.
Yeah, worried about the snowball. Just gonna lay some right clicks back into mid one, get a dagger. Ooh, and a pause.
Right as they were going on to ace too. But the TP is coming in, so he's got a Lotus. He's got a healthy amount of armor. Don't think there's any way he dies here. He's got Inspiration Aura.
Are you
Avery,
inspired?
when did you first start playing Dota professionally? What was your first team?
That's kind of a personal question, man.
If it's on Liquipedia, it's not a personal question.
That's true. I don't know. What is the Liquipedia probably knows. When did I start playing professionally?
Oh, yeah.
My last year of college, I guess.
What did you watch Dota, I assume, at least some.
Not really, no.
Before that. So you weren't one of those guys who was inspired by TI3 or TI5? Or,
no.
I mean,
No,
obviously.
I actually knew none of that. I saw there was $1 million tournament.
Okay.
And I was like, well, that's kind of cool. And then when I decided, you know, I kind of want to play a video game for my career, I said, at least I have financial security going into Dota. Because if you pick a game, with no prize pools, then it was really iffy back then, you know?
Right. Which your first choice of Warhammer 40K Dawn of War was a poor choice in that regard.
Can't bring that up, dude. Can't bring it up. I'm just saying there's a lot of games out there you can be the best in the world at, and it doesn't pay shit. So at that point, at least,
you guys
I was like,
know
you know what?
that Avery, before a Dota player, was one of the best
Dude, don't say
Dawn
that.
of
There's
War
some nerd out
players
there
in the world.
There's some nerd out there who's gonna get really upset by that.
Did you still use the same moniker, SVG?
No, I did not. I'm not telling you what it was. Wisdom trying to fight.
On. Mickey hopping over the shard. See you later, nerds.
Whew. Gets out of there. He's far above this lane, so
Not
that would
so
have been a
much
kill.
see you later, nerds. He's
Oh, the bounce back. Fair fire.
Lance.
Modus.
Mickey.
Walk it off.
Try and punish Yamich. He can't finish him off. Celery. He can't get him either. He's away into the trees.
Oh, he's a
Healing salve
beast.
is out. To Crepify will bail out Yamich. Wait, Mickey. He goes back for it. No, they
Oh,
baited
no.
in Mickey to die instead. They went from
no.
almost guaranteed tofu death to instead of Mickey. I'll take that trade off of your MOUZ.
I mean, that's the dis-synergy, right? If that's an Insania disruptor, Mickey leaves him to die every time because he doesn't
Oh,
care.
100%, but it's his new teammate, Tofu.
Exactly.
He respects Tofu.
Exactly. He
Has
has
to be best friends with Tofu.
he has admiration for this player as a competitor. So he goes in, he tries to save him. Should have left him behind. Should have treated him like Insania. Yep. Yep. It's the lesson of the day. 8-minute power rune. Mid one gambles, he wins the gamble. That's a nice little rune pickup for some Shadow Strike dodge and potentially other shenanigans. Glimpse dodge, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, the panel was not super big on this Centaur pick, but I will say Centaur is one of the best Crimson buyers in Dota, and I think Crimson still absolutely decimates Troll Warlord as a hero.
Agreed, yeah.
I think it is one of the roughest hero versus item matchups in Dota in general. Like, there's some bad ones, but this is up there. You just don't do anything for so long. Even if you go your better build versus it is Mjolnir, but nobody really does that anymore.
Yeah, I was going to ask why can't these Wind Rangers and Trolls go, if they're going to be matched up against Crimson Guard so often, why don't they go Mjolnir?
I think it is the more effective item. People just don't like the build-up, I guess. They don't like how it ends up in their slots. I would consider it, though, because you go this Battle Fury, you're going to end up in a situation where you have Battle Fury, Manta, BKB or something, plus one more, and even then, you're doing no damage in the entire Crimson duration. You're just a dead hero, so...
Yeah. I am kind of still okay with it here because, see, they have so much synergy with the minus armor, right? They've got both Gush as well as the SF's aura. So
that helps.
I think it's fair.
Tag team helps too.
Yeah, certainly. Ace making a break for it with the Stampede. He doesn't have a ton of movement speed. He went the horsepower facet. And doesn't have any bracers, so not super fast.
Does have a lot of early tank ability though. Vanguard done Helm armor plus Spark of Courage armor. That's brawny, so that's a nice armor up early on in this game, which is really good because most of MOUZ's damage is physical as this game scales. Early on, you know, you have some Give some Pugna damage, and SF is a hybrid hero. He's going to do a lot of magic, but if you itemize for the armor, it'll reduce a lot of the impact here.
Yamich doing what he can, but ultimately will die. And regen rune for Nisha, meaning he wants to keep going here. He wants to make use of this extra mana that he's got. The troll threatening the TP on an aggressive blink from Nisha. I think that got canceled. Yeah, it got canceled by Ace.
Yeah, this regen is mega value right now. You still have a catapult alive mid, so Liquid gonna put the pressure on, and if you TP in, you get glimpsed. If you miss position around here, you're gonna get glimpsed.
Which means the Tusk kind of needs to hide for a couple seconds before he makes his move.
Can snowball dodge that glimpse as well if it comes to it, but Liquid will back off. Still have Sonic Wave to play with. They still want the kisses up on Boxy. It's kind of what they're missing here. Static Storm would help as well.
I think without even getting much done, even if they don't get kills, if they can force just the 3 versus 3 mid, they're pretty happy, right? Because I think they get better of the 1v1 solos. This Ace going to be matched by the Shadow Fiend. Boxy trying to help him out with a cookie. They still have Stampede too, so Ace is fine here. In fact, I think they're thinking about a turnaround here. The potential for it is here, especially with Tofu making his rotation. They have the glimpse. Now Nisha here with the Sonic Wave, threatened it.
Oh, I baited it.
Snowball out of him, and now he'll throw it out. It hits mid one, finishes him off. Yamich, well, he makes a run for it. Thought maybe he could punch Tofu. He does have that Walrus Punch. Both supports here, level 6. Mickey coming in from behind, and finally the Stampede gets put to use here. Crystallis, not enough damage from the kisses to force him to use his ultimate, so that will limit what Liquid can get out of this. It's just going to be an extra kill on Celery.
I thought they were maybe going to get greedy and try and go for the glimpse on the troll, get Crystallis and all that as well, but they played it safe. They went for the kills they could get in front of them. You got some big ones here. Nice little fight for Liquid outside this tower. I mean, the synergy's starting to come alive. It looks a lot better than it did in the earlier days of this group stage for sure. These fights are more connected. They're more centered around timings, whether it's spells or items. Everybody's coming together at the right time, and then you have Mickey connecting, which is kind of Liquid's signature style. It's looking a lot better. Ace is just kind of playing more of his hero pool. I think that helps as well. Crimson already done. 12-minute Crimson Guard on this Centaur. Rushes it. Big issue for the troll if he ever wants to join a fight. Limits a lot of your early damage. SF's just not powering the magic damage up fast enough this early in the game to give you that team fight win. So Liquid are in control of this game right now. They can continue to extract some more advantage here. It'd be really nice to have a haste rune on Nisha. Glimpse Static Storm available. This Tide is not safe.
Static Storm catches Celery, but they already used both the tools against the Tide Hunter, so it's up to Mickey. Nice body blocking from Nisha. Phase Boots will get him in front of Nisha still, and he got off the Ravage. Enrage will help Mickey here, and he gets away from most of the damage from mid one, but it's still blocked in by the Shard. Mickey goes down first. Nisha, blink away. He's good for now. Chase continues, though, from MOUZ. After the supports, Tofu, he's got one glimpse, and Nisha does have a Sonic Wave here. Bit of damage on Yamich. He's going to get a bit low. Can Nisha finish him off with a Sonic Wave? They're certainly going to Tofu, perhaps. No Sonic Wave, pushes him away. Yamich, he may tick out here. He needs a snowball. He needs a deny. Crystallis provides him that much.
He was so close to getting that punch. Would have been worth it. Does get denied. Not the worst exchange for MOUZ overall, honestly. It looked like it was going to be a lot worse, but the fact Boom gets out of that Static Storm and then you're able to turn it around. I mean, the Requiem damage is not significant there because it's so far away, but it zones a bunch of heroes. You get a nice Ice Shard. It's not a bad choreographed fight. Now you get a last hit for Crystallis, who was kind of struggling in this game.
I just can't believe that Ace never joined the team. He had a TP, he had a position to go through the Twin Gate as well to join his team, because he has this Crimson Guard. That's the advantage of the Centaur with the Facet, right? You don't have to go boots, you can rush the Crimson Guard, and despite you having even net worth with the Tide Hunter, you have the much more impactful item. It's going to be a while until Tide can finish.
Look at the shots!
This is landing, though. Oh, you're not going to juke Tofu out of that one.
Boxy just lands every shot. That's a TI winning 4 right there.
That is true.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think he only missed 1 out of the entire sequence. He just read him like a book.
Yeah, that was
page by page, Austin.
Static Storm on Celery. And so the picks are going the way of Liquid, even as MOUZ put together a decent team fight.
Support duo is doing work right now. Ace gets a free tower top. Didn't join any of this, so He'll do what he does. He'll farm. He'll scale. He'll attack tower.
He will.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feels like MOUZ should be farther behind than it looks right now.
I think Boom did a very good job of contending with the Ursa. It seemed like he was farming neutrals quite a bit, so he probably did less laning, but he still was kind of keeping up with the Centaur until recently.
It's not in the worst spot for what he's had to go against. I'm just concerned about him. Even if he finds farm, he's going to have a pipe here. Are you just a walking pipe and then you just get bursted down in the fight? You get static stormed, you can't crack and you can't ravage. Ursa just goes in, you get hit by Sonic Wave. I feel like he just dies so easily in this game.
Well, I mean, he'll still have the save from the Pug, potentially, right? They static storm, commit with the Ursa, then maybe Celery can bail him out long enough that he can still ravage. Nisha, aggressive blink, and it's a level 2 blink, not the shortest cooldown, but because of the Arcane Rune, it was a lot safer. Deal with the Nether Ward real quick. Blink Dagger's up for Mickey, so expect some more aggression from Liquid. If they can win it, they can get Roshan. If they lose it, though, and fumble a bit of this lead, MOUZ, especially Chrysalis, who's been farmed very well. Sonic Wave will finish off Celery. Not much he could do there.
Food for the Queen of Pain. Level 2 Sonic Wave will be up in 70 seconds thanks to that Arcane Rune.
Yeah,
Damn it, you're biting
good
off
for
a
the
little
shards,
much.
but unfortunately for him, Mickey is still able to close that gap thanks to the Quelling Blade, or the Battle Fury Blade.
Liquid's starting to take this map over. They're splitting up and not getting punished for it. In fact, they're punishing MOUZ. We're just trying to get to some sort of teamfight items between the SF and the Troll. I mean, by the time you get there, you might have Pipe done on this Centaur too. And then if you have Pipe Crimson, you're living in Ace's world at that point, right? I mean, this guy has won numerous majors off of
Crystal's gonna be fought. He gets pulled back into the Static Storm. Not the best catch there from Tofu with the kinetic field. Tried to do it without a setup. It didn't really work.
Gonna try and blink in for a glimpse or something?
Well, they almost caught him. He got up to the high ground. That was a close call.
All right, they're gonna look at Ace. And that's all they're gonna do, because no one's touching this guy.
Yeah, he is fat.
Got another Brawny enchantment, an Essence Ring this time. This guy's rolled some good neutral items too, with all this EHP coming from the auras. Yeah, he's a problem. He is a problem.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
At least you got the pipe first on Boom. He's got a chance to take a fight with that big aura, and you got a shield rune on the SF. Not a bad timing for MOUZ if you can line something up here.
Smoke's gonna be a bit ruined. Going after Ace first. Ravage over the top, and they will be able to burst down Ace. The magic damage is good enough.
Didn't get the Crimson off.
Catching Boxy, good Force Staff. Gets him over the cliff there. Send back some of these heroes with the glimpse. Now, is MOUZ strong enough? They can certainly take this mid tower. They strong enough to do Roshan themselves.
They are. Just a little spooky. This Centaur spawns pretty quickly here, and you have kisses to delay. So even if you're strong enough, it's just not going to work out for you.
Yeah, it's too hard. The kisses, damage, and vision, and then a Sonic Wave over the top. That's way too rough.
And they do have tools to bring the Centaur down. He did not get the Crimson off. He doesn't have the pipe yet, but Raze stacking, really nice against the hero. The Tuskar physical burst with tag team, super nice against the hero. Those are probably your two best answers in this game. And I mean, it dealt a serious amount of damage there. So that's kind of the situation you're looking for. Even if he has the auras, even if he's tanky, if you can start the fight on him because he's playing so overly aggressive, might get another opportunity here.
One raise. Block him in with shards. Very nice. He's forced to stampede back in range of the SF. Not quite good enough, though. The kisses. Trying to slow down these heroes. Get the vision for the glimpse. They got it. Kill the Tusk with the kisses alongside Nisha and get the glimpse on Celery. It was a bit too greedy this time around. I mean, they finished off that Centaur nice and quick, but that was also 4 heroes. Not nearly the same firepower, and now they are going to be giving up Roshan to Liquid.
Just not the same when you don't have the other heroes to commit some of the extra damage you need, plus the Gush for a little extra minus armor that's going to buff up the tag team and punch and all that. And now that pipe is done. Aegis on your Ursa, rushing an Ags. He's going to become unkillable pretty early in this game. BKB for the Queen would make Nisha a bit unkillable. Liquid are just ramping up the survivability. Going to damage test MOUZ in this one.
It's such a shame for MOUZ because them making that move obviously speeds things along and allows Liquid to take Rosh. If they just chilled and sat back, Roshan 1 would have swapped over to the other side, so that would have given you probably another minute at least of no Rosh. But it also would have allowed Midwan to complete his Blink Dagger, which, you know, taking a Roshan fight with Ravage and Blink, Kayayasha, SF is some big team fight wombo combo there.
Or even that Centaur kill, you probably get it with the SF Blink if you can Blink Requiem him.
Yeah, sure. Pulling back Boom into the Static Storm. It is rough. He is matched up against the Disruptor, hard counter, Ursa, rough lane matchup, and a killer for the Tidehunter. They immediately smoke up from Liquid, wanting to make use of this timing with an Aghanim Scepter done for Mickey alongside his Aegis. He is nigh untouchable at this point.
Zags is really annoying. Just because your stuns and control are so limited on the side of MOUZ.
Nice play. Got him by TP.
It basically means you can never Ravage the Ursa and all in him in this game. And if you can't do that, he's always going to have a free fight, which means you just have to outlast him or out DPS him.
Triple raise isn't enough. Brings Ace down to about half. But he can't give chase just because he had to spend all his mana on his auras. So no mana for Stampede. Maybe Boxy can slow him down though. Got him on the glimpse. Snowball. Not an option. Now he snowballs, but it's just gonna delay the inevitable. Blinks away into the trees. Nisha chases. Nisha kills him.
Looking pretty solid here for Liquid, starting to heat things up in the second half of this group stage. Not the same team they were on day one.
Up 7K. Chrysalis is about to hit a big timing though. He's got BKB very soon.
It's true, but what can you do with that? You're still playing into the Crimson. Your damage is still a little low. If you can get on top of these heroes all at once with the tag team, then you can bring them down. Mid one hasting down here.
It's Nisha still. Nisha blinks to the other side, still getting sucked, and mid one. Okay, he doesn't keep up the chase. Tofu. Finish off Celery. Nice deny from mid one, and the blink away before Nisha hits him with the scream. The haste lasts long enough to get him out of there. Meanwhile, Ace. Oh, okay, Ace went into the triangle. A lot of heroes from Liquid showing further down, so they know that Ace is isolated for the time being. This is a freebie.
That's a huge pickup. Oversteps again with no Stampede, giving MOUZ an opening here. Can they get anything else off of it?
Almost pulls Boxy out of position. In fact, they'll still catch up to him. Got up to the high ground, though. And now Nisha slows him down, scatterblasting all of these heroes. That's going to be a big slow. Mickey sees all these heroes grouped up and goes for it with the Enrage. It forces out the Requiem, sure, but he can keep on trucking. Still has a minute and a half left on his Aegis. He'll die the first time. Nisha dies, though. And the SF isn't dead yet. A cookie on a 3. Beautiful. Where's the follow-up, though? Mickey on his second life has no Enrage. They finally get the SF, but Liquid have thrown everything into this. Despite the clump, the team fight is still too good for MOUZ.
There's a bold jump from Mickey, just going into everybody. Dealt an insane amount of damage. But after your ult wears out, you're just kind of dead weight in the middle of that. And mid one lived so damn long in that engagement. Maybe get Tofu on the backside, yeah. Super nice extra pickup here. That's basically a full team wipe.
Throwing it away, and that was a team fight without the BKB. Now Chrysalis has that item choice.
Pugna causing him big problems. The extra sustain and save between the Decrypt suck on this SF, keeping mid one alive for so damn long. I'm surprised they were able to take Nisha down when he went in. I think Nisha was surprised about it too. He died very quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it all starts with this play from Ace, where he just casually walks up into the triangle, gets 100-0'd, and then things are kind of weird. The supports are trying to help him out. But then they were fine. Mickey's choice to go in, though, fails to get the kill on mid one. The Ravage clipping Nisha and bursted.
And the Ursa just got controlled. This Tusk Pugna are doing a lot in terms of save and control against this Ursa.
Yeah.
Kind of the downside of the Ags over the BKB, per se, because if he has BKB and he just goes in and BKB's there, I think you just kill the SF. Like, maybe he gets decrept, but you're just running around. You're not getting controlled for a lot longer. The Ags, you can still control this guy. You can still make his life annoying a lot more than if he has the BKB, even if he's harder to jump. He will go BKB anyway, so he'll have both options. I mean, that's pretty good. Then he can jump offensively, and he can never get jumped.
Oh, nice response there from Yamage. That was really quick. Instantly blink punch onto Mickey. Just to make sure his Tide Hunter is able to get out before the big burst of physical damage comes in. Boom.
Anyway.
Not respecting the save, though. Shows on the mid lane, tries to push that out, but caught by Ace, Tofu. They're just holding him in place. Now Mickey joins the show and finishes him off.
That's a rough death. That was not the one you wanted to give up. Now you're starting to bleed kills, and Glimpse will punish you even more.
Yeah, that's the thing about this. You can't afford the sloppy fights nearly as much of your MOUZ because it's always the extra glimpse kills that you're going to be feeding away.
I'm still surprised at how well they fought back in this game. I don't think this was an easy game to play from behind, and they found those fights, and they really evened this out because your troll is like, 1,500 behind the Ursa. That's okay. The Tide and Centaur are neck and neck, and this SF overtook the quad. If you get BKB on mid one here, he's pretty strong in the fight, and he has it, in fact. Line it out now. No interrupt for that. This Blink BKB Requiem is gonna go off no matter what until you have Basher on the Ursa, which... Is that coming out already? No, it's BKB. So he's not gonna have Basher on Ursa for a while. Which means mid one is a free fight. He gets in there, he can do some serious damage.
Yeah, it's going to be MOUZ with the advantage when it comes to initiation on team fights between him and Yamage. You've got quick ways to be able to start any engagement, which is why Liquid need to continue the ball when it comes to Roshan, right? Having that extra life does a lot to solve that issue.
Oh, yeah. Now, I wonder if your MOUZ, can you even take it away? You do it pretty fast, especially with the tag team. Gush. It's all. I would say if it insta spawned here, you just do it and risk it. I don't know if any team would actually go for that, but from an observer perspective, could work out.
McKay on the Wisdom Shrine, breaks the smoke, blinks away. MOUZ, they'll take, no, they won't take this. Ace, he is willing to take this. May regret it though. Half HP for now. Static Storm goes out. No Ravage just yet, but Boom got out of the Static Storm and is ready to Ravage now. Nisha with his BKB is committing on Celery, but Celery has healed himself up and knocked down. Came in from Chrysalis. Locks him down, and I love Chrysalis just goes on to the next. He got Glimpse back, but that is perfect position for him. He finishes off Nisha and then is directly on top of Heroes again.
Pugna problems, man. This hero is so damn annoying for these spellcasters. Nisha goes in on him, commits full combo. Celery just sits there, sucks him. Not even close to dying with Solar Glimmer. And then that feels like that fight's over because Ursa's not doing enough damage to carry these fights. Did not go a super early damage item here. MOUZ in control. This game, it's starting to feel like just out-sustaining Liquid.
What do you think about this next item choice for Chrysalis? He's going to get an Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have the Dispel for himself on the Dagger, the Dispel against the Ursa for the Overpower.
That's good here. Yeah, that's really good. And he's not had issues going in and just man-fighting people. It's almost felt as though Liquid have a lot more issue dealing with his ult than he's had dealing with some of their kiting mechanisms, whatever they are. This Ursa Troll matchup is not fun for Ursa. You can't ever go in and all in him, really. And the second he turns on you, you're just stuck there forever. Especially with Pugna and Tusk in the mix. These supports are going to do a lot more to hamper Liquid's cores dealing damage than I feel Liquid supports are going to hamper the SF or the Troll.
I do wonder if Ace should consider, because the Troll has become a problem. Yeah, the Crimson Guard farm early. He could also go the Aghanim Scepter later. I wonder if you consider that now as your third item over the heart he's looking at.
I don't like the heart here. I really hope he doesn't commit for that. I don't think it changes anything about the fight. I don't think it helps you survive that much more against the way their damage is scaling up. And I think you either need the ag save or some form of disruption, like Wind Waker or something. Maybe even just BKB would help you survive longer. I just don't see Heart changing the outcome of you getting burst down like we've seen. Ravage up in 9 seconds.
They'll be ready for this Roshan engagement.
So will the Trollags flying out right now. He gets the last piece off the curry. He's running back for it. Big item upgrade. Worker Stall is here. Don't have the SF Ags yet. It's kind of the one piece missing here, but don't need it to win a fight, as we've seen. Basher on the Ursa's big, though. If you can get this out before this fight commences, you get a decent shot of just BKB jumping this SF, controlling him, bringing him down.
They're going to find the SF first, though. Chrysalis, he's charging in with the smoke. Spots Nisha. Here comes some kisses, getting some idea of what MOUZ is up to here, but the rest of their heroes are still smoked up, so Liquid didn't get any information off of that at all, really.
Well, that's some confidence right there. I mean, you run into the enemy team, they'll just run away from you. Yeah, go do Roche. No kisses to scout this out either now.
And with a nice aggressive ward and a team that can do it pretty quickly. Liquid, they're just going to be too late to this. They're trying to do the wraparound and everything, but the tag team and the Troll going to work. They get going all the way up to the high ground here, but Roshan has been taken. Chrysalis with an Aegis now. And does Liquid still take... Oh, they spotted the SF. Just who they wanted, but instead they go after the puck now. But Yamish intercedes. He managed to get off a huge punch, preventing Celery from going down, while the Ravage onto Nisha almost gets him killed. The SF hunting after the supports, got the Static Storm on him after the BKB, but the cores are not in a position to take this. And Ace, well, he's already used his Stampede. He is a sitting duck. He's going to go for a TP away, interrupted by the Yules. Mickey with his BKB stuck again. Yamish, just beautiful play on this Tusk. The punch reactions, the shards are perfect, and him and Celery have just destroyed Liquid.
Support duo, man. Yeah, tipping each other at this point. Why not, dude? The tag team is absolutely devastating Liquid. Yamish's Tusk, I think it's his best hero. When he had that stint on Nigma, they were just picking this hero nonstop.
Yeah.
He's so good on this hero.
Got the snowball on Nisha. There is a chance here. His blink not up, won't be able to get the punch.
Almost dropped the banner on his head, maybe. They also got the Ags on the SF right as that fight commenced. That was a big deal.
Oh, don't get baited onto going on Celery.
Yeah,
you know he wants you to.
Such a good pug in the game. You need Nullifier in this lineup. Like, you need it so bad.
Yeah, when they ran into the SF and SF blinked into them, I thought they were going to all in the SF, but Mickey opted to go for the Pugna, which is totally fine. That's a great hero if you can kill him at the start, but Yamich is too quick with it. That punch, you can enrage and all that, but the punch, it ignores that status resistance. Locked up in the air for too long.
He has a Ghost Scepter too now, so the pressure to get this Nullifier on the Ursa is really mounting here. He wants Abyssal for the control in the SF. But then who is getting this Nullifier? He's thinking about getting one. Ace is still going for this heart, which I still disagree with because I just don't see it being relevant.
Yeah, how many times has he just been a sitting duck? Like the extra HP is just, you know, a couple more seconds of Chrysalis hitting him. Who cares?
Oh, mid one. Oh, can he solo him?
Got him. Oh. Requiem kill. Mid one takes down Nisha.
Diced
him up. That's a classic SF play. Just sit on the high ground. Dude walks into you. That's juicy. Had the Gunpowder Gauntlet for some extra burst damage, and that is all she wrote. Requiem, Ags, triple raise, almost level 25 now. Dude, mid one has been cooking this tournament.
Yeah.
He has had some good games. He's been very stable too. I think some of my criticism of him in the past has been some of the variants, but it's felt like he's just playing well all around.
Trying to attempt an immediate punish. Yamich pushed into an awkward spot, especially as he doesn't get over his own shards. That's okay. Plenty of utility. The Ghost Scepter, he's got Celery giving him Glimmer Cape. They're doing this without the SF. They know Liquid is just not capable of fighting him right now. As you said, they desperately need a next round of items, or perhaps two.
This game might be out of their reach. Centaur's not scaling. Quap has not found anything here. And this SF is out of control. He just hit 25 off taking that Wisdom Shrine. So these raises really hurt now.
Chrysalis is gonna jam. One lane down, forcing a second. There's no tier 2 at bottom lane, so if Liquid gives this up, they could just go for full-out megas. Not enough time for Liquid. They're just going to have to fight into this despite their missing items. No Aghanim Scepter for the Quap. Next round of items, no Abyssal Blade for Mickey. Ace still trying to get his hard here, but the initiation, he jumped onto Mickey and he's out. Gonna have to use buyback to hold now. And they're gonna have to do it without the Static Storm. This hard better save the game. Ace is the only item that Liquid has at this point in time. He jumps in, and they're just making mincemeat of him. The Centaur now become Venison. And the kisses on Chrysalis are easily ignored. He's got the extra life. He doesn't need to use Battle Trance here. Sonic Wave trying to push him away. Gets a couple of heroes low, but here comes the heals from Celery, and the backline's completely untested. A glimpse back onto Boom, still working for it. Yule Scepter goes off. A range bash out from Chrysalis, trying to help. Now here comes the Pugna save again with the heals, with the Decrepify. There's just nothing this Ursic can do. There is nothing Liquid can do. MOUZ hit their timing and will end this game.
Such a cohesive unit for how short time this team was formed. It's genuinely impressive. Like, I don't think I've seen a team in a long time come together this fast.
Not the cookie you wanted to give.
Nope, not at all. There's a second hex though. I mean, these hexes are just the nail in the coffin. It's impossible for the Ursa to play.
GG.
And Liquid will call it. Impressive game from MOUZ. These guys continue to step it up. And that was not a game they just rolled the laning phase on. That was a game they were behind 7 or 8K. The Ursa looked like he was in prime position to carry. And they just hit their item timings and found these really nice team fights. Can't help but feel like Ace got really punished that game. As fat as he was, he didn't join some of the early fights for Liquid, and then some of those later fights started with them just bursting him down slightly out of position and getting a 5-on-4. Those were big openings for MOUZ, but they took advantage of them. Yeah, impressive game from Mid-1. I think he really stepped up that game and delivered big when they needed it.
10-3 and 9 from him. Hell of performance by Mid-1. Ended up doing the most damage in the game. 37,000 hero damage done. Well played by MOUZ.
Just a little bit of an extra tidbit at the end there from SPG. Pugna broken in his mind. But Quinn, going into this one, you said it was going to be down to a skill matchup of Shadow Fiend up against Queen of Pain. It's always been a back and forth. And now do you feel like you have a bit more of a decisive answer, or is it still very much in that, yeah, it comes down to execution?
I think it just comes down to execution. I think both players played pretty well. I think the lane went roughly even, which I think is what happens whenever both people lane pretty well. I think, to be honest, I'm very impressed with MOUZ's resilience. And I think it also shows that while Liquid is on the right track, and I think this early game and the first 15-20 minutes looked a lot better, that they're still not all the way there. There's a lot of little bits and pieces here and there. Ace getting caught out in the middle of nowhere. Everyone, focusing him and him dying, and then the rest of the team with Save Your Buddy Syndrome coming to help and all sort of chain feeding. And we saw that like a couple times, and I think it shows that Liquid is clearly figuring things out, but that, yeah, they're not there yet.
This has happened before in other games as well. Like that 23-minute mark clip was so critical to Liquid's game. Like they have the Aegis, they have a 7-8K gold lead. It's a soft gold lead, but still enough that you can see them capitalize. But yeah, like Ace being out of position, like Quinn's mentioning, like these are the moments that if we fast forward a week or two, Liquid's probably not making these mistakes, but at the moment they are, and MOUZ are in the right position to capitalize on it, and then turn around what was a pretty much Liquid-favored early game.
Yeah, for sure. It was a little bit sloppy. It lacked Yeah, it was not crisp enough and not clean enough by Liquid. And to me, it's also like I think they're not as much on top of things as other teams. You kind of feel the lack of grind. I mean, obviously they've been grinding a lot when it comes to like the team thing, and the same could be said for Ace and Tofu. But now they have to the system that they were relying on and that they built for themselves, that is kind of gone. They have to rebuild that for themselves, and I think the players individually will have to also refine their own gameplay, item timings, hero choices and matchups and whatnot. So that is probably what is ahead of them. Nonetheless, I think they kind of brought it back compared to the beginning of the group stage, where it looked very worrisome, and now it's like much more stable. On the other side, MOUZ is really proving themselves. I mean, the curve, like the path with that team is pretty impressive. Like they formed a few weeks ago, really quickly they started contesting online events finals, and now they're here around all the other Tier 1 teams, and they look very strong, if not dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they're now 7-4, right? That puts them very comfortably in the top part of the middle of the pack, which maybe that's a lot of words to describe it, but it's a nice place that you want to be, where it feels like the only teams above you right now are the Falcons, the Tundras, the Spirits, and Heroic. So it's like, yeah, MOUZ have really brought everything they can. And so this matchup, it was very even going into it. We weren't really sure what to expect, but it just feels like MOUZ solidifying just how good they are. And like you said, Quinn, very resilient.
No, it's honestly super impressive. I would not expect this from this roster. I think whenever you look at these names on paper before this team is formed, it's like, yeah, there's some decent players. They could be okay. But I think this is much better than okay. This is like the type of team that you could see get into top sixes at tournaments, maybe even make deeper runs than that. And that, I think, when this roster was initially formed, is not what you'd expect. So I think in a lot of ways they're overperforming, and they've clearly put a lot of work in and have some very good synergies between their players and alignment on the style they want to play. I'm honestly very impressed.
And to be fair to them, I think I have personally called some of the strategies like cheese strategies, which they were. This game is like just a classic solid draft where they don't have like this tactical advantage. It just comes from execution, like nice discipline. Props to them.
As we're nearing the end of our day, there's only 6 best of ones. That was our 5th one concluded. We can see our group standings. It's a lot more of a solidified standings now, with teams having played all of their games. With Liquid now, unfortunately, getting that loss, they're going to be in that bottom 4. It's just a tough reality to face for themselves. 4 and 7, along with Execration and Yakult brothers. Like I said there, MOUZ, they actually end up going above Heroic. So I misspoke when I said teams above MOUZ right now. It's only Falcons, Tundra, and Spirit. But there's still room for that to change, because one more best of one left. And one of those teams is Heroic, coming up against BetBoom team.
Mid-one's committing, turns back around, goes for the troll kill, almost gets it with the Doom. They might be able to get it. He activates his BKB. We'll see if the Doom ticks him out or not.
He's dead.
He's dead. They got the troll, but what about this?
Is it enough?
BKB, it's out with Brood. Brood is dead. GPK is amping up the damage.
But you was able to hold him in position here with the BKB by trying to Tokyo make the jump on a King Jungles. Defy, he'll drop Black Hole and controlling Nightfall. Catches the Sven Solo at the side of the fight. It's just all over the place for Aurora. Toronto Tokyo's going to put the refresher, but he has no mana to work with. He'll get a second BKB off, go for the TP out, but the hook shots there from Aurora Fog. They cannot pull together a team fight.
Heroic, they have a chance for themselves to at least try and tie with MOUZ. Otherwise, they would be conceding that 3rd spot there. BetBoom team, this is their chance to make it out of the bottom 4. It's some crazy math that goes on behind the scenes, so I'm not going to say it does give them out of that last chance qualifiers, but you got to win this one if you want to do it. And so for BetBoom team, who we haven't seen in a couple of days, Seb, you're not where you want to be on the group standings. Is the playstyle, though, still there for them? Are the ideas still coming together despite not being able to get all the wins?
It's hard to say. Like, my worry about BetBoom is that this is a group of players that everybody has looked at as being some of the best in their positions for quite a while now, and maybe for too long, I want to say, because when do you reach the burnout state? When do you start kind of second-guessing the group that you built for yourself? I mean, Pure was the problem at TI, supposedly. They made that change. I mean, I'm not saying it was the case, but it seemed to be their read. And then they changed the carry. They bring, a carry that's in the top 10 in the rank leaderboard, like somebody that everyone regards as being like stable, solid, consistent. And it's not clicking as well. So when you start, kind of going deeper in the self-reflection, I don't really know. Because it's kind of hard to, you look at this roster on paper and you just don't understand why they're not winning more.
Yeah, and then are we worried it's spiraling too much, Quinn? And so now the identity is lost, where it's still early stages in a tournament where you're not getting eliminated in group stages. So just stand strong with what you came in and believing.
I mean, I think if I think for them it should be worrying. I think it is a. I don't think you want to be there. I don't think they expect to be there. I don't think other people expect them to be there either. Like Seb said, they are a team with very storied players. They had a pretty good TI result. You kick one guy, it's a carry player too, which I think was in some ways is the most interchangeable role. And then now suddenly you're bottom 4 and you're losing a lot of games to teams you should be losing to. You look very weak. Like that is not what this team expects or wants. And I think honestly, this feels worrying to me. I think they should be concerned and really trying to fix some stuff here, because this is not like whoopsie daisy first term of the year. It's not like that.
Right, and while there's changes in the players and the play style, we also have to wonder what sort of changes are going to happen when it comes to picking up heroes T, because this team so far in this tournament has really enjoyed picking up certain heroes.
Yeah, so of course we've been seeing the Juggernaut versus MOUZ for a long time in this tournament, and there's actually a really important interaction that you need to be careful for, an actual bug, right? So you see here with Juggernaut, right? When he presses Omni Slash, you're going to see happy days. This is what it's meant to look like. He's bouncing around doing his damage. Ignore the moon shards. That's just the way it works. But when you place Arena, look, what happens?
What?
It's cancelled. But why does it get cancelled? That's a really good question, guys. And that is simply based on the attack speed of Juggernaut. When MOUZ has the Victory Feast facet, if Juggernaut has more than 300 attack speed, it will cancel his Omni Slash. And it doesn't matter where he's going to, it will just cancel. So if there's heroes around him, it will just cancel. So you need to watch out that we have seen Miro play a lot of Juggernaut. We've seen Yuma play Miro's played a lot of MOUZ and Yuma's played a lot of Juggernaut. You have to be careful that your Omni Slash literally does not work against Victory Feast on MOUZ if he's inside the arena or by the effect of it.
It's by the effect, right? Because we saw in another game where he was like just on the outside. MOUZ was just on the outside of the arena and it still got cancelled.
Yeah,
so it's arena being placed on the map essentially.
This is absurd.
Exactly.
It's absurd that it works that way. And it's kind of game breaking, I'm not going to lie. Because like Jug versus MOUZ is a typical, I mean, you mentioned it, it's a classic matchup. Like Jug is regarded as being one of the best carry heroes against MOUZ. So it's meant to happen. This is not a niche. Like this is pretty mainstream at this point.
Yeah, this is not a feature. It is a bug. So be careful.
Clip it and ship it. Let's make it, popular out there, well known. Don't do it, okay? Be aware of it. And so for Heroic, they got to wonder if the MOUZ is let through, what exactly they're going to pick up here. It feels like not back to the drawing board by any means. These guys have a plethora of playstyles that they want to do. Heroes as well. It feels like a hero ocean when it comes to what these teams can interchange between each role.
Yeah, I think Heroic is in a good spot. I think they're continuing to figure this stuff out and improve. I think really just more games, and I think continued hard work goes a long way for them, because I think while they're showing promise right now and they have a lot of potential and they're moving in the right direction, I think it's very easy to be maybe not as hard on yourself or not as look carefully at the little small things and continue to improve these things, because you have a lot of their wins were comebacks. And I think while comebacks are cool and they show resilience and it's a very good trait to have, you don't want to be in these situations where you're behind, because against really good, clean teams, you will be losing a lot. And so I think if you're them, you want to be looking at, okay, why are we behind so much? How can we have our early games be more consistent? How can we be a more solid team where we're the ones blowing teams out and not playing from behind?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about the early game, and earlier today when we saw our Heroic matchup, it was unfortunate they lost against Spirit, and it felt very uncharacteristic, the early game that was being displayed in this Spirit game. Like you said, they're very strong, they're very dominant. It wasn't that in the Spirit game, and we were wondering maybe what happened, if they're going to be able to find form again. And, well, my analysts, they did all the hard work for you guys. They found out what exactly happened in the game earlier for Heroic against Spirit.
Let's go.
Well, there you have it, the deep insight from my analysts about how the early game for Heroic could potentially fall apart. Hopefully the ice cream's put away, the serious faces are on here as they're coming up against a BB team. And for the draft here, A lot of heroes taken out already. We've got Naga Siren, Marcy, Chen, Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, Lycan, and Bristleback. So very stock standard here. These teams feel like they know the meta very well.
And that is very interesting. It is a block pick to the Timbersaw, most likely. But this is how confident Heroic is with the Gyrocopter now. It's actually straight up first pick. The Timbersaw is left, you know, through the pool. So it's up to BetBoom to decide if they just... and they go for the Abaddon, which is a hero, you know, we've started questioning. We've seen have like kind of mixed success. But the one thing to keep in mind is that this is a case of, you know, a highly contested hero, Timbersaw, making it through. So hopefully none of these teams is going to lose track of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally Abaddon is quite good against Gyrocopter. It's a spread damage hero. Abaddon can stick on you quite easily. Generally, the stuff that's good against Abaddon is super high single target damage. So Abaddon runs in, you pop his ult instantly, and then now he has to run away because he can't fight without his ulti. Whereas Gyro, I think, has a much harder time doing that. It doesn't really specialize in the single target damage. So it is there, you know, it is a counter. I would say it is generally good against Gyro. But we have seen Abaddons in what look like to be good Abaddon games fall short a few times, like Seb said. So I think there is, you know, it's not quite so cut and dry.
I mean, they just need to make sure they have the follow-up damage to utilize what Abaddon wants to do, right? When he's in the middle of the fight, giving you all this information, you have to convert on an out-of-position support, you know, revealing themselves. It can't just be Abba by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think going back to this Gyro, it is also quite interesting that they choose the first pick and up the priority on it. I think that this hero BetBoom has been liking to play quite a bit recently as well. It's a hero we've seen winning a lot. We see Toro playing it, you know, someone who never plays this hero. And so clearly the stonks on this hero are up quite a bit right now. And I'm interested to see, you know, much like with, you know, maybe the Slardar or the Sand King, if people have found more answers to or they've risen in priority. I'm curious to see how people will react to it and if it will say, okay, no, Gyro actually is this good, it is this stuff, or if people find answers and then it drops back off to a lower priority again.
Yeah. And also between both Miro and Devi, they are, you know, some of the better Enigma players out there in the world. So of course an early pick Gyrocopter will protect Heroic from having to play against it, but also potentially on 18, the final or the second phase pick, that could be an option that they go for to try and threaten, you know, an Abaddon counter. He doesn't want to play into any Zoo hero who's trying to take his tower.
Yeah. On the side of Heroic, they have protected the Gyro by banning the Doom. This is a pretty classic hero counter because, you know, Gyro relies on getting to Satanic usually, like a lot of damage. He's, you know, he relies on the BKB. He relies on really winning the fight when he enters it. And against Doom, he just does not really want to do that. As soon as you get doomed, you're you're cursed. You know, you're just gonna die. And that is something that Gyro really does not enjoy. On the other side, I like that BetBoom respected the Timbersaw and just got rid of it. We have not seen Heroic play it, but we are just assuming that they are a very strong Timbersaw team. And this is the Schofield Tuskar, very well known for it. Had just exceptional games on the hero so far. Pretty good against this chapter on lane also.
Yeah,
you can dodge glimpse with the snowball. Yeah.
I think it's also pretty good against Abaddon. It gives you more of that single target damage. So if Abaddon runs in, now you have tag team plus Gyro. That's a much different dynamic than just one Gyrocopter. Gyro hits very fast and abuses that tag team pretty well. So if some Abaddon runs in or Gyro gates or say, maybe this guy just pop.
So much kiting as well with shards.
Okay, looks to be a position 5 actually, most likely Tuskar with a position 4 Hoodwink. I mean, it could. We've seen some Hoodwink 5 this tournament, but yeah. I mean, maybe they're keeping it slightly open.
I hope to see the return of Drinking Buddies if it is a 5 tough.
Yeah, it would be
being able to utilize the bonus damage. That you rarely see it, but with Gyrocopter, it's one of the best Drinking Buddies targets.
Yeah.
Flat cannon, that's enough said.
It's an amazing combo. Yeah. I think it's maybe the best I can think of.
Yeah.
The Gyro.
It's very good.
This is a combo that I think Falcons have also popularized at TI and before TI, so very, very dominant one.
Yeah, I was actually looking through because, you know, T's talking about he wants to see Drinking Buddies come back, but Falcons is like the one team that when you put Tusk on snaking, he is picking up the Drinking Buddies. So it isn't necessarily like having to be paired with Gyro. That's just when he plays his position 5, he likes to pair that facet.
And it's an amazing facet with Gyro. We see the Slardar coming for BetBoom. This is a hero that honestly has been, I think it's maybe less contested than what we expected it to be, but it's very successful in the sense that every time we've seen Slardar, it looked very dominant.
Yeah.
I assume GPK can play it.
I think so.
And then Miro. So it also offers the flexibility for BetBoom, which again is a pattern by now. If you've been watching, you know, a decent amount of games with us, we always talk about how finding versatility when you're in this, position, second pick position, you kind of have to reveal a core at this point, and you always, you know, enjoy protecting it.
Let's have
Okay. And we are seeing, of course, Liquid is, enjoying playing the Dark Willow, but BB as well with save. Of course, not a stranger to the hero. I like it a lot against any elusive supports. I want to try and run in and out of the fight. Just getting them with one Bramble Maze or a Terrorize when they kind of bunch up in that one moment does unlock a lot of aggression. So here, I feel like if you ever misstep, Slardar can jump you. Static Storm from Disruptor, all of the toolkit from Dark Willow. You need to be very careful with how you just want to take the early fights. Of course, when Gyrocopter gets BKB, he can frontline a lot. Butterfly as well to mitigate the damage of a Slardar.
I do wonder, though, Dark Willow in the laning phase. That's where I've always kind of had a question about her. It's like, yeah, you're talking about all these tooltips when it comes to either pickoff or team fights, but how is she helping in the laning phase? How is she sustaining herself in the lane?
She's very good in this lane in particular against Tusk or Gyro because of the Shadow Realm. You're able to trade it for the tag team, for instance, if that's what he goes for, or for the charge. Like Tusk is a kind of one-go hero. Like he clicks his spells and he expects you to die during that period of time, and Widow just counters it with her W. Same with the Flag Cannon that Gyro relies a lot on to bully position 4 heroes that are squishy, which most ranged are. But then Willow is one of the few that actually doesn't care as much.
Also, you get the bonus regeneration whilst inside Realm. So having Stick or any value like that, you can just buff yourself up really nicely. The odd salve and suddenly you're full HP. Yeah, very, very good.
I think BetBoom has done quite a good job of countering this Gyrocopter throughout the draft. They have a lot of things that are good against sort of blobby heroes that you can either focus them down or kite them very hard. They have quite a bit of that. They have Glimpses, they have Willow spells, they have Slaughter Amp, which is great against Gyrocopter. And they have a Baden who can potentially focus him down. And I think on the flip side, Heroic needs tools to help this Gyrocopter. I'm curious if he goes more of a Yatoro style build with the Manta, things like this, to help him kite and play these longer fights, because BetBoom wants to focus him down as sort of a single target. And then Enigma potentially helps with that, creating, opening these towers early and, being able to buy auras or just sort of have chaos and random stuff on the map that gives Gyro more space to see what's happening and take fights in a way that's good for him, because it's very easy for him to be focused down in this game, especially if he's out of position or isolated in some way.
And I want to talk a little bit about the Kunkka ban. I think this is a very interesting one. And in my reads that this is a hero that they want to protect the Gyro with this ban in particular. It's an old concept that we haven't seen in a while because Kunkka is not meta. But the concept comes from Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken. It's a sort of name dropping here, orgs that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, I can name drop my own, but let's not get into that. Kunkka versus Gyro is just very good because you trade basically the tankiness and the ROM effect from the both for the Gyro Flag Cannon BKB fight entry, which honestly is what Gyro relies on. Like, you click all your buttons, hopefully you click them at the right timing, and then you win the fight. Against Kunkka, that doesn't work. So it's a very good counter, which Heroic is making sure they don't have to face.
Where would Kunkka fit into this lineup if they were to not ban it?
It would be either a mid. It could also be a safe lane Kunkka, which is good against Gyro, also exceptionally good against Enigma position 3 to deal with the ailerons. So it would have been a really good pick. It's a clutch ban because that's not a hero you think of. It's very niche, but they just got ahead of BetBoom in that case.
Amazing.
I'm just trying to think of what hero Whisper's going to be playing, because right now he feels like he needs to be kind of a bit more of a enabling hero from the mid lane. Someone who kind of connects the damage, right? Goes to the Gyro lane, goes to the Enigma lane, plays through the tower. Unless Whisper's going to suddenly take the Enigma to mid lane, and that also is a reason why Kunkka is getting banned, to protect a mid Enigma against the Eidolons. I feel like Whisper's in a bit of uncharted territory for, this hero pool, like this hero pick, sorry.
I mean, in some ways they're calling their bluff. You can see BetBoom not banning the Leshrac. They're like, nah, it's fine, you can pick it. And I can see why. It is not that great of a Leshrac game. It doesn't necessarily fit with Heroic's heroes. You want something that has, like he said, some form of catch, some form of glue for Heroic's lineup, because they have a lot of random damage and not many heroes besides Tusk that actually want to start things. Enigma can sort of start fights much later on, but that's considerably later in the game. Especially when you're playing in Slaughter, you get amped when you blink in a black hole, you die heckin' instantly. So it's not quite that clear, and I'm curious how they look to round this out.
Looking at some of his previous heroes that he's played from the mid lane, right? It's like he's got a Bristleback game, some Shaker games, Leshrac games, outside of the ones that of course banned, and none of them feel like they're the big gotcha pick that really, again, like we're mentioning, tie the draft together. Like if they pick mid Bristle just for the comfort of Whisper, I don't think it gives much purpose to them.
I have an idea.
Go, quickly, go, say it, go.
No, never mind, it's gone. I had a pretty crazy, this one is also very crazy, by the way, because this could be either a Darcy mid or an Enigma mid. I actually think they're flexing it.
No, they are for sure.
So quite interesting, because this Enigma is a big problem right now, and when they're banning Kunkka, they're saying, hey, we understand that this Enigma is a problem to BetBoom, so they're gonna try to switch things around, putting Abed on 3, putting Slaughter mid, and then picking a carry. So we just want to make sure that we have a plan B also that's gonna keep the, the big issue that they have to deal with right now.
What if GPK just locks in like a mid laner? You don't care about Darkseer, you don't care about Enigma, you have a chill game, you've got good frontline with Slaughter and Abba.
But then you're keeping the, you're not solving the Abaddon problem, which I believe they have right now, because I think Abba Disruptor versus Tusk Enigma is a really rough lane for Abba.
That's a good point. Tusk Enigma is one of the strongest offlane combinations.
But they might not have a good solution, honestly. So let's see what they cook.
Okay.
Okay, they go for the Alk anyway.
Yeah.
It's slightly better. I think it's still a little bit, it can be problematic, which will send the Darkseer to a Slaughter lane, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's wait and see what they're going to lock in. They're still taking their time, both Devi
I think it's a Darkseer mid, guys, which is pretty hype.
I mean, the Alchemist is honestly quite a creative pick because it's one of the few heroes, I don't know, maybe the only hero that's both good against Enigma and Darkseer in lane. It's a classic counter to both of these heroes. And also, I think pairs pretty well with the supports and just sort of generally fits the lineup.
Decent matchup against Gyro also. I think you can be tanky enough to actually just confront him, just go head to head.
I'm curious if they go double Radiance. Alchemist will buy Radiance, and Abaddon very much wants to, so I'm curious what they do in that department. There's also a Darkseer, so that Radiance is getting stolen no matter what.
It could be. I'd rather have the Alk pivot than the Abba, I would say, but
it's going to be the mid Enigma and the off-lane Darkseer.
And in position 5 Hoodwink, which we talked about very briefly where there was that potential. Yeah, that's what it's going to be as well. So a lot of fun. A lot of fun here, mid Enigma. You don't seem convinced, though, Seb.
No,
dubious. In fact, I would
honestly,
point out.
I actually don't have an educated opinion. I'm excited about it. I'm hyped about it. I just need to watch. I just need to see it. It could be amazing. It could be great.
I honestly am not 100% sure. I think there's a world where Slaughter is one of the better ones against Enigma mid because you have physical damage on the crush, so you can actually kill Eidolons. And there's also a world where it's just not enough damage and Slaughter gets completely turbo stomped. And it's one of the two where Slaughter is pretty good, or he gets annihilated. I'm genuinely not sure.
Maybe you can just buy Buckler on Enigma or something. I think it might be worth doing it in this matchup.
Yeah, there's maybe some nerd crap like that.
It's just very high stakes laning for Heroic, right? It's the fact that you have a Darkseer in the offlane that needs to do well, the Enigma that needs to do well. Normally when you pick Enigma, you're taking an early tower. If you're not taking the early tower, then your game can feel quite stalled. And I feel like they need to open up the map as quick as possible, as there's a lot of farm that Heroic kind of want to have. And the aggression that BB can bring through Alk, Slaughter, they get to the mid game, they double jump someone, they're going to die. Yuma should not, in theory, be able to stand his ground.
No ice cream, by the way.
No ice cream, by the way. So we'll see if the motivation's there for Heroic. For BetBoom team, the motivation is definitely there. They need this win if they want to avoid having to play last chance for survival to Singapore. But either way, we're finally going to get some questions answered about this mid Enigma.
High stakes laning and high stakes game for BetBoom. Good way to be able to close out this group stage. Avery, what do you make of the mid Enigma before we actually see it in action?
Whisper has played it before, so this will not be his true debut on it. He's very comfortable in the hero, He went from offlane to mid, so he can continue to play offlane heroes. That's what every player does when they switch roles. Just play the same stuff. So now you get 2 offlaners for the price of 1. He's very skilled with it, and we have seen mid Enigma a little bit in the past as kind of a cheese pick answer to mid heroes that don't have Eidolon clear. You do win the lane. You dominate that lane. I think he will win this lane over time. I think the level 3+ Eidolons, there's no way Slaughter can sit there and clear them. So he can do some serious damage in terms of just spam denying, getting the split up, and then just taking it to GPK. Maybe GPK can survive this lane with the extra regen from the river and stuff. It's a free Eidolon at the start. That's nice. But I think this will work out for Whisper in the early game. I'm not worried about that. I just question if Heroic have enough synergy in the lineup in terms of low cooldown playmaking and ways to enable the support duo to kind of function around the map until all their cores come online. Because I could see these 3 cores needing a lot to become play activators.
I completely agree with that, because Vacuum Black Hole sounds really cool, but you can only do that every 2 or 3 minutes. Meanwhile, as you said, low cooldown playmakers from the support pool and the Tusk and the Hoodwink, they want to be enabled. They want to be able to play with some core with low cooldowns that, you know, is able to set them up, start fights that they can follow up on. And they may not have that. We'll see. We'll see what exactly the Enigma builds, what exactly he gets done, how active he's going to be.
I don't want to see him go Helmet Dom. I think there's probably a temptation, but I think you go Drum here for sure, where she's lining up, and that's been the strongest Enigma item for some time. Eidolons with the Drum buff are insane. You can run the map with them. Pretty little good clear for them in terms of just skirmishing the Eidolons back. And then I could just see early Blink. I could see Orchid in a game where there's not an Abaddon Dispel. There used to be like an Orchid build in this hero that was kind of nasty, but it doesn't look too great in this particular game. Maybe there's another kill item that offers you something similar. It could just be Drum Vessel. Pretty good Vessel game versus the Alk. Again, there's the Dispel, but you know, you can't Dispel everything. I'd like something in that category. Tank up a little bit. Just run in, be aggressive around.
Snowball, top lane, dodges the unstable concoction. Really well timed from Schofield. Pull back in for the vacuum, not quite enough for the kill. You got the unstable concoction, self-explosion. It still wasn't enough for the kill. Schofield now trying to drop the tree, trying to get out of sight. Pops the Fairy Fire, turns around back onto Kataomi, and they dodge. No! What? He still had the vision on him. Kataomi gets the first blood. It was a hell of a battle between the 4 and the 5 position. They tip each other. Respect for the plays.
That electromagnetic repulsion is so annoying for these melee lanes. Really tough to fight through. A double tree plant plus salve in between, not enough to win the trade.
And Schofield making his way towards mid. GPK, I think, not as low as Schofield maybe expected in this matchup. As you said, the Eidolons really only start getting cooking at level 2 or level 3 demonic summoning. But also it's the fact that Slardar just gets bonus armor, right? He's underneath the river, the Seaborn Sentinel. It's 3 extra armor, 2.5 regen. That goes a long ways with a bunch of physical damage harassment.
Well, I think you want to get to a point where you can just deny everything.
Yeah. Devi gonna die here, and oh, couldn't get the Ice Shard blockout. Schofield not there in time. Kiritich, big punish now as he takes the Lotus away from the Dire side.
Lane's going pretty well for BetBoom early, I'd say. Keeping up a lot of regen in the off lane. The Alex finding some extra kills. Mid is going completely fine for GPK early, at least. Probably get harder here, but did well in those early waves. That's what counts. Attempted Glimpse to Fountain, but no such luck. As Devi patience pays off here.
Good restraint.
Always have all-in kill potential on that Alchemist, so something to keep in mind.
I don't know, man. Whisper is not playing for the CS. He's playing for the harassment on GPK, and it's really not working. He may actually die here. He keeps on challenging GPK to this fight. GPK, again, under the river, is able to make some pretty decent trades. He's 23-4 because he's killed so many Eidolons.
Not going as well as I would have thought. I think you play more for the CS and denies until you're level 5, and then maybe you can harass this guy completely out of lane with the level 3 Eidolons. They're gonna look for the gank again, but he's still high resources. He's got 2 bottle charges and Fairy Fire. I don't think you can just snowball in on this with Tusk. These feel awkward. These feel like forced plays right now. Especially with a ward sitting there just looking at Schofield. They're gonna bait it out.
And bait him in, and then go after him. Whisper, caught in the bramble, picked up by the snowball, but he's underneath the tower. There's no way he survives here. In fact, Schofield likely to die as well. GPK walking away, big victor of this lane. 2 kills, a courier, and not even gonna die to the Eidolons.
Save and GPK do it again. Just outplaying everybody around this mid lane with a nice bait setup. Good resource management. Yeah, I've turned this pick around completely.
And they left Devi alone in lane, which Disruptor is a very good hero at punishing solo offlaners, so they get the kill up there too. This laning phase has gone very poorly for Heroic. Walk in from the shard. Shadow Realm gonna last long enough here. Miro is this is the off lane that is struggling. One lane that is going quite well for Heroic is the safe lane, the gyrocopter up against the Abaddon.
Been a rough start for the Abaddon. I was gonna say this is a game where I could see Quinn mentioned not going double Radiance. I think this looks like a really good Ags Abaddon game at some point.
Yeah, I could see it.
Just run in, pop ult, tank black hole, tank gyro damage, just heal everybody up. They have committal DPS. Could be a really
Bushwhack on him. That secures the power rune. It's just an invisibility though. Won't even help in this fight with the corrosive haze on him. Schofield has to snowball here, save the responsive Shadow Realm. Snowball's not on him though. Pull him back in with the Bushwhack save. Will die here. The black hole catching GPK as well with a tag team. They're trying to finish off Schofield. He doesn't want to die to GPK, but they also want to do enough damage to get the kill, and GPK will take out. A turn here from Heroic as they put their team fight together. Another great Bushwhack. KJ hitting some bangers here. Katomi surrounded by some Eidolons, likely to die. Good snowball pickup. Dodges a little bit more damage. Now on the run, KJ looking to body block Heritage as he struggles to get this. And Schofield's going to turn back around with the Eidolons. Oh, the tag team, they almost burnt down this Alchemist. Can they actually get him away into the trees? The regen is enough. The unstable concoction will not kill him. KJ is still going to look around a bit, see where he's hanging, but Heroic, what a turn.
Such a good from behind team. They show it again, just dragging BetBoom into an awkward, chaotic river skirmish against the strongest hero on the map right now with these Eidolons plus the drum. These things are not going to go down easy, and they do a lot of damage. That Alk even died if he had drum charge up by then, so really got to be wary of how much you get sucked into this mid lane right now if you're BetBoom team. Scan on the Alchemist up top. Heroic, think about going in here and looking for the low Heritage. No ult for 4 seconds.
They burst him down in time, hit him with the wall to slow him down. He gets off the Chemical Rage. Can he out-regen all this? Another Bushwhack and the follow-up shot. The Ion Shell. And the extra stun of the Hurl Boulder as well.
Nice rotation from Yuma.
And they see Katomi. Another play for the 8-minute power rune here. As eventually they're going to, I think, go for this dive on Katomi. It's hidden away in the trees, though. He's okay. Gyrocopter back to the bottom lane.
Very chaotic early game. Not to the favor of BetBoom right now. Black hole available in another minute, too. And look for something with that, but he is going to HOD. I mean, I get it. It's super good item on the hero. I'm not going to fault him for doing it, but I wonder if this is just a little... I mean, it depends how you use these. If you take towers and map away, they always can be aggressive, but sometimes they're just kind of AFK farming doms. You know, double dom between Enigma and Darkseer. Is there such a thing as too much domination, Austin Walsh?
Wow.
You would know all about it, so that's why I'm asking you.
Thank you. I am a very dominant person in general. Appreciate that. But I think there is a balance to be maintained.
Oh, all right. I'll take your word for it there.
You know, you always talk about me trying to get us fired. Tag team leading the charge here on Katomi. Stable concoction, those gonna catch him. Schofield inside the bramble, couldn't get off the snowball, but the vacuum back into this. Looking good, didn't even have to use the black hole. The glimpse sends her Whisper back, but the damage is done. They got the kill on the Alchemist. Now looking for the kill on Save, who's trying to juke the sharpshooter shot, nor can he juke that or Divine Llama's Dark Troll Summoner with the Ion Shell to get both the kills. And now look to take the towers. Well, the Helmet Doms are certainly being active here, Avery.
Perfect usage. Rotate this Enigma top. Right when this Alk is still weak, you have overwhelming teamfight superiority here because this Abaddon is never going to join that early fight. Sarter doesn't want to TP up here into all the gunk, which is a big concern for BetBoom team is how do you take fights into all the gunk? Double HOD, Eidolons, Ion Shell creeps, a wall that's giving you extra illusions. You're not going to find the Hoodwink. A lot of stuff that you do not deal well with because you don't have a lot of AoE clear. Disruptor, Hoodwink are not giving you any sort of AoE spells to help deal with it, the presence in the fight. The Slardar isn't. This Abaddon's not. Who's doing it? Now you rotate Enigma bottom, you look to pressure this last tower. Gonna force a response out of BetBoom team. No blink on the Slardar.
They're gonna pull back in the Gyrocopter with the Static Storm kind of covering Whisper. He can try and find an angle for a black hole, and he gets it over the Static Storm, catches both cores. See if they can burst down GPK with Bushwhack to follow it up. It's perfect. The circles that Heroic are bringing to the table beat out BetBoom in their attempt with the Static Storm. Now Whisper with a surge on him is going to run ahead of Kiritich. Kiritich, no escape. Be mowed down by the Gyrocopter, pushing for even more. They throw out the wall. Miro's going to go for the TP out, but it will not save. Who falls? 4K net worth lead for Heroic. BetBoom, that felt like a source of frustration to me.
Yes. I was about to say, that almost felt like a tilted fight. You're just bringing in a Treads Alk for his, what, 3rd death of the game? Doesn't even have the relic. He's so broke now. You lose your last tier 1 without even a solid fight for it before the Slardar blink. I mean, what is triggering this sort of go? And you just jammed it in. The Gyro got his ult off. You knew the Enigma can black hole you, and you just ran in anyway.
Yep.
Failure is just another kind of success.
Oh man, BetBoom on tilt.
Failure is just
Maybe.
another kind of success.
Maybe. It's not looking too hot for him right now. They are in the hole.
Burn done for KJ due to the success of these fights. So they're gonna try and get their Spirit Vessel out of the supporter. That was the one thing, is again the Abaddon kind of stopping it. You were talking about the Orchid. I was thinking about Spirit Vessel needed from a core, but when you're up against Abaddon, kind of rough to get that. You won it against Alchemist, but you know it's going to get dispelled. Still going to get it out of the support position due to all this early game success, so that's going to feel nice for Heroic.
Getting farmed. 3-0-5 start for that Link. Can't ask for anything more.
Speeds past the kinetic field, breaks through the stop sign, and they have to glimpse him back to the other side of the Gyrocopter, connecting now. Yuma being nice and active. Vacuum doesn't actually get the grab on save. He managed to sneak on through all those trees. Now with the Snowball Surge, we'll catch up to him. KJ's there on the other side with the Bushwhack. Easy peasy.
Quick connections, that's what this lineup's all about. Use your early advantage, outnumber BetBoom team. Don't let them take fights. You know the Alk has to still farm his Radiance. It's got Mega delayed. This Abaddon is not useful really at all in these fights. I mean, what is Abaddon's purpose in this game? This is why I was kind of suggesting some sort of eventual Ags build or something, because if this guy walks in the fight, what is he contributing against this lineup? It's very minimal.
Yeah, Blade Mail is always kind of an awkward item on Abaddon. Like, how, just one more incentive to ignore you, you know?
That's what I feel. I think they just ignore him in the fight, and if you go to the fight, I mean, your main purpose is to keep the Alchemist alive and let him run aggressively in the fight, but his game was so bad that that option isn't as good either. And this is a hero that's kind of terrible against all of the summons that are in the middle of everything. He's pretty bad against the Darkseer, pretty bad against the Tusk. He can get broken, maybe silenced at some point in this game. Can steal the rune in the river.
Ah,
Ooh, Yuma,
got the deny. Yuma. I can't believe he did that. Yuma almost has Aghanim Scepter. We are going to see a Blink BKB build for Whisper, which very difficult for BetBoom's team to handle that. They only have Bash. That's near impossibility.
They have nothing. Absolutely nothing for it. And if you just BKB, Blink, Black Hole this Alchemist every fight, I don't think you can win the fight if the Alchemist goes down. He's the centerpiece of this lineup. He has to stay alive the whole fight. You need to get damage out of his Radiance, out of multiple concoctions, him hitting people. Even some extra D-ward action coming out from this Hoodwink. More gold into his coffers here.
And with the Eidolons pushing out lanes, the Helmet Dom pushing out lanes. BetBoom's really not going to see too many heroes, so no opportunities for pickoffs. Really, they just have to sit back and farm.
Your damage combinations are also a little awkward, I want to say. Your only playmaker, Slardar. You're going to go and crush somebody into Bramble or Static Storm. It's just slow. It's not... There's no burst follow-up. It's a little awkward. You have to gap close with multiple heroes, which you risk getting vacuumed or black holed.
You know, the supports don't take advantage of the minus armor at all.
Nope. Just getting run off the map right now.
Sharpshooter shot. Got him. A little bit of a slow save. He activates the Cobalt Cup, but he cannot stay ahead of the ice shards. Try and TP away, but there's a bushwhack. Maybe even a snowball. So instead, he's just dead. And at this rate, Heroic, I mean, I feel like they have almost outpaced themselves. They're taking so much of the map. Do you want to be hitting tier 2s this early?
How can you outpace yourself? If you're setting the pace, you're always on your own pace.
No, but then you do it again. You're trying to beat your personal best. Have you never played a racing game ever?
Yes, I've played a racing game.
Okay, well then you should know how you could outpace yourself. Thank you.
I'm not gonna argue. Whatever. I'll just let it go, man.
You can't even admit that you were completely wrong.
No, because it assumes that it's a repeatable situation. You can only outpace yourself if the set pace is on the same set of circumstances, which no Dota game is ever the same set of circumstances.
Okay, but Heroic has been in similar circumstances.
That's true.
It'd be a fast team. Schofield got by a crush from GPK. Good catch there. Had to do it kind of blind. And Whisper sees all that noise and doesn't immediately go through the gate. It's not time for Tormentor. What
He's
are you
just
doing
chilling,
here,
man.
Whisper?
He's chilling. He's thinking about life. He's thinking about what kind of ice cream he's gonna get.
Can we check the cams? Does Whisper have an ice cream in his hands right now?
He's just eating.
I assume that he just doesn't want to go back. He's just going to take a little bit of a break and then, I thought, push out top. Instead, he's going through the gate. Okay.
BetBoom may get some boost here. I mean, they're recovering the Alk slowly. This isn't the best recovery hero in the sense of you just want to be ahead all the time. He'll catch up on gold for sure. And maybe you can hit that BKB AC timing. Just go in, have the minus armor synergy, chunk down this gyro, who is susceptible to that kind of thing. BKB's done. So they have some more options in the fight. Trying to stabilize this game.
Well, if they want to hit, they need to hit now. Because this Alchemist may lose its effectiveness as soon as Whisper completes his BKB, and he's less than 1,000 gold away. So, go, go, go. Activate those smokes. Make those moves.
Alk can survive the black hole if there's nobody else dealing damage at the same time. Maybe you can control other heroes with Terrorize, Bramble, Static Storm, stuff like that. Even if the black hole goes off, you amp the Enigma, and then if the Alk survives, he just turns around and kills Enigma.
For sure. It's definitely, this BKB is not the end of BetBoom being able to win team fights, but I do feel like
be the start.
better not to take that risk, you know.
I'd love to get some sort of pick off into a 20-minute Tormentor here for both teams. Smoke coming through on the Slardar. No BKB for GPK. We can still get in there, cause some chaos.
Here's
set the fight up for his Alchemist.
Done for Yuma. So Heroic may not get the perfect timing here to be at Tormentor at 20 minutes, but they will be very strong very soon. They're going to jump on a Whisper. It's just GPK for now. The support's a little bit slow to get here. Finally, the Brambles goes out and the Static Storm. Full commitment. Put the Snowball
Nice
from
save.
outside of the Static Storm. They're heading on and got the full away. Whisper's out. They bail him out. Kiritich is going to arrive to the back line here. Go after KJ. Not so great. Can't get that. BKB, he's just running out of damage. Now Roshan's in the mix. Throws Miro around. Dear God. Time on the TP. Oh my God. Divine chatting middle of the team fight.
How did it pick up the one guy who didn't want to be picked up? He was just trying to TP out. Like, he's not bugging you. He's not messing with you. just charge through everybody. Throw this one dude. Fuck you in particular.
Where's the Roshan did? I need to know how much damage Roshan did in that fight.
He did a decent amount, and it was not helping BetBoom out at all. 6-8 from Schofield. Stalls out this entire engagement. You have to re-glimpse him in off the amp. You get stuck in this vacuum wall mire. Yeah, you get the Enigma, but the Alex jumping a different target doesn't even get him. And then he's just the flat cannon provider. One throw on Miro. Here's another throw. Get the hell out of my game.
Oh, man. The fact that KJ got 2 different bushwhacks. I mean, we talked about the Alchemist. They brought that Alchemist to the bottom fight. Like, why? You didn't even have your Radiance yet. Like, that stalled timing when he shows up and he unstable concoctions for 5 seconds in a hoodwink and he can't even kill him. It
feels real bad. Real bad. I mean, that might be the first play of the day that is not a player.
Roshan.
Yeah, Roche probably got the play of the day. Absolutely just ruined Miro's entire team fight. Got him with the vacuum.
What a vacuum. I mean, damn. Aurora they just look better. They're just
better
right now.
They're just styling on him, dude. It's not a... You could say it's a draft diss or a lane diff or whatever the hell you want to call it, but they're just styling on him right now. You're just getting outplayed. I mean, you got to get Assault Kyros on Alk and pray you take a good team fight off that, because that's your only real good timing left before this Gyro Enigma start to scale into the ultra late. It's not going to be pretty with the current game state if you let them get there.
Oh, this is a perfect opportunity. They left the Gyro Hunter alone. They smoked to the other side of the map. But BetBoom, they're calling your bluff. They jump on a human, they can kill him once. And it's going to take so long for them to get back through the gate. They may not be here in time to save him a second time. He does have BKB, and it looks like GPK doesn't have the bashes charged up. They're not going to go for him on the second life. They can't even get the BKB out of him. But it's something from BetBoom.
It's a good read. Good outmaneuver on the map. Now you need to try and not get caught here. And they will succeed on that front as well, dodging the Surge Tusk. So, yeah, win for them. Slow this game down a little bit. Just buy some time for your Alk to try and get to AC.
And it does get GPK to BKB.
BKBs are nice. Shiva's on the Darks here, a little nicer here. Levi just found so much farm in this game off of the shell creep, killing so much extra farm, having a good laning phase.
I don't even look at Miro's items because, like, I almost don't care. I just feel like they're not going to be effective, whatever they are.
I think it's only Locket Axe. That is the only thing I see giving him the team fight presence and impact.
So you don't like Crimson?
Crimson's okay. I mean, it's always a good item against Gyro.
Yeah, Gyro Enigma. It's good for the game. It just like they just need more punch. They don't need to survive longer in the fight. They just need to be able to kill heroes.
I agree. If you surviving here is not good enough for you to win the fight because you don't have better attrition. So at some point you're gonna have to kill people. And is that just entirely on Alchemist with Slaughter Amp? You're just banking that Kiritich kills people one by one. And the problem is there's Black Hole for it. So yeah, something's gonna have to come down the line. But Crimson's nice. It is nice.
Katomi's gonna take some time to farm here, and he's actually not that far away from an Aghanim Scepter. Now that could be a game changer, because they don't have a way really to stomp BKB Black Hole, but if they can get consistent initiations and follow it up with an Ag's Disruptor,
that is something that could change the fight setup for sure. Give you the ability for your Alk to go in with confidence.
Smoke's gonna break on Miro. It's a good target for BetBoom to tank this smoke. See if he can get out. Unfortunately, looks like this Ice Shards has locked him in. Broken. still gets off the borrowed time. And away he goes. Kiritich is thinking to fight this, though.
Nice
And they managed to get a two-man unstable concoction into the terrorize. The black hole over the top, though. That's a problem with Yuma delivering the damage to take both of these cores out potentially as GPK makes a run forward with the BKB blocked in once again by the shards, and Yuma comes back to savor his triple.
Oh, what a game from Heroic supports. On point every time. You glimpse him back, but I think that's where he wants to be anyway to a certain degree.
Yeah, he dropped the
Easiest
idle, and
black
that's good
hole of his
enough to
life.
push in the mid-wave.
Exactly. This is turning into a rout. It just feels desperation every fight from BetBoom team. And again, I beg the question, is that the point you want to take that fight? Because your Abaddon was out. This Alp,
Dire's middle tower.
he's a buckler off of AC, and you took that fight. Maybe it doesn't change anything, but it's still the premise of it. Just this guy's timings have been off the whole game.
Now Whisper is just getting the cherry on top. I mean, this was the core bit of items. But now thinking about Aghanim Scepter. I mean, it's a pretty decent Aghanim Scepter game. Rare to say that.
The pull's really nice against this triple melee lineup. The percent damage also really nice.
Yeah, triple strength core. Quite value, and then he'll get a refresher at some point.
There's the Ags for Kataomi, so you have better follow-up on those stun initiations now. And they did land a very good concoction into Terrorize, Crush, Static Storm. It's just you didn't have the Static Storm Ags. This time you will. There's a little more hopium in the fight. I mean, I can see the next round of items being influential for BetBoom. Just can they get there? Because there's your AC, there's your Ag Static Storm. You're missing the Abaddon Ags. That's a long way away. You're missing the Sarder Ags. Also a long way away. But these are items that can change the fight if you get there.
Oh boy.
Heroic just waiting for the black hole cooldown. Not going to give him any sort of easy engagement without that ult. And of course, Yuma continuing to scale here.
And no reason to do anything, especially with that black hole coming up around the same time that Roshan spawn starts. So
they'll also likely have their next set of items. The Ags on the Enigma can be done by then. The Satanic for the Gyro can be done. So this was BetBoom team's moment to strike. Couldn't find anything. That means Heroic are going to be able to run it back with their timing. Right as that Roche spawn becomes active. Things lining up for them.
You think Yuma's really going to go with Divine Rapier next?
Probably. This guy doesn't care, man. He's playing to win.
I just feel like it's an unnecessary risk. I don't think he needs the extra damage. Nero. Borrowed time gets expended and still pulled back. No Blink Dagger for him. So when he gets caught in a situation like that, he just dies. It's pretty rough.
Austin, buying Divine is not about if you need Divine. It's about, is it the right item to purchase? Well, if anything, I think Divine Rapier is under-purchased.
Don't the right items have to do with whether or not you need them?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a trick question, Austin.
Thank you. I guess. I always feel like you're testing me in some way.
Life is a test.
Did I pass?
How it's designed. I don't know. It's you're only like a tenth of the way through.
A tenth of the way through. Holy cow! Here I just turned 35. I thought I was hitting my mid-age.
You're 35. Holy shit! I thought you were way older.
All right, Blink Dagger is his next item. That's an item I can agree with. Though it does pose a funny situation. If they don't know about the Disruptor Ags, any kind of initiation, if they try and respond, Blink Black Hole, Blink jump in with a Gyrocopter, and they don't pop their BKBs beforehand, not knowing that there's this Ag Static Storm, it could turn into something disastrous. There's a chance.
anything is possible. It's Heroic smoking in.
Breaks on Kiritich. Blink it away. Katomi going to be spotted instead as the Tusk catches save as well. Katomi did manage to get out, though I believe his Ags is definitely spotted by now.
Just trying to get to their Ag Scepter from the other heroes. And that's what they're trying to stall for. They do have the Sarda one, actually.
Okay.
PK finds it. The Abaddon is still a ways away.
Is it possible that these guys get black holed and they're just too tanky to die?
With the Abaddon Ags, yes. Without that, no, they'll still die because Gyro's doing a lot of damage. But they opt to take this fight even without it, without the Dark Willow.
Can he get this initiation? His smoke is going to break. He's going to jump inside. A little bit too early to claim this Aegis just yet, but if he can fight down this Roshan, maybe he can still steal it away. The black hole comes in, though, right as Roshan dies. The Aegis is picked up by Yuma, and now it's bad. Bad for BetBoom. Full retreat from them. Kiritich, wait, nope, turns back around. I don't think he's getting out. He knows he's dead. He goes for a BKB TP out. Oh, he's actually fine. No punch, no black hole, no pierce.
Great TP's out of the situation after he didn't get the steal, and nice cover black hole from Whisper. Right call, absolutely.
Fortunately, getting back to the base does not save you as Heroic. They've got everything they kind of need. Yuma's ready to end the game.
Just cannot get to that Abaddon Ags in time. And even then, the fight is looking tough.
Save. Quick reactions there. Nice ads pick up from KJ. I like that.
My Yuma fantasy points. Enjoying this game right now. My GPK fantasy points. Not enjoying this game right now.
No, not so much. GPK 1-4-4 might be his. I mean, they have had a lot of losses, but I still feel like GPK, even in their losses, has performed pretty well. Not saying his performance is bad here, but unfortunately, his Slardar was really not able to get off the ground here.
Product of the hero too. When you're in these types of games,
they've got another black hole.
Playmaking.
Refresher is here for Whisper. He's gonna pop it, and he gets a 3-man off of it. Surprise! They'll kill 2 inside of it. Miro did have his borrow time, where Kiritich has just been bounced around in this fight. He's really not outputting any damage. He keeps on hitting supports, and then they keep kiting him away. They aren't killing Yuma, thanks to blade mail from Miro. But he still had the extra life, and Kiritich, he's just gonna call it. I'm done with this game. I think all BetBoom are pretty done with this game, and I don't blame them.
That's a rough one. That is a rough one. They're gonna end in the bottom of the pack, 4-7, right? They end up tied with Liquid, which is not where you want it to be for either of those teams. But nice showing from Heroic so far. These guys continue the momentum from the last tournament. This is a fun team to watch. They play well from ahead. They play well from behind. Maybe the one weakness is the laning phase, but that's about it.
3 teams at 7-4 as a result. Heroic, MOUZ, and Team Spirit. As you said, BetBoom dropped down to 4-7.
Yeah, this Heroic team is just having an absolute fantastic tournament for themselves, and they are so much fun to watch. Avery said it there himself. The fact that this team can come back from behind where it feels like a rapier last-ditch effort to just doing so well that it feels like they're in control, and slip-ups very rarely happening for them, Seb.
No, they're an amazing team, honestly, and like the amount of like strategies and like diversity also in the draft, in the lanes, there's like a lot of innovative stuff. Like the execution is crisp, and they're just like, the way they play is just decisive. You know, you can feel how much energy they put in what they do in the game and how much trust they have also towards each others. There's also the element of fun. They look like they're having fun, you know, like we were watching Schofield earlier, but he's like always smiling and laughing, and all these guys just seem in an uplifting mood. I also think back of KJ at TI, you know, he had an interview where he wants everyone's heart. So this guy should also be, you know, bringing the resilience, the motivation, the leadership. There's just a lot about that team that kind of gets you to understand why it's functioning so well in the games, on top of just being really good at it. So, amazing team to watch.
Critically, they're playing their Dota every single time, right? Other teams are, you know, jumping on this Timbersaw train, trying to pick up, you know, Slardar, but for them, it's they identify, you know what, let's go for the first pick, Gyro. Yuma's had a great showing so far with the Rapier comebacks and all this, like, and then you have the Whisper mid Enigma, utilizing Darkseer, flexing the double offlaner situation that you have in your roster. Like, they are not allowing the tournament meta to impact them. And I think that just shows such a great sign of the confidence in their strategies. And I'm excited to know how much further their strategies can go, right? It's a very young kind of team in regards to Whisper plus Divide, but you know, the ceiling is very, very high.
Yeah, did you come to a conclusion, by the way, Quinn, on a mid Enigma now in the hands of Whisper?
I mean, I think Mid Enigma, when he plays it specifically, is very, very viable. I'm surprised they aren't picking it more, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I think especially when they're picking Gyrocopter early like this, that's like traditionally the worst matchup by far for Enigma. So whenever that's already off the table, I can see a world where they start picking this hero earlier and it being a more consistent flex for them. But I mean, to be honest, they're just straight up better team than BetBoom. And I think it's really cool that I'm able to say that and fully believe it, because SA is a region that's typically had a lot of troubles and has, fought, tooth and nail to get to events and to do well. They've had great showings like Thunder Predator at TI11, but it's not that consistent. And I think to see this team be so good and so consistent, have a great showing at TI, and then continue that into the next season and be better just straight up than a team like BetBoom, who people consider to be one of the best teams, is awesome. And I hope they continue to get better and do well, because they are just that good. It's not a fluke.
I learned it from Whisper, but you call them, as in essay, they would call them muy gosu. It's like that's how they call crisp and very very skilled gameplay. That is them in a nutshell.
Okay. And there is a conversation about BetBoom team, because you're talking about Heroic that had a good showing at TI, and then that consistency coming into this season now, beating a team like BetBoom. There has to be a caveat said to it. It doesn't feel like this team is playing like the old BetBoom, though. There feels like a loss of identity. There just is something that is not working for them right now, and I don't know if that's so impactful from bringing on a new carry player, if it changes up so much draft, if it changes up communication. I just don't know where that really falls.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's coming from either, really. But you can see it in their play that they are disjointed. They are not on the same page.
Yeah.
There are people chain TPing. You can feel almost the irritation with each other in how they're playing. They're clearly not like sunshine and roses. I think they're pissed off that they're playing like this, because they can feel that this is not good gameplay. We're better than this. We should be doing better than this. And they should be. It's not a good showing for them.
Right. They're identical to Liquid in that regards, right? Where they had player changes and also coaching changes, right? Like when you think about BB, they had Pure and they had Bulk, right? Bulk was a long-time coach for them. Then you throw an RMN to the mix and you have a new carry player. It could be as simple as the out-of-game communication where they look at a replay or talk about strategies. Because Bulk's not there and they're bringing in a new player or a new coach, that dynamic completely shifts. And this could just be incredibly hard growing pains happening right now, that maybe this isn't their tournament. Maybe they do need to have the reality check that the star power of their roster isn't good enough to carry them through the bad days, and they are going to have to, fix and build some new structure, because at the moment, yeah, they are looking as lost as some of the other teams in this bottom four.
It's still a long tournament, though, and I say that now on day number 5, where we have concluded all of our best of ones here on the mainstream. We're going to have a look at our results of what took place over today, because it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of action. Starting off so strong. MOUZ being able to take that game, that best of 1, off of Spirit. Liquid being able to come back against Yakult. Spirit then winning against Heroic. Falcons, Aureus going the way of Falcons. MOUZ then just having such a great day for themselves. Also topping off their group stage with a win over Liquid. And then Heroic here, we just saw it taking the win off of BetBoom. Hopefully we can also take a look at Stream B results, because there is so much action that we need to cover here. And yeah, it's a similar sort of story. No real upsets. I feel like we were the lucky ones that got to witness that upset. And of course, their final match, Na'Vi versus Execration, is still going on.
The biggest upset was Aureus taking a game from Tundra. That one was...
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I wanted to overlook it. I wanted to make our stream sound cool, but yeah, they had some fun over that.
That one is a big one. It's a big shock, and honestly, I think it's always nice to see the top dogs kind of bleed in a way. It's like you don't want them to be on a different level than everybody else. T was pushing the narrative of maybe Falcons and Tundra can fall in Heroic, and it got close. But I think that's what makes for hype storylines and just hype games in general.
Yeah. But now that we've done all of our best of ones, it does mean that we know exactly where our teams are going to be standing on the groups here after 11 best of ones for each team. Let's see exactly where they align themselves. Tundra and Falcons, bittersweet. If you're a Tundra Falcons fan, you're not going to be seeing them anymore this week, all right? They've secured themselves going all the way to Singapore, and that's why it's bittersweet. Yes, they've secured themselves there, but we will not be getting to see any of the beautiful Dota that those two teams put on. Heroic, Spirit, and MOUZ for themselves all now tied up in that third 3rd position. Aurora, Navi still got a question mark because they're going. Team Aureus put themselves in such a great position. This 5 and 6 came off of a win from Tundra, and that means that they evaded the bottom 4. Liquid, BetBoom, Team Execration, and Yakult are all going to be guaranteed playing in that best of 3 last chance to have to go into another best of 3 for Singapore.
It's a bit bittersweet though for MOUZ, because based on the standings, it was Heroic, then Spirit, and then MOUZ, right? So when you think about the seeding, 3rd and 4th get the extra advantage because they play against a play-in team, which is going to be the bottom 4. As oh wow, look at this.
I was going to say, well, we have the playoffs bracket for
so
you.
good.
Playoffs, last chance qualifiers, the playoffs on to Singapore, however you want to word it there. But yeah, it's going to be Liquid, Yakult, BetBoom up against Execration. We talked about that. That's the last chance there. And those winners, that's where we'll be seeing them. You can see the last chance playoffs number 1 and number 2 there. So whoever comes in 2nd going up against Spirit, whoever comes in 1st going up against Heroic, Aurora and Navi will be playing their series there, their best of 3, and then MOUZ and Aureus as well.
And for the first time in the entire group stage, the Navi Execration game, the final game, means literally nothing. Because what we saw there, that is the set schedule.
Yeah, they're actually
so the guys, they are literally playing for fun right now. And
then they're going to have to go up against each other and play again tomorrow.
And yep, exactly. So
well, this is a warm-up then, you know?
That's even an incentive to not do anything serious.
It's too late. They're already in the game.
Oh, they don't know that.
No, they don't know that.
Okay, well, if they get to know that, this is where you're going to see the pudges and the techies and all the fun tech you were wishing for earlier. And you got a Huskar for it, so.
There we go.
You know, you got to thank your lucky stars where you can get it and just kind of enjoy whatever happens. That's what's happening over in the B streams. You guys can still go and enjoy some more Dota action happening over there. But we're going to be closing out our day. Any final thoughts on this group stage, Quinn?
I think it was great. I think the format's been super fun. I think there's been a lot of great games, a lot of great progression from the teams, and I think the evolution you've seen from different teams and new rosters and rosters with changes has been really quick. And I'm honestly really impressed with not only the high level of Dota in the tournament, but also the mid-range. I think the block of teams at the middle that can compete with the high end, I think is some of the highest I've ever seen in Dota history. I think you look at a team like MOUZ that they can actually compete and, you know, take games or take series off of Falcon and Tundra, and I think that's crazy. And I think it's awesome to see that borne out.
Yeah, well, while our group stage might have been finished here today, there is still one more day of competitive Dota that stands between us and our teams and Singapore. So we'll see you guys tomorrow for some best of 3 action.
Windranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here.